language, and there's something magic about the way he writes about it. But some of the group theory in there is a little bit difficult.
And that's the problem with any of these things. To kind of really say what's going on is and make it accessible is very hard. He, in this book and elsewhere, I think, takes the attitude that kinds of mathematics he's interested in and that he's talking about provide kind of a grand unified theory of mathematics. They bring together geometry and number theory and representation theory and a lot of different ideas in a really unexpected way. But I think, to me, the most fascinating thing is if you look at the kind of grand unified theory of mathematics he's talking about, and you look at the physicists' kind of ideas about unification, it's more or less the same mathematical objects are appearing in both. So it's, I think we're seeing a really strong indication that, the deepest ideas that we're discovering about physics and some of the deepest ideas that mathematicians are learning about are intimately connected.
Is there something, like, if I was 5 years old, you were trying to explain this to me, is there ways to try to sneak up to what this unified world of mathematics looks like? You said number theory, you said geometry, words like topology. What does this universe begin to look like? What should we imagine in our mind? Is it a three-dimensional surface, and we're still trying to say something about it? Is it triangles and squares and cubes? Like, what are we supposed to imagine in our minds? Is this natural number? What's a good thing to try for people that don't know any of these tools except maybe some basic calculus and geometry from high school that they should keep in their minds as to the unified world of mathematics that also allows us to explore the unified world of physics?
What I find kind of remarkable about this is the way in which we've discovered these ideas, that they're actually quite alien to our everyday understanding. We grow up in this three-spatial dimensional world, and we have intimate understanding of certain kinds of geometry and certain kinds of things. But these things that we've discovered in both math and physics that they're not at all close and have any obvious connection to kind of human everyday experience. That they're really quite different. And I can say some of my initial fascination with this when I was young and starting to learn about it was actually exactly this kind of arcane nature of these things. It was a little bit like being told, well, there are these kind of some semi-mystical experience that you can acquire by long study and whatever, except that it was actually true. There was actually evidence that this actually works. So I'm a little bit wary of trying to give people that kind of thing, because I think it's mostly misleading. But one thing to say is that that geometry is a large part of it, and maybe one interesting thing to say that's about most recent ideas is that when we think about the geometry of our space and time, it's kind of three-spatial and one time dimension. It's physics is in some sense about something that's kind of four-dimensional in a way. And a really interesting thing about some of the recent developments in number theory have been to realize that these ideas that we were looking at naturally fit into a context where your theory is kind of four-dimensional. So geometry is a big part of this, and we know a lot and feel a lot about 3-dimensional geometry.
So wait a minute. So we can at least rely on the four dimensions of space and time and say that we can get pretty far by working in those four dimensions. I thought you were going to scare me that we're going to have to go to many, 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 many more dimensions than that.
And my point of view, which goes against a lot of these ideas about unification, is that this is really everything we know about really is about four dimensions. And that you can actually understand a lot of these structures that we've been seeing in fundamental physics and in number theory, just in terms of four dimensions. That it's in some sense, I would claim, has been kind of a mistake that physicists have made for decades and decades to try to go to higher dimensions, to try to formulate a theory in higher dimensions, and then you're stuck with the problem: how do you get rid of all these extra dimensions that you created? Because we only ever see anything in four dimensions.
That kind of thing leads us astray. I think so creating all these extra dimensions just to give yourself extra degrees of freedom Yeah, it is not. I mean, isn't that the process of mathematics? Is to create all these trajectories for yourself, but eventually you have to end up at like a final place. But it's okay to it's okay to sort of create abstract objects on your path to proving something.
Yes, yes, certainly. But and from mathematicians' point of view, in the kinds of mathematicians also are very different than physicists, and that we like to develop very general theories. We like if we have an idea, we want to see what's the greatest generality, which you can talk about it. So, from the point of view of most of the ways geometry is formulated by mathematicians, it really doesn't matter. It works in any dimension. We can do 1, 2, 3, 4, any number. There's no particular for most of geometry. There's no particular special thing but four. But and anyway, but physicists have been trying to do over the years is try to understand these fundamental theories in a geometrical way, and it's very tempting to kind of just start bringing in extra dimensions and then using them to explain the structure. But it, typically this is kind of founders because you just don't know. You end up not being able to explain why we only see four.
It is nice in the space of physics that, like, if you look at Fermat's last theorem, it's much easier to prove that there's no solution for n equals 3 than it is for the general case. And so I guess that's the nice benefit of being a physicist, is you don't have to worry about the general case because we live in a universe with n equals 4 in this case.
Yeah, physicists are very interested in saying something about a specific example. I find that interesting. Even when I'm trying to do things in mathematics, I'm trying to even teaching courses to mathematics students, I find that I'm teaching them in a different way than most mathematicians because I'm very often very focused on examples. And what's kind of the crucial example that shows how this powerful new mathematical technique, how it works, and why you would want to do it. And I'm less interested in kind of proving a precise theorem about exactly when it's going to work and when it's not going to work.
Do you usually think about really simple examples, like both for teaching and when you try to solve a difficult problem? Do you construct like the simplest possible example that captures the fundamentals of the problem and try to solve it?
Yeah, exactly. That's often a really fruitful way to, if you've got some idea, you just kind of try to boil it down to what's the simplest situation this kind of thing is going to happen, and then try to really understand that, and that is almost always a really good way to get insight.
Do you work with paper and pen, or like, for example, for me, coming from the programming side, if I look at a model, if I look at some kind of mathematical object, I like to mess around with it, sort of numerically. I just visualize different parts of it, visualize however I can. So most of the work is like neural networks, for example. Is you try to play with the simplest possible example and just to build up intuition by, you know, any kind of object has a bunch of variables in it. And you start to mess around with them in different ways and visualize in different ways to start to build intuition. Or do you go the Einstein route and just imagine like everything inside your mind and sort of build like thought experiments and then work purely on paper and pen?
Well, the problem is kind of stuff that I'm interested in is you rarely can kind of, it's rarely something that is really kind of, or even the simplest example, you can kind of see what's going on by looking at something happening in 3 dimensions. There's generally the structures involved are either they're more abstract, or if you try to kind of embed them in some kind of space where you could manipulate them in some kind of geometrical way, it's going to be a much higher dimensional space.
So even simple examples, embedding them into 3-dimensional space, you're losing a lot.
Yeah, but to capture what you're trying to understand about them, you have to go to 4 or more dimensions. So it starts to get to be hard. And you can train yourself to try it as much as just kind of think about things in your mind. And I often use pad and paper, and I'm often in my office I often use the blackboard. And you are kind of drawing things, but they're really kind of more abstract representations of how things are supposed to fit together, and they're not really unfortunately, that just kind of stuff that really living in three dimensions where you can.
Are we supposed to be sad or excited by the fact that our human minds can't fully comprehend the kind of mathematics we're talking about? I mean, what do we make of that? I mean, to me, that makes me quite sad. It makes it seem like there's a giant mystery out there that we'll never truly get to experience directly.
It is kind of sad how difficult this is. I mean, I would put it in a different way that most questions that people have about this kind of thing, you can give them a really a true answer and really understand it, but the problem is one more of time. It's like, yes, I could explain to you how this works, but you have to be willing to sit down with me and work at this repeatedly for hours and days and weeks, and it's just going to take that long for your mind to really wrap itself around what's going on, and that does make things inaccessible, which is sad. But it's just kind of part of life that we all have a limited amount of time, and we have to decide what we're gonna spend our time. Anyway,
speaking of limited amount of time, we only have a few hours, maybe a few days together here on this podcast. Let me ask you the question of amongst many of the ideas that you work on in mathematics and physics, which is the most beautiful idea, or one of the most beautiful ideas, maybe a surprising idea? And once again, unfortunately, the way life works, we only have a limited time together to try to convey such an idea.
Okay. Well, let me just tell you something which I've tempted to kind of start trying to explain what I think is this most powerful idea that brings together math and physics, ideas about groups and representations and how it fits quantum mechanics. But in some sense, I wrote a whole textbook about that, and I don't think we really have time to get very far into it. So,
well, can I actually, on a small tangent, you did write a paper towards a grand unified theory of mathematics and physics. Maybe you could step there first. What is the key idea in that paper?
Well, I think we've kind of gone over that. I think that the key idea is what we were talking about earlier, that just kind of a claim that if you look and see have been successful ideas in unification in physics over the last 50 years or so, and what's been happening in mathematics, and the kind of thing that Frankel's book is about, that these are very much the same kind of mathematics. And so it's kind of an argument that there really is, you shouldn't be looking to unify just math or just fundamental physics, but taking inspiration for looking for new ideas in fundamental physics, that they are going to be in the same direction of getting deeper into mathematics, looking for more inspiration in mathematics from these successful ideas about fundamental physics.
Could you put words to sort of the disciplines we're trying to unify? As you said, number theory. Are we literally talking about all the major fields of mathematics? So it's like the number theory, geometry, so with like differential geometry, topology.
Yeah. So one name for this that this is acquired in mathematics is the so-called Langlands program, and so this started out in mathematics. Robert Langlands kind of realized that a lot of what people were doing it was starting to be really successful in number theory in the 60s. So that this actually was, anyway, that this could be thought of in terms of these ideas about symmetry in groups and representations, and in a way that was also close to some ideas about geometry. And then more later on in the 80s and 90s, there was something called geometric Langlands. That people realized that you could take what people have been doing in number theory and Langlands and just forget about the number theory and ask, what is this telling you about geometry? And you get some new insights into certain kinds of geometry that way. So anyway, that's kind of the name for this area, is Langlands and geometric Langlands. And just recently, in the last few months, there's been just kind of a really major paper that appeared by Peter Schulze and Laurent Fargue, where they, made, some serious advance to try to understand a very much a local problem of what happens in number theory near a certain prime number, and they turn this into a problem of exactly the kind of geometric Langlands people have been doing, this kind of pure geometry problem, and they found by generalizing mathematics, they could actually reformulate it in how they do perfectly well.
Well, one of the things that makes me sad is, I'm a pretty knowledgeable person, and then what is it? At least I'm in the neighborhood, like theoretical computer science, right? And it's still way out of my reach. And so many people talk about, like Langdon, for example, is one of the most brilliant people in mathematics, and just really admire his work. And I can't. It's like almost I can't hear the music that he composed, and it makes me sad. You know.
Well, I mean, I think that unfortunately it's not just you. I think even most mathematicians really don't actually understand what this is about. I mean, the group of people who really understand all these ideas, and so for instance, this paper of Schultz and Farr that I was talking about, the number of people who really actually understand how that works is anyway very, very small. So I think even you find if you talk to mathematicians and physicists, even they will often feel that there's this really interesting sounding stuff going on, which I should be able to understand. It's kind of in my own field. I have a PhD in, but it still seems pretty clearly far beyond me right now.
Well, if we could step into back to the question of beauty, is there an idea that maybe is a little bit smaller that you find beautiful in the space of mathematics or physics?
There's an idea that I kind of got a physics PhD. It's a lot of time learning about mathematics, and I guess it was embarrassing that I hadn't really actually understand this very simple idea until I kind of learned it when I actually started teaching math classes, which is that maybe there's a simple way to explain kind of the fundamental way in which algebra and geometry are connected. So you normally think of geometry as about these spaces and these points, and you think of algebra as this very abstract thing about these abstract objects that satisfy certain kinds of relations. You can multiply them and add them and do stuff, but it's completely abstract and there's nothing geometric about it. But the kind of really fundamental idea is that unifies algebra and geometry is to think whenever anybody gives you what you call an algebra, that's some abstract thing of things that you can multiply and add, that you should ask yourself, is that algebra the space of functions on some geometry? So one of the most surprising examples of this, for instance, is a standard kind of thing that seems to have nothing to do with geometry is the integers. So that you can multiply them and add them. It's an algebra, but seems to have nothing to do with geometry. But but if you ask yourself this question and ask, are integers? You think if somebody gives you an integer, can you think of it as a function on some space, on some geometry? And it turns out that yes, you can. And the space is the space of prime numbers. And so what you do is if somebody gives you an integer, you can make a function on the prime numbers by just, at each prime number taking that integer modulo that prime. So if you say, I don't know, if you give it 10, 10, and you ask what is its value at 2, well, it's 5 times 2, so mod 2 is 0. So what is its value at 3? Well, it's 9 plus 1, so it's 1 mod 3. So it's 0 at 2, it's 1 at 3. You can kind of keep going. And so this is really kind of a truly fundamental idea. It's at the basis of what's called algebraic geometry, and it just links these two parts of mathematics that look completely different. And it's just an incredibly powerful idea, and so much of mathematics emerges from this kind of simple relation.
So you're talking about mapping from one discrete space to another. For a second, I thought perhaps mapping like a continuous space to a discrete space, like a function over a continuous space.
But you can take, if somebody gives you a space, you can say, well, let's and this is part of the same idea. The part of the same idea is that if you try and do geometry and somebody tells you here's a space, that what you should do is you should say, wait a minute, maybe I should be trying to solve this using algebra. And so if I do that, the way to start is you give me the space, I start to think about the functions of the space. Okay, so for each point in the space, I associate a number. I can take different kinds of functions and different kinds of values, but basically functions on the space. So what this insight is telling you is that if you're a geometer, often a way to work is to change your problem into algebra by changing your space. Stop thinking about your space and the points in it, and think about the functions on it. And if you're an algebraist and you've got these abstract algebraic gadgets that you're multiplying and adding, saying, wait a minute, are those gadgets? Can I think of them in some way as a function on the space? What would that space be? And what kind of functions would they be? And that going back and forth really brings these two completely different looking areas of mathematics together.
Do you have particular examples where it allowed to prove some difficult things by jumping from one to the other? Is that something that's a part of modern mathematics, where such jumps are made?
Oh yeah, it's just kind of all the time. Much of modern number theory is kind of based on this idea. But and when you start doing this, you start to realize that you need, what simple things on one side of the algebra start to require you to think about the other side, about geometry, in a new way. You have to kind of get a more sophisticated idea about geometry. Or if you start thinking about the functions of the space, you may need a more sophisticated kind of algebra. But in some sense, much or most of modern number theory is based upon this move to geometry. And there's also a lot of geometry, and topology is also based upon change. If you want to understand the topology of something, you look at the functions, you do Durand cohomology, and you get the topology.
Well, let me ask you then the ridiculous question. You said that this idea is beautiful. Can you formalize the definition of the word beautiful? And why is this beautiful? First, why is this beautiful? Second, what is beautiful?
And I think there are many different things you can find beautiful for different reasons. I think that in this context, the notion of beauty, of an idea is beautiful if it packages a huge amount of kind of power and information into something very simple. So in some sense, you can almost kind of try and measure it in the sense of, what are the implications of this idea? What non-trivial things does it tell you? Versus, how simply can you express the idea? So
there's a level of compression. What is it correlates with beauty?
Yeah, that's one aspect of it. And so you can start to tell that an idea is becoming uglier and uglier as you start kind of having to, it doesn't quite do what you want, so you throw in something else to the idea, and you keep doing that until you get what you want. But that's how you know you're doing something uglier and uglier, when you have to kind of keep adding in more into what was originally a fairly simple idea, and making it more and more complicated to get what you want.
Okay, so let's put some philosophical words on the table and try to make some sense of them. One word is beauty, another one is simplicity, as you mentioned, another one is truth. So, do you have a sense, if I give you two theories, one is simpler, one is more complicated? Do you have a sense of which one is more likely to be true, to capture deeply the fabric of reality? The simple one or the more complicated one?
I think all of our evidence and what we see in the history of the subject is the simpler one. Though often it's a surprise. It's simpler in a surprising way, but that we just the kind of best theories we've been coming up with are ultimately, when properly understood, relatively simple, and much simpler than you would expect them to be.
Do you have a good explanation why that is? Is it just because humans want it to be that way? Or we just ultra biased and we just kind of convince ourselves that simple is better because we find simplicity beautiful? Or is there something about our actual universe that at the core is simple?
My own belief is that there is something about a universe that's simple, and I was trying to, there is some kind of fundamental thing about math, physics, and all this picture, which is in some sense simple. It's true that it's of course true that our minds are very limited and can certainly do certain things and not others. So it's in principle possible that there's some great insight. There are a lot of insight in the world works, which aren't accessible to us because that's not the way our minds work. We don't. What we're seeing, this kind of simplicity, is just because that's all we ever have any hope of seeing. But
so there's a brilliant physicist by the name of Sabine Hassenfelder who both agrees and disagrees with you. I suppose agrees that the final answer will be simple.
yeah,
But simplicity and beauty leads us astray in the local pockets of scientific progress. Do you agree with her disagreement? Do you disagree with her agreement? And agree with the agreement.
well, anyway, yes, I thought it was really fascinating reading your book, anyway, I was finding disagreeing with a lot, but then at the end when she says yes, when we actually figure this out, it will be simple, and then okay, so we agree in the end.
Does beauty lead us astray, which is the core thesis of her work in that book?
I guess I do disagree with her on that so much. I don't think, and especially, I actually fairly strongly disagree with her about sometimes the way she'll refer to math. So the problem is, if physicists and people in general just refer to it as math, and they're often meaning out what I would call math, which is the interesting ideas of math, which is some complicated calculation, and so I guess my feeling about it is more that it's very. The problem with talking about simplicity and using simplicity as a guide is that it's very easy to fool yourself, and it's very easy to decide to to fall in love with an idea. You have an idea, and you think, oh, this is great, and you fall in love with it. And like any kind of love affair, it's very easy to believe that the object of your affections is much more beautiful than others might think, and that they really are. And that's very, very easy to do. So if you say, I'm just going to pursue ideas about beauty and this and mathematics and this, it's extremely easy to just fool yourself, I think. And I think that's a lot of what the story she was thinking of about where people have gone astray. That I would argue that it's more people. It's not that there was some simple, powerful, wonderful idea which they found, and it turned out not to be useful, but it was more that they kind of fooled themselves. It was actually a better idea, that it was simpler, more beautiful than it really was. Is a lot of the story.
Okay, so it's not that simplicity and beauty leads us astray. It's just people are people, and they fall in love with whatever idea they have, and then they leave narratives around that idea, or they present it in such a way that emphasizes the simplicity and the beauty.
Yeah, that's part of it. But the thing about physics that you have is that what really can tell it. If you can do an experiment and check and see if nature is really doing what your idea expects, that you do in principle have a way of really testing it. And it's certainly true that if you thought you had a simple idea and that doesn't work, and you got into an experiment, and what actually does work is maybe some more complicated version of it. That can certainly happen, and that can be true. I think her emphasis is more, that I don't really disagree with, is that people should be concentrating on, when they're trying to develop better theories, more on self-consistency, not so much on beauty, but not is this idea beautiful, but is there something about the theory which is not quite consistent, and use that as a guide, that there's something wrong there which needs fixing, and so I think that part of her argument, I think we're on the same page about.
What is consistency and inconsistencies? Well, what exactly? Do you have examples in mind?
Well, it can be this simple inconsistency between theory and experiment. So we have this great fundamental theory, but there are some things we see out there which don't seem to fit in it, like dark energy and dark matter. But if there's something which you can't test experimentally, I think she would argue, and I would agree, that, for instance, if you're trying to think about gravity and how are you going to have a quantum theory of gravity, you should kind of test any of your ideas with kind of a thought experiment. Does this actually give a consistent picture of what's going to happen, of what happened to this particular situation or not.
So this is a good example. You've written about this. Since quantum gravitational effects are really small, super small, arguably unobservably small, should we have hope to arrive at a theory of quantum gravity somehow? What are the different ways we can get there? You mentioned that you're not as interested in that effort because basically, yes, we cannot have ways to scientifically validate it given the tools of today.
I've actually, I've over the years really spent a lot of time learning about gravity, about attempts to quantize it, but it hasn't been that much in the past the focus of what I've been thinking about. But I mean, my feeling was always, as I think Sabina would agree, that one way you can pursue this, if you can't do experiments, is just this kind of search for consistency. It can be remarkably hard to come up with a completely consistent model of this in a way that brings together quantum mechanics and general relativity. And that's, I think, kind of been the traditional way that people who pursued quantum gravity have often pursued. Where we have the best route to finding a consistent theory of quantum gravity. And string theorists will tell you this. Other people will tell you it's kind of what people argue about. But the problem with all of that is that you end up the danger is that you end up with that everybody could be successful. Everybody's program for how to find a theory of quantum gravity, ends up with something that is consistent. And so, in some sense, you could argue this is what happened to the string theorists. They solved their problem of finding a consistent theory of quantum gravity, but they found 10 to the 500 solutions. So, if you believe that everything they would like to be true is true, well, okay, you've got a theory, but it ends up being kind of useless because it's just one of essentially infinite number of things which you have no way to experimentally distinguish. And so this is just a depressing situation. But I do think that there is so again, I think pursuing ideas about more about beauty and how can you integrate and unify these issues about gravity with other things we know about physics, and can you find a theory where these fit together in a way that makes sense and hopefully predict something that's much more promising.
Well, makes sense and hopefully, I mean, we'll sneak up onto this question a bunch of times because you kind of said a few slightly contradictory things, which is like, it's nice to have a theory that's consistent, but then if the theory is consistent, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. So like,
it's not enough.
It's not enough, and that's the problem. So it's like it keeps coming back to, okay, there should be some experimental validation. So okay, let's talk a little bit about string theory. You've been a bit of an outspoken critic of string theory. Maybe one question first to ask is, what is string theory? And beyond that, why is it wrong? Or rather, as the title of your blog says, not even wrong.
Okay. Well, one interesting thing about the current state of string theory is that I'd argue it's actually very, very difficult at this point to say what string theory means. If people say they're string theorists, what they mean and what they're doing is kind of hard. It's hard to pin down the meaning of the term. But the initial meaning, I think, goes back to there was kind of a series of developments starting in 1984 in which people felt that they had found a unified theory of a so-called standard model of all the standard, well-known kind of particle interactions and gravity, and fit together in a quantum theory. And that you could do this in a very specific way by, instead of thinking about having a quantum theory of particles moving around in space-time, think about quantum theory of kind of one-dimensional loops moving around in space-time, so-called strings. And so instead of 1 degree of freedom, these have an infinite degree of freedom. It's a much more complicated theory. But you can imagine, okay, we're going to quantize this theory of loops moving around in space-time. And what they found is that you could do this, and you could really straightforwardly make sense of only if space and time together were 10-dimensional. And so then you have this problem, again, the problem I referred to at the beginning of, okay, now once you make that move, you've got to get rid of 6 dimensions. And so the hope was that you could get rid of the 6 dimensions by making them very small, and that consistency of the theory would require that these 6 dimensions satisfy a very specific condition called the Al manifold. That we knew very, very few examples of this. So what got a lot of people very excited back in 84, 85 was the hope that you could just take this 10-dimensional string theory and find one of a limited number of possible ways of getting rid of 6 dimensions by making them small, and then you would end up with an effective 4-dimensional theory which looked like the real world. This was the hope. So then there's then a very long story about what happened to that hope over the years. I mean, I would argue in part of the book, and its title was that this ultimately was a failure, that you ended up, that this idea just didn't, there ended up being just too many ways of doing this, and you didn't know how to do this consistently. It was kind of not even wrong in the sense that you couldn't even you never could pin it down well enough to actually get a real falsifiable prediction out of it that would tell you it was wrong. But it was kind of in the realm of ideas which initially look good, but the more you look at them, they just they don't work out the way you want. They don't actually end up carrying the power or that you originally had this vision of.
And yes, the book title is not even wrong. Your excellent blog title is not even wrong. Okay, but there has nevertheless been a lot of excitement about string theory through the decades, as you mentioned. What are the different flavors of ideas that that branched out? You mentioned 10 dimensions. You mentioned loops with infinite degrees of freedom. What other interesting ideas to you that kind of emerged from this world?
Well, yeah, I mean, the problem in talking about the whole subject, and part of the reason I wrote the book, is that it gets very, very complicated. I mean, there's a huge amount, a lot of people got very interested in this, a lot of people worked on it, and in some sense, I think what happened is exactly because the idea didn't really work, that this caused people to, instead of focusing on this one idea and digging in and working on that, they just kind of kept trying new things. And so people, I think, ended up wandering around in a very, very rich space of ideas about mathematics and physics and discovering, all sorts of really interesting things. It's just, the problem is there tended to be an inverse relationship between how interesting and beautiful and fruitful this new idea that they were trying to pursue was and how much it looked like the real world. So there's a lot of beautiful mathematics came out of it. I think one of the most spectacular is what the physicists call two-dimensional conformal field theory. And so these are basically quantum field theories that kind of think of it as one space and one time dimension, which have just this huge amount of symmetry and a huge amount of structure, which just some totally fantastic mathematics behind it. And again, and some of that mathematics is exactly also what appears in the language program. So a lot of the first interaction between math and physics around the language program has been around these two-dimensional conformal field theories.
Is there something you could say about what the major problems are with string theory? So, besides that there's no experimental validation, you've written that a big hole in string theory has been its perturbative definition.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's one. Can you explain what that means?
Well, maybe to begin with, I think that the simplest thing to say is, the initial idea really was that, okay, we have this, instead of, what's great is we have this thing that only works, it's very structured and has to work in a certain way for it to make sense, and but then you ended up in 10 space-time dimensions, and so to get back to physics, you had to get rid of 5 of the dimensions, 6 of the dimensions. And the bottom line, I would say, in some stories, of what people just discovered is just there's kind of no particularly nice way of doing this. There's an infinite number of ways of doing it, and you can get whatever you want depending on how you do it. So that you end up, the whole program of starting at 10 dimensions and getting to 4 just kind of collapses out of a lack of get to where you want because you can get anything. The hope around that problem has always been that the standard formulation that we have of string theory, which is you can go by the name perturbative, but it's kind of there's a standard way we know of given a classical theory of constructing a quantum theory and working with it, which is the so-called perturbation theory. That we know how to do, and that by itself just doesn't give you any hint as to what to do about the sixth dimension. So actual perturbative string theory by itself really only works in 10 dimensions. So you have to start making some kinds of assumptions about how I'm going to go beyond this formulation that we really understand of string theory and get rid of these six dimensions. So kind of the simplest one was the Claudiel postulate, but when that didn't really work out, people have tried more and more different things, and the hope has always been that the solution to this problem would be that you would find a deeper and better understanding of what string theory is that would actually go beyond this perturbative expansion, which would generalize this, and then once you had that, it would solve this problem of it would pick out what to do with the six dimensions.
How difficult is this problem? So, if I could restate the problem, it seems like there's a very consistent physical world operating in four dimensions. And how do you map a consistent physical world in 10 dimensions to a consistent physical world in four dimensions? And how difficult is this problem? Is that something you can even answer? Just in terms of physics intuition, in terms of mathematics, mapping from 10 dimensions to four dimensions?
Well, basically, you have to get rid of the sixth dimension. So there's kind of two ways of doing it. One is what we call compactification. You say that there really are 10 dimensions, but for whatever reason, six of them are really, they're so small we can't see them. So you basically start out with 10 dimensions, and what we call, make six of them not go out to infinity, but just kind of a finite extent, and then make that size go down so small it's unobservable.
That's a math trick. So can you also help me build an intuition about how rich and interesting the world in those six dimensions is? So compactification seems to imply
well,
it's not very interesting.
Well, no, but the problem is that what you learn if you start doing that mathematics and looking at geometry and topology and more dimensions is that, asking the question like, what are all possible six-dimensional spaces? It's kind of an unanswerable question. It's just, it's even kind of technically undecidable in some way. There are too many things you can do with all these. If you start trying to make one-dimensional spaces, it's like, well, you got a line, you can make a circle, you can make graphs. You can kind of see what you can do. But as you go to higher and higher dimensions, there's just so many ways you can put things together and get something of that dimensionality. So unless you have some very, very strong principle, we're just going to pick out some very specific ones of these six-dimensional spaces. There are just too many of them. You can get anything you want. But
so if you have 10 dimensions, the kind of things that happen, or say that's actually the fabric of our reality is 10 dimensions. There's a limited set of behaviors of objects, I don't know even know what the right terminology to use, that can occur within those dimensions, like in reality. So, what I'm getting at is is there some consistent constraints? So, if you have some constraints that map to reality, then you can start saying dimension number 7 is kind of boring. All the excitement happens in the spatial dimensions 1, 2, 3, and time is also kind of boring. And some are more exciting than others. Or we can use our metric of beauty. Some dimensions are more beautiful than others. Once you have an actual understanding of what actually happens in those dimensions in our physical world, as opposed to sort of all the possible things that could happen.
In some sense, just the basic fact is you need to get rid of them. We don't see them. So you need to somehow explain them. The main thing you're trying to do is to explain why we're not seeing them. And so you have to come up with some theory of these extra dimensions and how they're going to behave. String theory gives you some ideas about how to do that, but the bottom line is where you're trying to go with this whole theory you're creating is to just make all of its effects essentially unobservable. So it's not a really it's an inherently kind of dubious and worrisome thing that you're trying to do there. Why are you adding in all this stuff and then trying to explain why we don't see it?
This may be a dumb question, but is this an obvious thing to state that those 6 dimensions are unobservable, or anything beyond 4 dimensions is unobservable? Or do you leave a little door open to saying the current tools of physics, and obviously our brains are unable to observe them, but we may need to come up with methodologies for observing it. So as opposed to collapsing your mathematical theory into 4 dimensions, or leaving it open a little bit to maybe we need to come up with tools that actually allow us to directly measure those dimensions.
Yeah, so you can certainly ask, assume that we've got look at models with 4 dimensions and ask, what would the observable effects, how would we know this? And you go out and do experiments. So for instance, you have like gravitationally, you have an inverse square law of forces. Okay, if you had 4 dimensions, that inverse square law would change something else. So you can go and start measuring the inverse square law and say, okay, the inverse square law is working, but maybe if I get there turns out to be actually kind of very, very hard to measure gravitational effects at even kind of somewhat macroscopic distances because they're so small. So you can start looking at the inverse square law and start trying to measure it at shorter and shorter distances and see if there were extra dimensions at those distance scales, you would start to see the inverse square law fail. And some people look for that. Again, you don't see it, but you can. And there's all sorts of experiments of this kind. You can imagine which test for effects of extra dimensions at different distance scales, but none of them. They all just don't work.
Nothing yet.
Yeah, but you could say, but it's just much smaller.
Which, by the way, makes LIGO and the detection of gravitational waves quite an incredible project. Ed Witten is often brought up as one of the most brilliant mathematicians and physicists ever. What do you make of him and his work on string theory?
Well, I think he's a truly remarkable figure. I had the pleasure of meeting him first when he was a postdoc, and he's completely amazing mathematician and physicist, and he's quite a bit smarter than just about any of the rest of us, and also more hardworking. And it's a kind of frightening combination to see how much he's been able to do. And I would actually argue that his greatest work, the things that he's done that have been of just this mind-blowing significance of giving us, he's completely revolutionized some areas of mathematics. He's totally revolutionized the way we understand the relations between mathematics and physics. And most of those, his greatest work is stuff that has little or nothing to do with string theory. For instance, he was actually one of Field's. The very strange thing about him, in some sense, is that he doesn't have a Nobel Prize. So there's a very large number of people who are nowhere near as smart as he is, or don't work anywhere near as hard, who have Nobel Prizes. I think he just had the misfortune of coming into the field at a time when things had gotten much tougher, and nobody really had, no matter how smart you were, it was very hard to come up with a new idea that was going to work physically and get you a Nobel Prize. But he got a Fields Medal for a certain work he did in mathematics, and that's just completely unheard of. For mathematicians to give a Fields Medal to someone outside their field, and physics is really, you wouldn't know before he came around. I don't think anybody would have thought that was even conceivable.
So you think he came into the field of theoretical physics at a time when, and still today, is you can't get a Nobel Prize for purely theoretical work.
The specific problem of trying to do better than the standard model is just this insanely successful thing, and it kind of came together in 1973, pretty much. And and all of the people who kind of were involved in that coming together, many of them ended up with Nobel Prizes for that. But if you look post 1973, pretty much it's a little bit more. There's some edge cases, if you like, but if you look post 1973 at what people have done to try to do better than the standard model, to get a better unified theory, it really hasn't. It's been too hard to prove. It hasn't worked. The theory's too good. So it's not that other people went out there and did it, and not him, and that they got Nobel Prizes for doing it. It's just like no one really. The kind of thing he's been trying to do with string theory is no one has been able to do since 1973.
Is there something you can say about the standard models with the four laws of physics that seems to work very well, and yet people are striving to do more? Talking about unification, so on. Why? What's wrong? What's broken about the standard model? Why does it need to be improved?
I mean, the thing that gets most attention is gravity that we have trouble. So you want to in some sense integrate what we know about the gravitational force with it, and have a unified quantum field theory that has gravitational interactions also. So that's the big problem everybody talks about. But it's also true that if you look at the standard model, it has these very, very deep, beautiful ideas, but there's certain aspects of it that are very that are, let's just say that they're not beautiful. They're not. You have to make the thing work. You have to throw in lots and lots of extra parameters at various points, and a lot of this has to do with the so-called Higgs mechanism, the Higgs field. That if you look at the theory, everything is. If you forget about the Higgs field and what it needs to do, the rest of the theory is very, very constrained and has very, very few free parameters. Really, very small number. There's a very small number of parameters, and few integers tell you what the theory is. To make this work as a theory of the real world, you need a Higgs field, and it needs to do something. And once you introduce that Higgs field, all sorts of parameters make an appearance. So now we got 20 or 30 or whatever parameters that are going to tell you what all the masses of things are and what's going to happen. So you've gone from a very tightly constrained thing with a couple of parameters to this thing which the minute you put it in, you had to add all these extra parameters to make things work. And so that, it may be one argument as well, that's just the way the world is. And the fact that you don't find that aesthetically pleasing is just your problem. Maybe we live in a multiverse and those numbers are just different in every universe. But another reasonable conjecture is just that, well, this is just telling us that there's something we don't understand about what's going on in a deeper way, which would explain those numbers. There's some kind of deeper idea about where the Higgs field comes from and what's going on, which we haven't figured out yet, and that's what we should look for.
But to stick on string theory a little bit longer, could you play devil's advocate and try to argue for string theory, why it is something that deserves the effort that it got, and still, like if you think of it as a flame, still should be a little flame that keeps burning?
Well, I think the most positive argument for it is all the all sorts of new ideas about mathematics and about parts of physics really emerged from it. So it was a very fruitful source of ideas. And I think this is actually one argument you'll definitely kind of agree with. You'll hear from Witten and from other string theorists that this is just such a fruitful and inspiring idea, and it's led to so many other different things coming out of it that there must be something right about this. And that's okay. Anyway, I think that's probably the strongest thing that they've got.
But you don't think there's aspects to it that could be neighboring to a theory that does unify everything, to a theory of everything? Like it may not be exactly the theory, but sticking on it longer might get us closer to the theory of everything.
Well, the problem with it now is that you really don't know what it is now. Nobody has ever kind of come up with this non-perturbative theory. So it's it's become more and more frustrating and an odd activity to try to argue with string theorists about string theory because it's become less and less well defined what it is, and it's become actually more and more kind of a whether you have this weird phenomenon of people calling themselves string theorists when they've never actually worked on any theory where there are any strings anywhere. So what has actually happened kind of sociologically is that you started out with this fairly well-defined proposal, and then I would argue because that didn't work, people then branched out in all sorts of directions, doing all sorts of things that became farther and farther removed from that. And for sociological reasons, the ones who kind of started out or now or were trained by the people who worked on that have now become this string theorists, but it's becoming almost more kind of a tribal denominator than a thing. So it's very hard to know what you're arguing about when you're arguing about string theory these days.
Well, to push back on that a little bit, I mean, string theory is just a term, right? It doesn't, like, you could, like, this is the way language evolves. It could start to represent something more than just the theory that involves strings. It could represent the effort to unify the laws of physics, right?
Yeah.
At high dimensions with these super tiny objects, right, or something like that. I mean, we can sort of put string theory aside. So, for example, neural networks and basic machine learning, there was a time when they were extremely popular. They became much less popular to the point where if you mention neural networks, you're getting no funding, and you're not going to be respected at conferences. And then once again, neural networks became all the rage about 10, 15 years ago. And it goes up and down, and a lot of people would argue that using terminology like machine learning and deep learning is often misused, overgeneral. Everything that works is deep learning, everything that doesn't isn't.
Yeah.
Something like that. That's just the way. Again, we're back to sociological things. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is, if we leave the sociological mess aside, do we throw out the baby with the bathwater? Is there some, besides the side effects of nice ideas from the Edwards of the world, is there some core truths there that we should stick by in the full beautiful mess of a space that we call string theory, that people call string theory?
You're right. It is kind of a common problem that how what you call some field changes and evolves in interesting ways as the field changes. But I mean, I guess what I would argue is that the initial understanding of string theory that was quite specific. We're talking about a specific idea: 10-dimensional superstrings compactified as 6 dimensions. That, to my mind, the really bad thing that's happened to the subject is that it's hard to get people to admit, at least publicly, that was a failure, that this really didn't work. And so, de facto, what people do is people stop doing that and they start doing more interesting things. But they keep talking to the public about string theory and referring back to that idea and using that as kind of the starting point and as kind of the place where the whole tribe starts, everything comes from. So the problem with this is that having as your initial name and what everything points back to something which really didn't work out, it kind of makes everything. You created this potentially very, very interesting field with interesting things happening, but people in graduate school take courses on string theory and everything, and this is what you tell the public, in which you're continually pointing back to this idea which never worked out as your guiding inspiration, and it really kind of deforms your whole way of your hopes of making progress, and that's, to me, I think, the kind of worst thing that's happened in this field.
So there's a lack of transparency and sort of authenticity about communicating the things that failed in the past, and so you don't have a clear picture of like firm ground that you're standing on. Again, those are sociological things. There's a bunch of questions I want to ask you. So, one, what's your intuition about why the original idea failed. So what can you say about why you're pretty sure it has failed?
And the initial idea was, as I tried to explain it was quite seductive, and that you see why Witten and others got excited by it. It was, at the time it looked like there were only a few of these possible Klaviyaus that would work, and it looked like, okay, we just have to understand this very specific model and these very specific six-dimensional spaces, and we're going to get everything. And so it was a very seductive idea, but it just, as people learned more and more about it, it just didn't. They just kind of realized that there are just more and more things you can do with these six dimensions, and you can't. And this is just not going to work.
Meaning, like, it's. I mean, what's the failure mode? Is you could just have an infinite number of possibilities you could do, so you can come up with any theory you want. You can fit quantum mechanics. You can explain gravity. You can explain anything you want with it. Is that the basic failure mode?
Yes, it's a failure mode of kind of that this idea ended up being essentially empty. That it just ends up not telling you anything because it is consistent with just about anything. And so I mean, there's a if you try and talk to string theorists about this now, I mean, there's an argument. There's a long argument over this about whether no, maybe there still are constraints coming out of this idea or not, or maybe we live in a multiverse and everything is true anyway. So you can there are various ways you can kind of that string theorists have kind of react to this kind of argument that I'm making. So try to hold on to it.
What about experimental validation? Is it a fair standard to hold before a theory of everything that's trying to unify quantum mechanics and gravity?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, to be really convinced that that on some new identification really works, you need some kind of you need to look at the real world and see that this is telling you something true about it. I mean, either telling you that if you do some experiment, go out and do it, you'll get some unexpected result, and that's the kind of gold standard, or it may be just that, like all those numbers that we don't know how to explain, it will show you how to calculate them. I mean, it could be various kinds of experimental validation, but that's certainly ideally what you're looking for.
How tough is this, do you think, for a theory of everything, not just string theory? So for something that unified gravity, quantum mechanics, the very big and very small, is this, let me ask it one way, is it a physics problem, a math problem, or an engineering problem?
My guess is it's a combination of a physics and a math problem that you really need. It's not really engineering. It's not like there's some kind of well-defined thing you can write down, and we just don't have enough computer power to do the calculation. That's not the kind of problem it is at all. But the question is, what mathematical tools you need to properly formulate the problem is unclear. So one reasonable conjecture is the reason that we haven't had any success yet is just that we're missing certain physical ideas, or we're missing certain mathematical tools, or some combination of them, which we need to kind of properly formulate the problem and see that it has a solution that looks like the real world.
Does she need, I guess you don't, but there's a sense that you need both gravity, like all the laws of physics to be operating on the same level. So it feels like you need an object like a black hole or something like that in order to make predictions about. Otherwise, you're always making predictions about disjoint phenomena. Or can you do that as long as the theory is consistent and doesn't have special cases for each of the phenomena?
Well, your theory should be, if your theory is going to include gravity, our current understanding of gravity is that you should have there should be black hole states, and then you should be able to describe black holes in this theory. And just one aspect that people concentrate a lot on is just this kind of questions about if your theory includes black holes like it's supposed to, and it includes quantum mechanics, then there's certain kind of paradoxes which come up. And that's been a huge focus of kind of quantum gravity work has been just those paradoxes.
So stepping outside of string theory, Can you just say first at a high level, what is a theory of everything? What does a theory of everything seek to accomplish?
Well, I mean, this is very much a kind of reductionist point of view in the sense that it's not a theory. This is not going to explain you, you know, anything. It doesn't really. This kind of this kind of theory of everything we're talking about doesn't say anything interesting, particularly about like macroscopic objects, about what the weather is going to be tomorrow, or things are happening at this scale. But just what we've discovered is that as you look at the universe, and kind of if you can start breaking it apart into, then you end up with some fairly simple pieces, quanta, if you like, and which are interacting in some fairly simple way. And it's got this. So what we mean by theory of everything is a theory that describes all the correct objects you need, describe what's happening in the world, and describes how they're interacting with each other at a most fundamental level. How you get from that theory to describing some macroscopic, incredibly complicated thing is that becomes more of an engineering problem. Maybe machine learning, or you need a lot of very different things to do it. But
Well, I don't even think it's just engineering; it's also science. One thing that I find kind of interesting talking to physicists is a little bit. There's a little bit of hubris. Some of the most brilliant people I know are physicists, both philosophy and just in terms of mathematics, in terms of understanding the world. But there's a kind of either a hubris or what would I call it, like a confidence that if we have a theory of everything, we will understand everything. Like this is the deep thing to understand. And I would say, and like the rest is details, right? That's the old Rothschild thing. But to me, there's like this is like a cake or something. There's layers to this thing, and each one has a theory of everything. Like at every level, from biology, like how life originates. That itself, like complex systems, like that in itself is like this gigantic thing that requires a theory of everything. And then there's what in the space of humans, psychology, like intelligence, collective intelligence, the way it emerges among species. That feels like a complex system that requires its own theory of everything. On top of that is things like in the computing space, artificial intelligence systems. That feels like it needs a theory of everything. And it's almost like once we come up with a theory of everything that explains the basic laws of physics that give us the universe, even stuff that's super complex, like how the universe might be able to originate, even explaining something that you're not a big fan of, like multiverses, stuff that we don't have any evidence of yet, but still we won't be able to have a strong explanation of why food tastes delicious.
Oh yeah, no. Anyway, I agree completely. I mean, there is something kind of completely wrong with this terminology of theory of everything. It's not. It's really, in some sense, a very bad term, very hubristic and bad terminology, because it's not. This is explaining. This is a purely kind of reductionist point of view that you're trying to understand certain very specific kind of things, which in principle, other things emerge from, but to actually understand how anything emerges from this, it can't be understood in terms of this underlying fundamental theory is going to be hopeless in terms of kind of telling you what about this various emergent behavior. And as you go to different levels of explanation, you're going to need to develop new, completely different ideas, completely different ways of thinking. And I guess there's a famous kind of Phil Anderson's slogan is that more is different. So it's just even once you understand what a couple of things. Well, if you have a collection of stuff and you understand perfectly well how each thing is interacting with it, with the others, what the whole thing is going to do is just a completely different problem. It's just not, and you need completely different ways of thinking about it.
What do you think about this? I got to ask you at a few different attempts at a theory of everything, especially recently. So I've been for many years a big fan of cellular automata of complex systems, and obviously because of that, a fan of Stephen Wolfram's work in that space. But he's recently been talking about a theory of everything through his physics project, essentially. What do you think about this kind of discrete theory of everything, from simple rules and simple objects on hypergraphs emerges all of our reality, where time, space are emergent. Basically, everything we see around us is emergent.
I have to say, unfortunately, I have kind of pretty much zero sympathy for that. I mean, I don't. I spent a little time looking at it, and I just don't see. It doesn't seem to me to get anywhere, and it really is just really doesn't agree at all with what I'm seeing. The kind of unification of math and physics that I'm kind of talking about around certain kinds of very deep ideas about geometry and stuff. If you want to believe that your things are really coming out of cellular automata at the most fundamental level, you have to believe that everything that I've seen my whole career and as beautiful, powerful ideas, that's all just kind of a mirage, which just kind of randomly is emerging from these more basic, very simple-minded things. And you have to give me some serious evidence for that, and I'm saying nothing.
So the mirage, you don't think there could be a consistency where things like quantum mechanics could emerge from much smaller, discrete, like computational type systems?
I think from the point of view of certain mathematical point of view, quantum mechanics is already mathematically as simple as it gets. It really is a story about really the fundamental objects that you work with when you write down a quantum theory are, in some one point of view, precisely the fundamental objects at the deepest levels of mathematics that you're working with. They're exactly the same. So, and cellular automata are something completely different, which don't fit into these structures. And so, I just don't see why. Anyway, I don't see it as a promising thing to do. And then just looking at it, seeing, does this go anywhere? Does this solve any problem that I didn't? Does this solve any problem of any kind? I just don't see it.
Yeah, to me, cellular automata and these hypergraphs, I'm not sure if solving the problem is even a standard to apply here at this moment. To me, the fascinating thing is that the question it asks have no good answers. So there's not good math explaining, forget the physics of it, math explaining the behavior of complex systems.
Yeah.
And that to me is both exciting and paralyzing. Like, we're at the very early days of understanding, how complicated and fascinating things emerge from simple rules.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is a truly great problem, and depending where it goes, it may be, it may start to develop some kind of connections to the things that I've kind of found more fruitful and hard to know. It's just that I think a lot of that area, I kind of strongly feel I best not say too much about it, because I don't know too much about it. And again, we're back to this original problem that your time in life is limited. You have to figure out what you're going to spend your time thinking about, and that's something I just never seen enough to convince me to spend more time thinking about.
Well, also timing. It's not just that our time is limited, but the timing of the kind of things you think about. There's some aspect to cellular automata, these kinds of objects that like are very many years away from having big breakthroughs on. And so it's like you have to pick the problems that are solvable today. In fact, my intuition, again, not perhaps biased, is it feels like the kind of complex systems that cellular automata are, would not be solved by human brains.
Yeah.
It feels like something post-human will solve, or like significantly enhanced humans, meaning like using computational tools, very powerful computational tools, to crack these problems open. That's if our approach to science, our ability to understand science, our ability to understand physics will become more and more computational, or there'll be a whole field that's computational in nature, which currently is not the case. Currently, computation is the thing that sort of assists us in understanding science the way we've been doing it all along. But if there's a whole new, new kind of science, right? It's a little bit dramatic. But this if computers could do science on their own, computational systems, perhaps that's the way they would do the science. They would try to understand the cellular automata, and that feels like we're decades away. So perhaps we'll crack open some interesting facets of this physics problem, but it's very far away. So timing is everything. That's perfectly possible. Well, let me ask you then, in the space of geometry, I don't know how well you know Eric Weinstein.
Quite well.
What are your thoughts about his geometric unity and the space of ideas that he's playing with on in his proposal for theory of everything?
Well, I think that he fundamentally has, I think, the same problems that everybody has had trying to do this, and they're really versions of the same problem that you try to get unity by putting everything into some bigger structure. So he's has some other ones that are not so conventional that he's trying to work with, but he has the same problem that even if he can get a lot farther in terms of having a really well defined, well understood, clear picture of these things he's working with, they're really kind of large geometrical structures, many dimensions, many kinds, and I just don't see any way he's going to have the same problem the string theorists have. How do you get back down to the structures of the standard model, and how do you so I just anyway it's the same. And there's another interesting example of a similar kind of thing is Garrett Leesy's theory of everything. Again, he's there. It's a little bit more specific than Eric's working with this E8, but again, I think all these things founder at the same point, that you create this unity, but then you don't actually have a good idea how you're going to get back to the actual to the objects we've seen. How are you create these big symmetries? How are you going to break them? And because we don't see those symmetries in the real world, and
so ultimately there would need to be a simple process for collapsing it to 4 dimensions.
You have to explain, well, yeah, I forget in his case, but it's not just 4 dimensions. It's also these structures you see in the standard model. There's certain very small dimensional groups of symmetries, called U1, SU2, and SU3. And the problem with, and this has been a problem since the beginning, almost immediately after 1973, about a year later, 2 years later, people started talking about grand unified theories. So you take the U1, the SU2, the SU3.
You want to play a game?
You put them together into this bigger structure called the SU5 or SO10. But then you're stuck with this problem that, wait a minute, why does the world not look, why do I not see these SU5 symmetries in the world? I only see these. And so, and I think, those, the kind of thing that Eric, and also Garrett, and lots of people are trying to do, they all kind of founder in that same way, that they don't have a good answer to that.
Are there lessons, ideas to be learned from theories like that, from Gary Leesy's, from Eric's?
I don't know. It depends. I have to confess, I haven't looked that closely at Eric's, and he explained this to me personally a few times. I've looked a bit at his paper, but it's again, we're back to the problem of a limited amount of time in life.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting effect, right? Why don't more physicists look at it? I mean, I'm in this position that somehow, I've people write me emails for whatever reason, and I've worked in the space of AI, so there's a lot of people. Perhaps AI is even more accessible than physics in a certain sense. So a lot of people write to me with different theories about what they have for how to create general intelligence. And it's, again, a little bit of an excuse I say to myself, like, well, I only have a limited amount of time, so That's why I'm not investigating it. But I wonder if there's ideas out there that are still powerful, they're still fascinating, and that I'm missing because I'm dismissing them because they're outside of the sort of the usual process of academic research.
Yeah, well, I mean, and the same thing pretty much every day in my email. Somebody's got a theory or everything about why all of what physicists are doing. Perhaps the most disturbing thing I should say about my being a critic of string theory is that when you realize who your fans are. That they, every day I hear from somebody who says, "Oh, well, since you don't like string theory, you must of course agree with me that this is the right way to think about it, right?" Oh no, oh no. And most of these are you quickly can see this person doesn't know very much and doesn't know what they're doing. Yeah, but there's a whole continuum to people who are quite serious physicists and mathematicians who are making a fairly serious attempt to try to do something like Eric and Eric, and then your problem is you do some once try to spend more time looking at it, trying to figure out what they're really doing, but then at some point you just realize, wait a minute, for me to really understand exactly what's going on here would just take time I just don't have.
Yeah, it takes a long time. Which is the nice thing about AI is unlike the kind of physics we're talking about, if your idea is good, that should quite naturally lead to you being able to build a system that's intelligent. So you don't need to get approval from somebody that's saying you have a good idea here. You can just utilize that idea and engineer a system. Like naturally leads to engineering. With physics here, if you have a perfect theory that explains everything, that still doesn't obviously lead one to scientific experiments that can validate that theory, and two to trinkets you can build and sell
Right.
at a store for $5.
You can't make money off of it.
So that makes it much more challenging. Well, let me also ask you about something that you found, especially recently, appealing, which is Roger Penrose's twister theory. What is it? What kind of questions might it allow us to answer? What will the answers look like?
It's only in the last couple of years that I really kind of come to really, I think, to appreciate it and to see how to really, I believe, to see how to really do something with it. And I've gotten very excited about that the last year or two. In one way of saying one idea of twister theory is that it's a different way of thinking about what space and time are and about what points in space and time are, but which is very interesting that it only really works in 4 dimensions. So 4 dimensions behaves very specially, unlike other dimensions. And in 4 dimensions, there is a way of thinking about space and time geometry where, as well as just thinking about points in space and time, you can also think about different objects. It's called twisters. And then when you do that, you end up with a kind of a really interesting insight that that you can formulate a theory. You can formulate take a standard theory that we formulate in terms of points of space and time, and you can reformulate it in this twister language. And in this twister language, it's the fundamental objects are more kind of are actually the spheres in some sense, kind of like cone. So maybe one way to say it, which actually I think is really is quite amazing, is if you ask yourself, what do we know about the world? We have this idea that the world out there is all these different points. Well, that's kind of a derived quantity. What we really know about the world is when we open our eyes, what do you see? You see a sphere, and that what you're looking at is a sphere is where the light ray is coming into your eyes. And what Penrose says is that, well, what a point in space-time is that sphere of all the light rays coming in. And he says, and you should formulate your, instead of thinking about points, you should think about the space of those spheres, if you like, and formulate the degrees of freedom of physics as living on those spheres, so you're kind of living on, your degrees of freedom are living on light rays, not on points. And it's a very different way of thinking about physics. And he and others working with him developed a beautiful mathematical formulas and a way to go back and forth between our kind of some aspects of our standard way we write these things down and work in the so-called twistor space. And they certain things worked out very well, but they ended up, I think, kind of stuck by the 80s or 90s that they weren't. And a little bit like string theory, that they by using these ideas about twistors, they could develop them in different directions and find all sorts of other interesting things. But they weren't finding any way of doing that brought them back to kind of new insights into physics. And what's kind of gotten me excited really is what I think I have an idea about that I think does actually work that goes more in that direction. And I can go on about that endlessly or tell you a little bit about it. But that's I think that's the one kind of easy to explain insight about twistor theory. There's some more technical ones. I think it's also very convincing what it tells you about spinners, for instance. But that's some more technical.
Well, first let's linger on the spheres and the light goes. You're saying twistor theory allows you to make that the fundamental object in which you're operating.
Yeah.
First of all, like philosophically, that's weird and beautiful. Maybe because it feels like it moves us so much closer to the way human brains perceive reality. So it's almost like our perception is like the content of our perception is the fundamental object of reality. That's very appealing.
Yeah.
Is it mathematically powerful? Is there something you can say? Can you say a little bit more about what the heck that even means? Because it's much easier to think about mathematically like a point in space-time. Like, what does it mean to be operating on the light cone?
It uses a kind of mathematics that's relative, what was kind of goes back to the 19th century of mathematicians. It's not anyway. It's a bit of a long story, but the one problem is that you have to start. It's crucial that you think in terms of complex numbers and not just real numbers. And this, for most people, that makes it harder to. For mathematicians, that's fine. We love doing that, but for most people, that makes it harder to think about. But I think perhaps the way that there is something you can say very specifically about it, in terms of spinner, which I don't know if you want to. I think at some point you wanted to. So maybe
what are spinners?
Let's start with spinners. I think that if we can introduce that, then I can.
By the way, twister is spelled with an O, and spinner is spelled with an O as well.
Yes. Okay. So,
in case you want to Google it and look it up, there's very nice Wikipedia pages as a starting point. I don't know what is a good starting point for twister theory.
Well, what can I say about Penrose? Penrose is actually a very good writer and also a very good draftsman. He's a draftsman. To the extent this is visualizable, he actually has done some very nice drawings. So, in almost any kind of expository thing you can find him writing is a good place to start. He's a remarkable person. But so the spinners are something that independently came out of mathematics and out of physics. And to say where they came out of physics, what people realized when they started looking at elementary particles like electrons or whatever, that there seemed to be some kind of doubling of the degrees of freedom going on. If you counted what was there in some sense in the way you would expect it, when you started doing quantum mechanics and started looking at elementary particles, there seemed to be 2 degrees of freedom. They're not 1. And one way of seeing it was that if you put your electron in a strong magnetic field and ask what was the energy of it, instead of it having 1 energy, you would have 2 energies, 2 energy levels. And as you increase magnetic field, the splitting would increase. So physicists kind of realized that, wait a minute, so we thought when we were first started doing quantum mechanics that the way to describe particles was in terms of wave functions, and the wave functions were complex values. Well, if we actually look at particles, that's not right. They're pairs of complex numbers. So why? So one of the kind of fundamental, from the physics point of view, the fundamental question is, why are all our kind of particles described by pairs of complex numbers? It's weird. And then, but if you go, and then you can ask, well, what happens if you take an electron and rotate it? So how how do things move in this pair of complex numbers. Well, now if you go back to mathematics, what had been understood in mathematics some years earlier, not that many years earlier, was that if you ask very, very generally, think about geometry of 3 dimensions, and if you think about things that are happening in 3 dimensions in the standard way, the standard way of doing geometry, everything is about vectors. Right? So if you've taken any mathematics classes, you probably see vectors at some point. There's triplets of numbers tell you what a direction is or how far you're going in 3-dimensional space. And everything we teach in most standard courses in mathematics is about vectors and things you build out of vectors. So you express everything about geometry in terms of vectors or how they're changing or how you put 2 of them together and get planes. But what I've been realized is that if you ask very, very generally, what are the things that you can kind of consistently think about rotating, and you ask a technical question, what are the representations of the rotation group? Well, you find that one answer is they're vectors and everything you build out of vectors. But then people thought, well, wait a minute, there's also the other things which you can't build out of vectors, but which you can consistently rotate, and they're described by pairs of complex numbers, by 2 complex numbers. They're the spinners also, and you can think of spinners in some sense as more fundamental than vectors, because you can build vectors out of spinners. You can take 2 spinners and make a vector, but you can't. If you only have vectors, you can't get spin. So there, in some sense, there's some kind of lower level of geometry beyond what we thought it was, which was kind of spinner geometry. And this is something which, even to this day, when we teach the courses in geometry, we mostly don't talk about this because it's a bit hard to do correctly. If you start with your whole setup is in terms of vectors, describing things in terms of spinners is a whole different ball game. But anyway, it was just this amazing fact that this kind of more fundamental piece of geometry, spinners, and what we were actually seeing when you look at an electron are one and the same. So I think it's kind of a mind-blowing thing, but it's very counterintuitive.
What are some weird properties that are counterintuitive?
That there are some things that they do. For instance, if you rotate a spinner around 360 degrees, it doesn't come back to where it becomes minus what it was. So so the way rotations work, there's a kind of a funny sign you have to keep track of in some sense. So they're kind of 2 valued in another weird way. But the fundamental problem is that it's just not. If you're used to visualizing vectors, there's nothing you can do visualizing in terms of vectors that will ever give you a spinner. It just is not going to ever work.
As you were saying that, I was visualizing a vector walking along a Mobius strip.
Yeah.
And it ends up being upside down. But you're saying that doesn't really capture it.
So I mean, what really captures it? The problem is that it's really the simplest way to describe it is in terms of 2 complex numbers. And your problem with 2 complex numbers is that's 4 real numbers. So your spinner kind of lies in a 4-dimensional space. So that makes it hard to visualize, and it's crucial that it's not just 4 dimensions. It's just that it's actually complex numbers. You're really going to use the fact that these are the complex numbers. So it's very hard to visualize. But to get back to what I think is mind-blowing about twisters is that another way of saying this idea about talking about spheres, another way of saying the fundamental idea of twister theory is, in some sense, the fundamental idea of twister theory is that a point is a two complex dimensional space, so that it lives inside the space that it lies inside is twister space. So in the simplest case, twister space is 4-dimensional, and a point in space-time is a 2 complex dimensional subspace of all the 4 complex dimensions. And as you move around in space-time, your planes are just moving around. Okay, but then
it's a plane in a 4-dimensional space.
It's a plane, complex plane. So it's 2 complex dimensions in 4 complex.
Okay.
But then, to me, the mind-blowing thing about this is this then logically answers the question: is what is a spinor? Well, a spinor is a point. I mean, the space of spinners at a point is the point. In twistor theory, the points are the complex two planes, and you want me to, and you're asking what a spinor is. Well, a spinor, the space of spinners is that two plane. So it's just your whole definition of what a point in space-time was just told you what a spinor was. It's the same thing.
Yeah, well, we're trying to project that into a three-dimensional space and trying to intuit, but
So the intuition becomes very difficult. But from if you don't not using twistor theory, you have to kind of go through a certain fairly complicated rigmarole to even describe spinners, describe electrons. Whereas using twistor theory, it's just completely tautological. They're just what you want to describe the electron is fundamentally the way that you're describing the point in space. It's just there.
Do you have a hope? You mentioned that you've been you found it appealing recently. Is it just because of certain aspects of its mathematical beauty, or do you actually have a hope that this might lead to a theory of everything?
Yeah, I certainly do have such a hope. Because what I've found, I think the thing which I've done, which I don't think, as far as I can tell, no one had really looked at from this point of view before, has to do with this question of how do you treat time in your quantum theory. And so there's another long story about how we do quantum theories, about how we treat time in quantum theories, which it is a long story. But to me, the short version of it is that what people have found when you try and write down a quantum theory, that it's often a good idea to take your time coordinate, whatever you're using your time coordinate, and multiply it by the square root of -1 to make it purely imaginary. And so all these formulas which you have in your standard theory, if you do that to those, those formulas have some very strange behavior, and they're kind of singular. If you ask even some simple questions, you have to take very delicate singular limits in order to get the correct answer, and you have to take them from the right direction, otherwise it doesn't work. Whereas if you just take time, and if you just put a factor of square root of -1 wherever you see the time coordinate, you end up with much simpler formulas which are much better behaved mathematically. And what I hadn't really appreciated until fairly recently is also how dramatically that changes the whole structure of the theory. You end up with a consistent way of talking about these quantum theories, but it has a very different flavor and very different aspects that I hadn't really appreciated. And in particular, the way symmetries act on it is not at all what I originally had expected. And so that's the new thing that I think gives you something, is to do this move, which people often think of as just kind of a mathematical trick that you're doing to make some formulas work out nicely, but to take that mathematical trick as really fundamental. And turns out a twistor theory allows you to simultaneously talk about your usual time and the time times the square root of -1. They both fit very nicely into twistor theory, and you end up with some structures which look a lot like the standard model.
Well, let me ask you about some Nobel Prizes.
Okay.
Do you think there will be? There was a bet between Michio Kaku and somebody else about
John Horgan.
About. By the way, maybe discover a cool website, longbets.com or .org.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's cool that you can make a bet with people and then check in 20 years later. That's I really love it. There's a lot of interesting bets on there.
Yeah.
I would love to participate. But it's interesting to see. Time flies. And you make a bet about what's going to happen in 20 years. You don't realize 20 years just goes like this.
Yeah.
And then you get to face and you get to wonder, like, what was that person? What was I thinking? That person 20 years ago is almost like a different person. What was I thinking back then to think that? Is interesting. But so let me ask on record, 20 years from now or some number of years from now, do you think there'll be a Nobel Prize given for something directly connected to a first broadly theory of everything, and second, of course, one of the possibilities, one of them, string theory.
String theory is definitely not that things have gone. Yeah.
So if you were giving financial advice, you would say not to bet on.
No, do not. And even I actually suspect if you ask string theorists that question, these days you're going to get few of them saying. I mean, if you'd asked them that question 20 years ago, again when Kaku was making his bed, whatever, I think some of them would have taken you up on it. But and certainly back in 1984, a bunch of them would have said, "Oh, sure, yeah." But now, like, I get the impression that they realize that things are not looking good for that particular idea. Again, it depends what you mean by string theory. Whether maybe the term will evolve to mean something else, which will work out. But I don't think that's not going to likely to work out. Whether something else. I mean, I still think it's relatively unlikely that he'll have any really successful theory. And the main problem is just it's become so difficult to do experiments at higher energy that we've really lost this ability to kind of get unexpected input from experiment. And you can, while it's maybe hard to figure out what people's thinking is going to be 20 years from now, looking at high energy colliders and their technology, it's actually pretty easy to make a pretty accurate guess what it's going to look like, except what you're going to be doing 20 years from now. And I think actually, I would actually claim that it's pretty clear where you're going to be 20 years from now, and what it's going to be is you're going to have the LHC. You're going to have a lot more data, an order of magnitude or more data from the LHC, but at the same energy. You're not gonna see a higher energy accelerator operating successfully in the next 20 years.
And maybe machine learning or great sort of data science methodologies that process that data will not reveal any major shifts in our understanding of the underlying physics. You think?
I don't think so. I mean, I think that field. My understanding is they're starting to make a great use of those techniques, but it seems to look like it will help them solve certain chemical problems and be able to do things somewhat better, but not completely change the way they're looking at things.
What do you think about the potential quantum computers simulating quantum mechanical systems and through that sneak up to sort of through simulation, sneak up to a deep understanding of the fundamental physics?
The problem there is that's promising more for this for Phil Anderson's problem. If you want to, there's lots and lots of you start putting together lots and lots of things, and we think we know pair interactions, but what this thing is going to do, we don't have any good calculational techniques. Quantum computers may very well give you those, and so they may. What we think of as kind of strong coupling behavior, we have no good way to calculate. Even though we can write down the theory, we don't know how to calculate anything with any accuracy in it. The quantum computers may solve that problem, but the problem is that I don't think that they're going to solve the problem that they help you with the problem of not having of knowing what the right underlying theory is.
As somebody who likes experimental validation, let me ask you the perhaps ridiculous sounding, but I don't think it's actually a ridiculous question of, do you think we live in a simulation? Do you find that thought experiment at all useful or interesting?
Not really. Not really. I don't. It just doesn't. And anyway, to me, it doesn't actually lead to any kind of lead anywhere interesting.
Yeah, to me, so maybe I'll throw a wrench into your thing. To me, it's super interesting from an engineering perspective. So if you look at virtual reality systems, the actual question is, how much computation and how difficult is it to construct a world that, there are several levels here. One is you won't know the difference. Our human perception systems, and maybe even the tools of physics, won't know the difference between the simulated world and the real world. That's sort of more of a physics question. The most interesting question to me has more to do with what food tastes delicious, which is how and computation is required to construct a simulation where you kind of know it's a simulation at first, but you want to stay there anyway. Over time, you don't even remember.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Anyway, I agree. These are kind of fascinating questions, and they may be very, very relevant to our future as a species. But yeah, they're just very far from anything.
But so, from a physics perspective, it's not useful to you to think, taking a computational perspective to our universe, thinking of it as an information processing system, and then think of it as doing computation, and then you think about the resources required to do that kind of computation, all that kind of stuff. You could just look at the basic physics and who cares what the computer it's running on is.
Yeah, it just, I mean, the kinds of, I mean, I'm willing to agree that you can get into interesting kinds of questions going down that road, but they're just so different from anything from what I found interesting that I just have to kind of go back to life is too short. And I'm very glad other people are thinking about this, but yeah, I just don't see anything I can do with it.
What about space itself? So I have to ask you about aliens. Again, something, since you emphasize evidence, do you think there are, and how many intelligent alien civilizations are out there?
I have no idea. But certainly, as far as I know, unless the government's covering it up or something, we haven't heard from. We don't have any evidence for such things yet. But there seems to be there's no particular instruction why there shouldn't be. So,
I mean, do you work on some fundamental questions about the physics of reality? When you look up to the stars, do you think about whether somebody's looking back at us?
you know, actually, I originally got interested in physics. I actually started out as a kid interested in astronomy, exactly that, telescope and whatever that, and certainly read a lot of science fiction and thought about that. I find over the years, I find myself kind of anyway, get less and less interested in that, just because I don't really know what to do with them. I'm also just kind of at some point kind of stopped reading science fiction that much, kind of feeling that there's just too. But the actual science I was kind of learning about was perfectly kind of weird and fascinating and unusual enough that better than any of the stuff in Isaac Asimov. So why shouldn't I?
Yeah, and you can mess with the science much more than the distant science fiction.
Yeah,
the one that exists in our imagination, or the one that exists out there among the stars. Well, you mentioned science fiction. You've written quite a few book reviews. I gotta ask you about some books, perhaps, if you don't mind. Is there one or two books that you would recommend to others, and maybe, if you can, what ideas you drew from them? Either negative recommendations or positive.
well,
Do not read this book for sure.
well, I must say, I mean, unfortunately, yeah, when you go to my website and there's you can click on book reviews and you can see I've read a lot of. I mean, as you can tell from my views about string theory, I'm not a fan of a lot of the kind of popular books about isn't string theory great, and that yes, I'm not a fan of a lot of things of that kind.
Can I ask you a quick question? I guess a small tangent. Are you a fan? Okay, can you explore the pros and cons of, forget string theory, sort of science communication, sort of Cosmos style communication of concepts to people that are outside of physics, outside of mathematics, outside of even the sciences, and helping people to sort of dream and fill them with awe about the full range of mysteries in our universe?
It's a complicated issue. I think, I certainly go back to like what inspired me, and maybe to connect it a little bit to the question about books. I mean, certainly some books that I remember reading when I was a kid were about the early history of quantum mechanics, like Heisenberg's books that he wrote about, kind of looking back and telling the story of what happened when he developed quantum mechanics. It's just kind of a totally fascinating, romantic, great story, and those were very inspirational to me. And I would think maybe that other people might also find them. But
and that's almost like the human story of the development of the ideas.
yeah, the human story, but just also how they these very, very weird ideas that didn't seem to make sense. How they were struggling with them, and how they actually. Anyway, I think it's the period of physics kind of beginning from 1905, Planck and Einstein, and ending up with the war when these things are get used to, make massively destructive weapons. It's just literally amazing.
So many new ideas. Let me, on another tangent on top of a tangent, on top of a tangent, ask, if we didn't have Einstein, so how does science progress? Is it the lone geniuses? Or is it some kind of weird network of ideas swimming in the air and just kind of the geniuses pop up to catch them and others would anyway? Without Einstein, we would have special relativity, general relativity.
I mean, it's an interesting case-to-case basis. I mean, special relativity, I think we would have had. I mean, there are other people. You can even argue that it was already there in some forms, but I think special relativity you would have had without Einstein fairly quickly. General relativity, that was a much harder thing to do and required a much more effort, much more significant. I think you would have had sooner or later, but it would have taken quite a bit longer.
Other thing that took a bunch of years to validate scientifically, general relativity.
But even for Einstein, from the point where he had kind of a general idea of what he was trying to do to the point where he actually had a well-defined theory that you could actually compare to the real world, that was, I forget the number, of the order of magnitude 10 years of very serious work. And if he hadn't been around to do that, it would have taken a while before anyone else got around to it. On the other hand, there are things like with quantum mechanics, you have Heisenberg and Schrodinger came up with two, which ultimately equivalent, but two different approaches to it, within months of each other. And, so if Heisenberg had been there, he already would have had Schrodinger or whatever. And if neither of them had been there, it would have been somebody else a few months later. So there are times when often it's the combination of the right ideas are in place and the right experimental data is in place to point in the right direction, and it's just waiting for somebody's going to find it. Maybe to go back to your aliens, I guess the one thing I often look about aliens is, would they have the same fundamental physics ideas as we have in mathematics? Would their math, would they, how much is this really intrinsic to our minds? If you start out with a different kind of mind, when you end up with a different ideas of what fundamental physics is or what the structure of mathematics is.
So this is why, if I was, I like video games. I would do it as a curious being. So first experiment I'd like to do is run Earth over many thousands of times and see if our particular, no, you know what? I wouldn't do the full evolution. I would start at Homo sapiens first and then see the evolution of Homo sapiens millions of times and see how the ideas of science would evolve. Like, would you get, how would physics evolve? How would math evolve? I would particularly just be curious about the notation they come up with. Every once in a while, I'll throw miracles at them to mess with them and stuff. And then I would also like to run Earth from the very beginning to see if evolution will produce different kinds of brains that would then produce different kinds of mathematics and physics. And then finally, I would probably millions of times run the universe over to see what kind of environments and what kind of life would be created to then lead to intelligent life, to then lead to theories of mathematics and physics, and to see the full range. And Darwin kind of mark, okay, it took them, several 100 million years to come up with calculus. I would just keep noting how long it took and get an average and see which ideas are difficult, which are not, and then conclusively sort of figure out if it's more collective intelligence or singular intelligence that's responsible for shifts and for big phase shifts and breakthroughs in science. If I was playing a video game and got a chance to run this whole thing. But no, we're talking about books before I distract you.
So books. So that's one thing I recommend is the books about from the original people, especially Heisenberg, about how that happened. And there's also a very, very good kind of history of the kind of what happened during this 20th century in physics, and up to the time of the Standard Model in 1973. It's called the Second Creation by Crease and Mann. That's one of the best ones. I know that's. But the one thing that I can say is that that book, I think, I forget what it was, late 80s, 90s. The problem is that there just hasn't been much that's actually worked out since then. So most of the books that are kind of trying to tell you about all the glorious things that have happened since 1973 they're mostly telling you about how glorious things are, which actually don't really work. It's really the argument people sometimes make in terms of these books as well. Oh, that they're really great because you want to do something that will get kids excited. So they're getting excited about something that's not really quite working. It doesn't really matter if anything is get them excited. The other argument is, if you're getting people excited about ideas that are wrong, you're actually getting the whole scientific prize and not really good at it. So there's problems. So my general feeling about the expository stuff is, it's to the extent you can do it kind of honestly and well, that's great. There are a lot of people doing that now, but to the extent that you're just trying to get people excited and enthusiastic by kind of telling them stuff which isn't really true, you really shouldn't be doing that.
You obviously have much better intuition about physics. I tend to, in the space of AI, for example, you can use certain kinds of language, like calling things intelligent, that could rub people the wrong way. But I never had a problem with that kind of thing. Saying that a program can learn its way without any human supervision, as AlphaZero does to play chess. To me, that may not be intelligence, but it sure that as heck seems like a few steps down the path towards intelligence. And so, I think that's a very peculiar property of systems that can be engineered. So even if the idea is fuzzy, even if you're not really sure what intelligence is, or if you don't have a deep fundamental understanding or even a model of what intelligence is, if you build a system that sure as heck is impressive and showing some of the science of what previously thought impossible for a non-intelligent system, then that's impressive and that's inspiring and that's okay to celebrate. In physics, because you're not engineering anything, you're just now swimming in space indirectly with theoretical physics. It could be more dangerous. It could be out too far away from shore.
Yeah. Well, the problem, I think, with physics I think it's actually hard for people even to believe or really understand how that this particular kind of physics has gotten itself into a really unusual and strange and historically unusual state, which is not really. I spent half my life on mathematicians and physicists, and mathematics is kind of doing fine. People are making progress. And it has all the usual problems, but also, so you could have a. But I don't know. I've never seen anything at all happening in mathematics like what's happened in the specific area of physics. It's just the kind of sociology of this, the way this field works, banging up against this hard a problem without anything from experiment to help it. It's led to some really kind of problematic things, and those. So it's one thing to kind of oversimplify or to slightly misrepresent, to try to explain things in a way that's not quite right. But it's another thing to start promoting to people as successes ideas which really completely fail. And so I'm kind of very, very specific. If you used to have people, won't name any names, for instance, coming on certain podcasts like yours, telling the world, this is a huge success and this is really wonderful, and it's just not true. And this is really problematic, and it carries a serious danger of once when people realize that this is what's going on, then the loss of credibility of science is a real problem for our society, and you don't want people to have an all too good reason to think that what they're being told by kind of some of the best institutions in our country or authorities is not true. It's not true. It's a problem.
That's obviously characteristic of not just physics. It's sociology. And it's I mean, obviously in the space of politics, that's the history of politics is you you sell ideas to people even when you don't have any proof that those ideas actually work. You know, you speak as if they've have worked, and that seems to be the case throughout history. Um, and just like you said, it's human beings running up against a really hard problem. I'm not sure if this is like a particular like trajectory through the progress of physics that we're dealing with now, or is it just the natural progress of science? You run up against a really difficult stage of a field, and uh, different people behave differently in the face of that. Some sell books and sort of tell narratives that are beautiful and so on. They're not necessarily grounded in solutions that have proven themselves. Others kind of put their head down quietly, keep doing the work. Others sort of pivot to different fields. And it's kind of like, yeah, ants scattering. And then you have fields like machine learning, which is there's a few folks mostly scattered away in the 90s in the winter of AI winter, as they call it. But a few people kept their head down, and now they're called the fathers of deep learning. And they didn't think of it that way. And in fact, if there's another AI winter, they'll just probably keep working on it anyway. Sort of like royal ants to a particular.
Sure, yeah.
So it's interesting, but you're sort of saying that we should be careful overhyping things that have not proven themselves, because people will lose trust in the scientific process.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, there's been other ways in which people have lost trust in the scientific process. That ultimately has to do actually with all the same kind of behaviors you're highlighting, which is not being honest and transparent about the flaws of mistakes of the past.
Yeah, that's always a problem. But this particular field is kind of unknown. It's always a strange one. I mean, I think in the sense that there's a lot of public fascination with it, but it seems to speak to kind of our deepest questions about, what is this physical reality? Where do we come from? What are these kind of deep issues? And there's this unusual fascination. Mathematics is very different. Nobody's that interested in mathematics. Nobody really kind of expects to learn really great deep things about the world from mathematics that much. They don't ask mathematicians that. So it's a very unusual. It draws this kind of unusual amount of attention, and it really is historically in a really unusual state. It's gotten itself way kind of down a blind alley in a way which it's hard to find other historical parallel.
But sort of to push back a little bit, there's power to inspire. And if I just compare, look, physicists are really good at combining science and philosophy and communicating it. Like there's something about physics often that forces you to build a strong intuition about the way reality works, right? And that allows you to think through sort of and communicate about all kinds of questions. Like if you see physicists, those fascinating, take on problems that have nothing to do with their particular discipline, and think interesting, and are able to communicate their interesting ways. And so in some sense, they have a responsibility not just to do science, but to inspire. And not responsibility, but the opportunity, and thereby I would say a little bit of a
yeah. It's but I don't know. Anyway, it's hard to say because different there's many people doing this kind of thing with different degrees of success and whatever. I guess one thing, but I mean, what's kind of front and center for me is kind of more parochial interest. Is just kind of what damage do you do to the subject itself, ignoring misrepresenting what high school students think about string theory, and not that it doesn't matter much, but what the smartest undergraduates or the smartest graduate students in the world think about it, and what paths you're leading them down, and what story you're telling them, and what textbooks you're making them read, and what they're hearing. And so a lot of what's motivated me is more to try to speak to this kind of a specific population of people to make sure that look, people. It doesn't matter so much what the what the average person on the street thinks about string theory, but what the best students at Columbia or Harvard or Princeton or whatever who really want to change, work in this field and want to work that way, what they know about it, what they think about it, and that they not be going into the field being misled and believing that a certain story, this is where this is all going, this is what I got to do, that's important to me.
Well, in general, for graduate students, for people who seek to be experts in the field, diversity of ideas is really powerful. And it is getting into this local pocket of ideas that people hold on to for several decades is not good, no matter what the idea. I would say no matter if the idea is right or wrong.
Yeah.
Because there's no such thing as right in the long term. Like it's right for now until somebody builds on something much bigger on top of it. It might end up being right, but being a tiny subset of a much bigger thing. So there, you always should question sort of the.
What's the name? Excellent. How did you find out about that? Okay, very well. How's your life been since then? Excellent. Good to hear. Well, we're just watching AI podcast. Feel free to join. Yeah, Doc. No, it's about AI. It's Alex Friedman podcast.
The ways of the past.
Yeah. So how to kind of achieve that kind of diversity of thought and how to, within kind of the sociology of how we organize scientific research is, this is one thing that I think is very interesting that Sabina Hassenfelder has very interesting things to say about it. I think also Lee Smolin in his book, which is also about very much in agreement with them that there's a really kind of important questions about how research in this field is organized and how people what can you do to kind of get more diversity of thought and get people thinking about a wider range of ideas.
At the bottom, I think humility always helps.
but the problem is that it's also a combination of humility to know when you're wrong, and also you have to have a certain very serious lack of humility to believe that you're going to make progress on some of these problems.
I think that have like both modes and switch between them when needed. Let me ask you a question. You're probably not going to want to answer because you're focused on the mathematics of things, and mathematics can't answer the why questions. But let me ask you anyway. Do you think there's meaning to this whole thing? What do you think is the meaning of life? Why are we here?
And I don't know. Yeah, I did a create. One interesting thing about that question is that you don't. Yes, I have this life in mathematics, this life in physics, and I see some of my physicist colleagues, kind of seem to be people are often asking them what's the meaning of life, and they're writing books about the meaning of life and teaching courses about the meaning of life. But then I realized that no one ever asked my mathematician. At least nobody ever asked mathematicians. But yeah, that's funny. So everybody just kind of says, okay, when you people are studying mathematics, whatever you're doing, it's maybe very interesting, but it's clearly not going to tell you anything useful about the meaning of my life. And I'm afraid a lot of my point of view is that if people realize how little difference there was between what the mathematicians are doing and what a lot of these theoretical physicists are doing, they might understand that it's a bit misguided to look for deep insight into the meaning of life from any theoretical physicists. It's not they're people, and they may have interesting things to say. They know a lot about physical reality, about and sometimes about metaphysics, about what is real of this kind. But you're also, to my mind, I think you're also making a bit of a mistake that you're looking to. I'm very, very aware that I've led a very pleasant and fairly privileged existence, and without any challenges of different kinds and a certain kind, I'm really not in no way the kind of person that a lot of people who are looking for trying to understand some meaning of life in the sense of the challenges that they're facing in life. I can't really. I'm really the wrong person for you to be asking about this.
Well, if struggle is somehow a thing that's core to meaning, perhaps mathematicians are just quietly the ones who are most equipped to answer that question if, in fact, the creation, or at least experiencing beauty, is is at the core of the meaning of life. Because it seems like mathematics is the methodology by which you can most purely explore beautiful things, right?
Yeah.
So in some sense, maybe we should talk to mathematicians more.
Yeah, maybe, but the unfortunately, people do have a somewhat correct perception that what these people are doing every day, whatever, is pretty far removed from anything. Yeah, from what's kind of close to what I do every day and what my typical concerns are. So you may learn something very interesting by talking to mathematicians, but it's probably not going to be. You're probably not going to get what you were hoping.
So when you put the pen and paper down, you're not thinking about physics, and you're not thinking about mathematics, and you just get to breathe in the air and look around you and realize that you're going to die one day. Do you think about that? Your ideas will live on, but you, the human.
Not especially much. But certainly, I've been getting older now. I'm 64 years old. You start to realize, well, there's probably less ahead than there was behind, and so that starts to become. What do I think about that? Maybe I should actually get serious about getting some things done, which I may otherwise not have time to do. Which I didn't see. This didn't seem to be a problem when I was younger, but that's the main way in which that thought occurred.
But it doesn't, the Stoics are big on this. Meditating on mortality helps you more intensely appreciate the beauty when you do experience it.
I suppose that's true, but it's not something I spend a lot of time trying, but yeah.
Day to day, you just enjoy the pauses from mathematics.
Just enjoy, or life in general. Life is a perfectly pleasant life, and enjoy it. Often think, wow, I'm really enjoying this. Things are going well.
Yeah, life is pretty amazing. I think you and I are pretty lucky we get to live in this nice little, this little comfortable climate. We can have this nice little podcast conversation. Thank you so much for spending your valuable time with me today and had this conversation. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Peter White. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Richard Feynman. The first principle is that you must not fool yourself, and you are the easiest person to fool. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Should be momentarily loading.
The following is a conversation with Jamie Metzel, author specializing in topics of genetic engineering, biotechnology, and geopolitics. In the past 2 years, he has been outspoken about the need to investigate and keep an open mind about the origins of COVID-19. In particular, he has been keeping an extensive, up-to-date collection of circumstantial evidence in support of what is colloquially known as lab leak hypothesis, that COVID-19 leaked in 2019 from the Wuhan Institute of Neurology. In part, I wanted to explore the idea in response to the thoughtful criticism in parts of the Francis Collins episode. I'll have more and more difficult conversations like this with people from all walks of life, with all kinds of ideas. I promise to do my best to keep an open mind and yet to ask hard questions, while together searching for the beautiful and inspiring in the mind of the other person. It's a hard line to walk gracefully, especially for someone like me, who's a bit of an awkward introvert, barely the grasp of the English language, or any language, except maybe Python and C++. But I hope you stick around, be patient and empathetic, and maybe learn something new together with me. This is a Let's Read Min podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Jamie Metzer. What is the probability in your mind that COVID-19 leaked from a lab in Europe right up, I believe you said, to 85%? I know it's just a percentage, you can't really be exact with these kinds of things, but it gives us a sense where your mind is, where your intuition is. So as it stands today, what would you say is that probability?
I would stand by what I've been saying since really the middle of last year. More likely than not, in my opinion, that the pandemic stems from an accidental lab incident. Is it 90%? Is it 65%? I mean, that's kind of arbitrary. But when I stack up all of the available evidence, and all of it on both sides is circumstantial, it weighs very significantly toward a lab incident.
So before we dive into the specifics at a high level, what types of evidence, what intuition, what ideas are leading you to have that kind of estimate? Is it possible to kind of condense when you look at the wall of evidence before you? Where's your source, the stronger source of the information?
Yeah. And I would have to say it's just logic and deductive reasoning. So before I make the case for why I think it's most likely a lab incident origin, let's just say why it could be and still could be what we call natural origin. All of this is the natural origin in the sense that it's a bad virus backbone, horseshoe bad virus backbone.
Okay, I'm gonna keep pausing here, defining stuff. So maybe it's useful to say, what do we mean by lab leak? What do we mean by natural origin? What do we mean by virus backbone?
Okay, great question. So viruses come from somewhere. Viruses have been around for 3.5 billion years, and they've been around for such a long time because they are adaptive and they're growing and they're always changing and they're morphing. And that's why viruses have been very successful. And we are victims. Sometimes we're beneficiaries. We have viral DNA has morphed into our genes. But now, certainly in the case of COVID-19, we are victims of the success of viruses. And so when we talk about a backbone, so the SARS-CoV-2 virus has a history, and these viruses don't come out of whole cloth. There are viruses that morph, and so we know that at some period, maybe 20 years ago or whatever, the virus that is SARS-CoV-2 existed in horseshoe bats. It was a horseshoe bat virus, and it evolved somewhere. And there are some people who say there's no evidence of this, but it's a plausible theory based on how things have happened in the past. Maybe that virus jumped from the horseshoe bat through some intermediate species. So it's like, let's say there's a bat, and then it infects some other animal. Let's say it's a pig or a raccoon dog or a civet cat. They're all pangolin. They're all sorts of animals that have been considered. And then that virus adapts into that new host, and it changes and grows. And then, according to the quote-unquote natural origins hypothesis, it jumps from that animal into humans. And so what you can imagine that some of the people who are making the case, all of the people actually, who are making the case for a natural origin of the virus, what they're saying is it went from that to some intermediate species. And then from that intermediate species, most likely, there's some people who say it went directly back to human, but through some intermediate species. And then humans interacted with that species. And then it jumped from that, whatever it is, to humans. And that's a very plausible theory. It's just that there's no evidence for it.
And the nature of the interaction is, do most people kind of suggest that the wet markets? So the interaction of the humans with the animal is in the form of the either a live animal that's being sold to be eaten or a recently live animal but dead animal being sold to.
That's certainly one very possible possibility, if that's a word. But the people who believe in the wet market origin, that's what they're saying. So they had one of these animals, they were cutting it up, let's say, in a market. Maybe some of the blood got into somebody who maybe had a cut on their hand, or maybe it was aerosolized and so somebody breathed it. And then that virus found this new host, and that was the human host. But you could also have that happen in, let's say, a farm. So it's happened in the past that, let's say, that there are farms, and because of human encroachment into wild spaces, we're pushing our farms and our animal farms further and further into what used to be the just natural habitats. And so it's happened in the past, for example, that there were roosting over pig pens, and the bad droppings went into the pig pens. The viruses in those droppings infected the pigs, and then the pigs infected the humans. And that's why it's a plausible theory. It's just that there's basically no evidence for it. If it was the case that SARS-CoV-2 comes from this type of interaction, as in most of the at least recent past outbreaks, we'd see evidence of that. Viruses are messy. They're constantly undergoing Darwinian evolution, and they're changing. And it's not that they're just ready for prime time, ready to infect humans on day one. Normally, you can trace the viral evolution prior to the time when it infects humans. But for SARS-CoV-2, it just showed up on the scene, ready to infect humans. And there's no history that anybody has found so far of that kind of viral evolution. The first SARS, you could track it, right? The genome sequencing, that it was experimental. And SARS-CoV-2 was very, very stable, meaning it had already adapted to humans by the time it interacted with us.
Fully adapted. So with SARS, there's a rapid evolution when it first kind of hooks onto a human.
Yeah, because it's trying, like a virus. Its goal is to survive and replicate. Yeah, no, it's true. It's like, oh, we're going to try this. Oh, that didn't work. We'll try it exactly like this startup. And so we don't see that. And so there are some people who say, right, well, one hypothesis is you have a totally isolated group of humans, maybe in southern China, which is more than 1,000 miles away from maybe they're doing their animal farming right next to these areas where there are these horseshoe bats, and maybe in this totally isolated place that no one's ever heard of, they're not connected to any other place, one person gets infected. And it doesn't spread to anybody else because they're so isolated. They're like, I can't even imagine that this is the case. Then somebody gets in a car and drives all night, more than 1,000 miles, crappy roads, to get to Wuhan. Doesn't stop for anything, doesn't infect anybody on the way. No one else in that person's village infects anyone. And then that person goes straight to the Wuhan seafood market, according to this, in my mind, not very credible theory, and then unloads his stuff, and everybody gets infected. And they're only delivering those animals to the Wuhan market, which doesn't even sell very many of these kinds of animals that are likely intermediate species, and not to anywhere else. So it's a little bit of a straw man. But on top of that, the Chinese have sequenced more than 80,000 animal samples, and there's no evidence of this type of viral evolution that we would otherwise expect.
Let's try to, at this moment, steelman the argument for the natural origin of the virus. Just to clarify it. So Wuhan is actually, despite what it might sound like to people, is a pretty big city. There's a lot of people that live in it.
11 billion.
So not only is there Wuhan Institute of Virology, there's other centers that work on viruses.
Yes.
But there's also a giant number of markets, and everything we're talking about here is pretty close together. So when I kind of look at the geography of this, I think when you zoom out, but zoom in, there's just a lot of interesting dynamics that could be happening, and where the cases are popping up, or what's being reported, all that kind of stuff. So I think the people that argue for the natural origin, and there's a few recent papers that come out arguing this, it's kind of fascinating to watch this whole thing. But I think what they're arguing is that there's this Hunan market. That's one of the major markets, the wet markets in Wuhan. That there's a bunch of cases that were reported from there. So if I look at, for example, the Michael Rabbi perspective that he wrote in Science, he argues, a few days ago, the predominance of early COVID cases linked to Hunan market, and this can't be dismissed as ascertainment bias. I think is when people argue that you're just kind of focusing on this region because a lot of cases came, but there could be a huge number of other cases. So people who argue against this say that this is a later stage already. So he says no. He says this is the epicenter, and this is a clear evidence that circumstantial evidence, but evidence nevertheless that this is where the jump to humans, the big explosion. Maybe not case zero. I don't know if he argues that, but the early cases. So, what do you make of this whole idea? You steel man it before.
Yeah. So,
about the
and my goal here isn't to attack people on the other side, and if my feeling is if there is evidence that's presented that should change my view, I hope that I'll be open-minded enough to change my view. And so Michael Rabbi is a thoughtful person, a respected scientist, and I think this work is contributive work, but I just don't think that it's as significant as has been reported in the press. And so what his argument is that there's an early cluster in December of 2019 around the Huanan seafood market. And even though he himself argues the original breakthrough case, the original case, the index case where the first person infected happened in October or November, so not in December. His argument is, well, what are the odds that you would have this cluster of cases in the Huanan seafood market, and if the origin happened someplace else, when you expect other clusters? And it's not an entirely implausible argument, but there are reasons why I think this is not nearly as determinative as has been reported. And I certainly had a lot of, I and others have tweeted a lot about this. And that is first, the people who were infected in this cluster, it's not the earliest known virus. The SARS-CoV-2, it began mutating. So it's not the original SARS-CoV-2 there. So it had to have happened someplace else. Two, the people who were in the market weren't infected in the part of the market where they had these kinds of animals that are considered to be candidates as an intermediary species. And third, there was a bias. Third, there was a bias in the early assessment in China of what they were looking for. They were asked, "Did you have exposure to the market?" So I think in the early days, when people were figuring things out, that was one of the questions that was asked. And fourth, and probably most significantly, we have so little information about those early cases in China, and that's really unfortunate. I know we'll talk about this later, because the Chinese government is preventing access to all of that information, which they have, which could easily help us get to the bottom, at least know a ton more about how this pandemic started. And so this is, it's like grasping at straws in the dark with books.
That's right. But to steelman the argument, we have this evidence from this market, and yes, the Chinese government has turned off the lights essentially, so we have very little data to work with. But this is the data we have. So who's to say that this data doesn't represent a much bigger data set that a lot of people got infected in this market, with even at the parts where the infected meat was being sold.
So that could be true, and it probably is true. The question is this the source? Is this the place where this began, or was this just a place where it was amplified? And I certainly think that it's extremely late that the food market was a point of amplification, and it's just answering a different question.
basically what you're saying is it's very difficult to use the market as evidence for anything because it's probably not even a starting point. So it's just a good place for it to continue spreading.
That's certainly my view. What Michael Boraby's argument is that, well, what are the odds of that we're seeing this amplification in the market? And if let's put it this way, if we have all of the information, if the Chinese government had blocked access to all of this, because there's blood bank information, all sorts of information, and based on a full and complete understanding, we came to believe that all of the early cases were at this market. I think that would be a stronger argument than what this is so far. But everything leads to the fact that why is it that the Chinese government, which was frankly after a slow start, the gold standard of doing viral tracking for SARS-1, why have they apparently done so little and shared so little? I think it begs a lot of questions.
Okay, so let's then talk about the Chinese government. There's several governments, right? So one is the local government, and not just the Chinese government. Let's talk about government. No, let's talk about human nature. Let's just keep zooming out.
Yeah,
let's talk about planet Earth.
Yeah.
No. So there's the Wuhan local government. There's the Chinese government led by Xi Jinping. And there's governments in general. I'm trying to empathize. So my father was involved with Chernobyl. I'm trying to put myself into the mind of local officials, of people who are like, oh shit, there's a potential catastrophic event happening here, and it's my ass because sometimes there's incompetence all over the place. Yeah, human nature is such that there's incompetence all over the place, and you're always trying to cover it up. And so given that context, I want to lay out all the possible incompetence, all the possible malevolence, all the possible geopolitical tensions here. All right, where in your sense did the cover-up start? So there's this suspicious fact, it seems like, that the Wuhan Institute of Virology had a public database of thousands of sampled bad coronavirus sequences, and that went offline in September 2019. Well, what's that about?
So let me talk about that specific, and then I'll also follow your path of zooming out. And it's a really important.
Is that a good starting point?
It's a great starting point. Yeah. So, but there's a bigger story, but let me talk about that. So the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and we can go into the whole history of the Wuhan Institute of Virology either now or later, so I think it's very relevant to the story. But let's focus for now on this database. They had a database of 22,000 viral samples and sequence information about viruses that they had collected. Some of which, the collection of some of which was supported through funding from the NIH. Not a huge NIH through the EcoHealth Alliance. It's a really small amount, $600,000, but not nothing. The goal of this database was so that we could understand viral evolution, so that exactly for this kind of moment where we had an unknown virus, we could say, well, is this like anything that we've seen before? And that would help us both understand what we're facing and be better able to respond. So this was a password-protected public access database. In 2019, it was September 2019, it became inaccessible. And then a few months later, the entire database, the Chinese have said, is that because there were all kinds of computer attacks on this database. But why would that happen in September 2019 before the pandemic, at least as far as we know?
So just to clarify,
yes,
we went down to September 2019, just so we get the year straight.
Yeah.
January 2020 is when the virus really started getting the press. So we're talking about December 2019, a lot of infections happened. September 2019 is when this database goes down. Just to clarify, because you said it quickly, the Chinese government said that their database was getting hacked. Therefore,
Xu Zhengli, the director of this part of the Wuhan Institute of Virology, said that.
Really? She was the one that said it.
She was the one who said that.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy. I did not even know that part.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, she's an interesting character. We'll talk about her.
Yeah.
So the excuse is that getting cyber attacked allows them to take it down without any further explanation, which seems very suspicious. And then this virus starts to emerge in October, November, December. There's a lot of argument about that, but after.
Sorry to interrupt, but some people are saying that the first outbreak could have happened as early as September. I think it's more likely it's October, November, before the people who are saying that the first outbreak, the first incident of a known outbreak, at least to somebody, happened in September. They make the argument, well, what if that also happened in mid-September of 2019? I'm not prepared to go there, but there are some people who think that.
But I think, again, if I were to put myself in the mind of officials, whether it's officials within the Wuhan Institute of Virology or Wuhan local officials, I think if I notice some major problem, like somebody got sick, some sign of, oh shit, we screwed up, that's when you kind of do the slow, there's like a homelessness in me, where you slowly start backing out, and I would probably start hiding stuff. Yeah, and then coming up with really shady excuses. It's like you're in a relationship and your girlfriend wants to see your phone, and you're like, I'm sorry, I'm just getting attacked by the Russians now. It's not security. I can't.
Yeah, I wish I could.
I wish I could. It's just unsafe right now.
So would it be okay if I give you my kind of macro view of the whole information space and why I believe this has been so contentious? It's so here's if I had to give my best guess, and I underline the word guess, of what happened, and your background, family background with Chernobyl, I think is highly relevant here. So after the first SARS, there was a recognition that we needed to distribute knowledge about virology and epidemiology around the world. The people in China, in Africa, in Southeast Asia, they were the frontline workers, and they needed to be doing a lot of the viral monitoring and assessment so that we could have an early alarm system. And that was why there was a lot of investment in all of those places in building capacity and training people and helping to build institutional capacity. And the Chinese government recognized that they needed to ramp things up. And then the World Health Organization, the World Health Assembly, they had their international health regulations that were designed to create a stronger infrastructure. So that was a big goal. There were a lot of investments, and I know we'll talk later about the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I won't go into that right now. So there was all of this distributed capacity. And so in the early days, there's a breakout in Wuhan. We don't know, is it September, October, November, maybe December is when the local authorities start to recognize that something's happening. But at some point in late 2019, local officials in Wuhan understand that something is happening. And exactly like in Chernobyl, these guys exist within a hierarchical system. And they are going to be rewarded if good things happen, and they're going to be in big trouble if bad things happen under their watch. So their initial instinct is to squash it. My guess is they think, well, if we squash this information, we can most likely beat back this outbreak, because lots of outbreaks happen all the time, including of SARS-1, where there was multiple lab incidents out of the lab in Beijing. And so they start their cover-up on day one. They start screening social media. They send nasty letters to different doctors and others who are starting to speak up. But then it becomes clear that there's a bigger issue. And then the national government of China, again, this is just a hypothesis, the national government gets involved. They say, all right, this is getting much bigger. They go in and they realize that we have a big problem on our hands. They relatively quickly know that it's spreading human to human. And so the right thing for them to do then is what the South African government is doing now, is to say, we have this outbreak, we don't know everything, but we know it's serious, we need help. But that's not the instinct of people in most governments, and certainly not in authoritarian governments like China. And so the national government, they have a choice at that point. They can do option one, which is what we would here call the right thing, which is total transparency. They criticize the local officials for having this cover up, and they say, now we're going to be totally transparent. But what does that do in a system like the former Soviet Union, like China now? If local officials say, wait a second, I thought my job was to cover everything up, to support this alternative reality that authoritarian systems need in order to survive. Well, now I'm going to be held accountable for if I'm not totally transparent, like your whole system would collapse. So the national government, they have that choice, and their only choice, according to the logic of their system, is to be all in on cover. And that's why they blocked the World Health Organization from sending its team to Wuhan for over 3 weeks. They overtly lie to the World Health Organization about human-to-human transmission, and then they begin their cover. So they begin very, very quickly destroying samples, hiding records. They start imprisoning people for asking basic questions. Soon after, they establish a gag order preventing Chinese scientists from writing or saying anything about pandemic origins without prior government approval. And what that does means that there isn't a lot of data, not nearly enough data, coming out of China. And so lots of responsible scientists outside of China who are data driven say, well, I don't have enough information to draw conclusions. And then into that step a relatively small number of largely virologists, but also others, respected scientists. And I know we'll talk about the infamous Peter Daszak, who say, well, without any real foundation in the evidence, they say, we know pretty much this comes from nature. And anyone who's raising the possibility of a lab incident origin is a conspiracy. So that message starts to percolate. And then in the United States, we have Donald Trump. And he's starting to get criticized for America's failure to prepare for, and respond adequately to the outbreak. And so he starts saying, well, I know, first after praising Xi Jinping, he starts saying, well, I know that China did it and the WHO did it. He's kind of pointing fingers at everybody but himself. And then we have a media here that had shifted from the traditional model of he said, she said journalism. So-and-so said X and so said Y, and then we'll present both of those views. But with Donald Trump, he would make outlandish starting positions. So he would say, Lex is an axe murderer. And then in the early days, he would say, Lex is an axe murderer. Lex's friend says he's not an axe murderer. We have a 4-day debate. Is he or isn't he? And then at day 4, someone would say, why are we having this debate at all? Because the original point is baseless. And so the media has just got in the habit. Here's what Trump said, and here's why it's wrong.
It's very complicated to figure out what is the role of a politician, what is the role of a leader in this kind of game of politics. But certainly, when there's a tragedy, when there's a catastrophic event, what it takes to be a leader is to see clearly through the fog and to make big, bold decisions and to speak to the truth of things, and even if it's unpopular truth, to listen to the people, to listen to all sides, to the opinions, to the controversial ideas, and to see past all the bullshit, all the political bullshit, and just speak to the people, speak to the world, and make bold, big decisions. That's probably what was needed in terms of leadership. And I'm not so willing to criticize whether it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump on this. I think most people cannot be great leaders. But that's why when great leaders step up, we write books about them.
And I agree. And even though I think of myself as a progressive person, I certainly was a critic of a lot of what President Trump did. But on this particular case, even though he may have said it in an uncouth way, Donald Trump was actually, in my view, right. I mean, when he said, hey, let's look at this lab, I mean, he said, I have evidence, I can't tell you, I don't think he even had the evidence, but his intuition that this probably comes from a lab, in my view, was a correct intuition. And certainly I started speaking up about pandemic origins early in 2019. And my friends, my Democratic friends, were brutal with me, saying, what are you doing? You're supporting Trump in an election year. And I said, just because Donald Trump is saying something doesn't mean that I need to oppose it. If Donald Trump says something that I think is correct, well, I want to say it's correct, just as if he says something that I don't like, I'm going to speak up about that.
Good. You walked the fire. So you laid out this, and I think in many ways it's a human story. It's a story of politics. It's a story of human nature. But let's talk about the story of the virus. Let's talk about the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So maybe this is a good time to try to talk about its history, about its origins, about what kind of stuff it works on, about biosafety levels, about that woman.
Yeah, Zheng Wei. Yes.
Zheng Wei. So what is the Wuhan Institute of Virology? When did it start?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So after SARS-1, which was in the early 2000s, 2003, 2004, there was this effort to enhance, as I mentioned before, global capacity, including in China. So the Wuhan Institute of Virology had been around for decades before that. But there was an agreement between the French and the Chinese governments to build the largest BSL-4 lab, so biosafety level 4. So we have these what are called high containment labs. There's level 4, which is the highest level, and people have seen that on TV and elsewhere, where you have the people in the different suits and all of these protections. And then there's level 3, which is still very serious, but not as much as level 4. And then level 2 is just kind of goggles and some gloves and maybe a face mask, much less. So the French and the Chinese governments agreed that France would help build the first and still the largest BSL-4 plus some mobile BSL-3 labs. And they were going to do it in Wuhan. And Wuhan is kind of like China's Chicago. And I had actually been, it's a different story, I've been in Wuhan relatively not that long before the pandemic broke out, and that was why I knew that Wuhan it's not some backwater where there are a bunch of locals eating bats for dinner every night. This is a really sophisticated, wealthy, highly educated, and cultured city. And so I knew that it wasn't like even the Wuhan seafood market wasn't like some of these seafood markets that they have in southern China or Cambodia, where I lived for 2 years. I mean, it was a totally different thing.
I'm going to have to talk to you about some of the food, including Wuhan market, just some of the wild food going on here, because you've traveled that part of the world.
Yeah.
But let's not get there.
Yeah,
let's not get distracted.
But as I was telling you before, and this is maybe an advertisement, is having now listened to the number of your podcasts when I'm doing long ultra training runs, driving into the mountains. Like because at the beginning you have to talk about whatever it is at the top. The really good stuff happens later.
So friends, you should listen to the end.
I have to say, as I was telling you before, like when I heard your long podcast with Jaron Lanier and he talked about his mother at the very end, I mean, it was just beautiful stuff. So I don't know whether I can match beautiful stuff, but I'm gonna do my best. So
you're gonna have to find out.
Exactly. Stay tuned. So France had this agreement that they were going to help design and help build this BSL-4 lab in Wuhan. And it was going to be with French standards, and there were going to be 50 French experts who were going to work there and supervise the work that happened even after the Wuhan Institute of Virology in the new location started operating. But then when they started building it, the French contractors, the French overseers were increasingly appalled that they had less and less control, that the Chinese contractors were blocking out new things, wasn't built up to French standards. So much that at the end, when it was finally built, the person who was the vice chairman of the project and a leading French industrialist named Marriott refused to sign off. And he said, we can't support, we have no idea what this is, whether it's safe or not. And when this lab opened, remember we were supposed to have 50 French experts, it had one French expert. So the French were really disgusted. And actually, when the Wuhan Institute of Virology in its new location opened in 2018, two things happened. One, French intelligence privately approached intelligence, saying, we have a lot of concerns about the Wuhan Institute of Virology, about its safety, and we don't even know who's operating there. Is it being used as a dual-use facility? And also in 2018, the U.S. Embassy in Beijing sent some people down to Wuhan to go and look at this laboratory. And they wrote a scathing paper that Josh Rogan from the Washington Post later got his hands on, saying, this is really unsafe. They're doing work on dangerous bat coronaviruses in conditions where a leak is possible. So then you mentioned Shujing Li, and I'll connect that to these virologists who I was talking about. So there's a very credible thesis that because these pathogenic outbreaks happen in other parts of the world, having partnerships with experts in those parts of the world must be a foundation of our efforts. We can't just bring everything home because we know that viruses don't care about borders and boundaries. So if something happens there, it's going to come here. So very correctly, we have all kinds of partnerships with experts in these labs, and Shujing Li was one of those partners, and her closest relationship was with Peter Daszak, who's a British, I think now American, but the president of a thing called EcoHealth Alliance, which was getting money from the NIH. And basically, EcoHealth Alliance was a pass-through organization, and over the years, it was only about $600,000. So almost all of her funding came from the Chinese government. There was a little bit that came from the United States. And so she became their kind of leading expert and the point of contact between the Wuhan Institute of Virology and certainly Peter Daszak, but also with others. And that was why in the earliest days of the outbreak, I did mention that there were these virologists who had this fake certainty, knew it came from nature, and it didn't come from a lab, and called people like me conspiracy theorists just for raising that possibility. But when Peter Daszak was organizing that effort in February of 2020, what he said is, we need to rally behind our Chinese colleagues. And that the basic idea was these international collaborations are under threat. And I think it was because Peter Daszak's basically his major contribution as a scientist was just tacking his name on work that Shujing Li had largely done. He was defending a lot, certainly for himself and his organization.
So do you think EcoHealth Alliance and Peter, it's less about money, it's more about kind of almost like legacy because you're so attached to this work? It's just not a human rights.
So I think so. I mean, I've been criticized for being I'm certainly a big critic of Peter Daszak, but I've been criticized by some for being too lenient. I mean, it's so easy to say, oh, they're like an evil ogre and just trying to do evil and cackling in their closet or whatever. Then for most of us, even those of us who do terrible, horrible things, the story that we tell ourselves and we really believe is that we're doing the thing that we most believe in. And I did my PhD dissertation on the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. They genuinely saw themselves as idealists. They thought, well, we need to make radical change to build a better future. And what they described as what they felt was radical change was a monstrous atrocity by us.
So the criticism here of Peter's is that he was part of an organization that was kind of funding an effort that was an unsafe implementation of a biosafety level 4 laboratory.
Well, a few things. So, what he thought he was doing and what he thought he was doing is itself highly controversial, because there's one there that in 2011 there were. I know you've talked about this with other guests, but in 2011 there were the first published papers on this now infamous gain of function research, and basically what they did, both in different labs, and certainly in the United States, in Wisconsin, and in the Netherlands, was they had a bird flu virus that was very dangerous, but not massively transmissive, and they had a gain of function process through what's called serial passage, which means basically passing a device like natural selection, but forcing natural selection by just passing the virus through different cell cultures and then selecting for what it is that you want. So relatively easily, they took this deadly but not massively transmissive virus and turned it into, in a lab, a deadly and transmissive virus. And that showed that this is really dangerous. And so at that point, there was a huge controversy. There were some people, like Richard Ebright and Mark Lipsitch at Harvard, who were saying that this is really dangerous. We're in the idea that we need to create monsters to study monsters. I think maybe you have said that in the past. It doesn't make sense because there's an unlimited number of monsters. And so what are we going to do? Create an unlimited number of monsters. And if we do that, eventually the monsters are going to get out. Then there was the Peter Daszak camp, and he got a lot of funding, particularly from the United States, who said, well, and certainly Collins and Fauci were supportive of this. And they thought, well, there's a safe way to go out into the world to collect the world's most dangerous viruses and to poke and prod them to figure out how they might mutate, how they might become more dangerous, with the goal of predicting future pandemics, and that certainly never happened, with the goal of creating vaccines and treatments, and that largely never happened. That was, so Peter Daszak kind of epitomized that second approach. And as you've talked about in the past, in 2014, there was a funding moratorium in the United States, and then in 2017, that was lifted. It didn't affect the funding that went to the EcoHealth Alliance. So when this happened in the beginning, and again, coming back to Peter's motivations, I don't think, here's the best case scenario for Peter. I'm going to give you what I imagine he was thinking, and then I'll tell you what I actually think. So I think here's what he's thinking. This is most likely a natural origin outbreak. Just like SARS-1, again, Peter's hypothetical mind, just like SARS-1, this is most likely a natural outbreak. We need to have an international coalition in order to fight it. If we allow these political attacks to undermine our Chinese counterparts and the trust in these relationships that we've built over many years, we're really screwed, because they have the most local knowledge of these outbreaks. And even though, and this guy gets a lot more complicated, even though there are basic questions that anybody would ask, and that Xu Li herself did ask about the origins of this pandemic, even though Peter Daszak, and I'll mention this, I'll describe this in a moment, had secret information that we didn't have, that in my mind massively increases the possibility of a lab incident origin, I, Peter Daszak, would like to guide the public conversation in the direction where I think it should go, and in support of the kind of international collaboration that I think is necessary.
That's a strong positive description, because it's true. There's a lot of political BS and a lot of kind of just bickering and lies, as we've talked about. And so it's very convenient to say, you know what, let's just ignore all of these quote unquote lies and my favorite word, misinformation, And then because way out from this serious pandemic is for us to work together. So let's strengthen our partnerships, and everything else is just like noise.
Yeah, so let's, and so then now I want to do my personal indictment of Peter Daszak. That's my view, but I wanted to fairly,
Nice.
because I think that we all tell ourselves stories, and also when you're a science communicator, you can't in your public communications give every doubt that you have or every nuance. You kind of have to summarize things, and so I think that he was, again, in this benign interpretation, trying to summarize in the way that he thought the conversation was going. Here's my indictment of Peter Daszak, and I feel like Brutus here, but I've come here to praise Peter Daszak because while Peter Daszak was doing all of this, making all of these statements about, well, we pretty much know it's a natural origin, then there was a very 2020 Lancet letter where it turns out, and we only knew this later, that he was highly manipulative. So he was recruiting all of these people. He drafted the infamous letter calling people like me conspiracy theorists. He then wrote to people like Ralph Barrick and Linfa Wang, who are also very high-profile virologists, saying, well, let's not put our names on it so it doesn't look like we're doing it, even though they were doing it. And he didn't disclose a lot of information that they had.
It was a strategic move. So just in case people are not familiar, February 2020 Lancet letter was TLDR is the lab leak hypothesis is a conspiracy theory.
Essentially, yes.
So like with the authority of science, not saying like it's highly likely, saying it's obvious, done. It's natural origin. Everything else is just everything else is just misinformation. And look, there's a bunch of smart people that signed this, therefore it's true.
Yeah. Not only that, so there were the people, 27 people signed that letter, and then after President Trump cut funding at the Eco Health Alliance, then he organized 77 Nobel laureates to have a public letter criticizing that. What Peter knew then that we didn't fully know is that in March of 2018, Eco Health Alliance, in partnership with the Wuhan Institute of Virology and others, had applied for a $14 million grant to DARPA, which is kind of like the VC side of the venture capital side of the Defense Department. They're kind of where they do kind of big ideas.
By the way, it's a tiny tangent. I've gotten a lot of funding from DARPA. They fund a lot of excellent robotics research.
And DARPA is incredible. And among the things that they applied for was that we, meaning Wuhan Institute of Virology, is going to go and it's going to collect the most dangerous bat coronaviruses in southern China. And then we, as this group, are going to genetically engineer these viruses to insert a furin cleavage site. So I think when everyone's now seen the image of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, it has these little spike proteins, these little things that stick out, which is why they call it a coronavirus. Within that spike protein are these furin cleavage sites, which basically help with the virus getting access into our cells. And they're going to genetically engineer these furin cleavage sites into these bat coronaviruses, the cervicoviruses. And so then, a year and a half later, what do we see? We see a bat coronavirus with a furin cleavage site unlike anything that we've ever seen before in that category of SARS-like coronaviruses. Well, yes, I mean, the DARPA very correctly didn't support that application.
Well, let's actually like pause on that. So for a lot of people, that's like the smoking gun.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about this 2018 proposal to DARPA. So I guess who's drafted the proposal is Eco Health. But the proposal is to do Eco Health is technically a U.S. funded organization
Primarily.
and then the idea was to do work at Wuhan Institute of Virology
With
with Eco Health.
so Eco Health, basically the Wuhan Institute of Virology was going to go and they were going to collect these viruses and store them at Wuhan Institute of Virology.
But they're also going to do the actual test.
It's a really important point. According to their proposal, the actual work was going to be done at the lab of Ralph Barrick at the University of North Carolina, who's probably the world's leading expert on coronaviruses. And so we know that DARPA didn't fund that work. We know, I think, quite well that Ralph Barrick's lab, in part because it was not funded by DARPA, they didn't do that specific work. What we don't know is, well, what work was done at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, because WIV was part of this proposal. They had access to all of the plans. They had their own capacity, and they had already done a lot of work in genetically altering this exact category of viruses. They had created chimeric mixed viruses. They had mastered pretty much all of the steps in order to achieve this thing that they applied for funding with EcoHealth to do. And so the question is, did Wuhan Institute of Virology go through with that research anyway? And in my mind, that's a very, very real possibility. It certainly explain why information. And as you know, I've been a member of the World Health Organization Expert Advisory Committee on Human Genome Editing, which Dr. Tedros created in the aftermath of the announcement of the world's first CRISPR babies. And it was just basically the exact same story. So He Jiankui, a Chinese scientist, who was not a first-tier scientist, but a perfectly adequate second-tier scientist, came to the United States, learned all of these capacities, went back to China and said, well, there's a much more permissive environment. I'm going to be a world leader. I'm going to establish both myself and China. So in every scientific field, we're seeing this same thing where you kind of learn a model and then you do it in China. So is it possible that the Wuhan Institute of Virology, with this exact game plan, was doing it anyway? Possible? We have no clue what work was being done at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. It seems extremely likely that at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and this is certainly the U.S. government position, there was the work that was being done in Dr. Shou's lab, but that wasn't the whole WIV. We know, at least according to the United States government, that there was the Chinese military, the PLA, was doing work there. Were they doing this kind of work, not to create a bioweapon, but in order to understand these viruses, maybe to develop vaccines and treatments? It seems like a very, very logical possibility. And then, so we know that the Wuhan Institute of Virology had all of the skills. We know that they were part of this proposal. And then you have Peter Daszak, who knows all of this, that at that time, in February of 2020, we didn't know. But then he comes swinging out of the gate saying anybody who's raising this possibility of a lab incident origin is a conspiracy theorist. I mean, it really makes him look, in my mind, very, very bad.
And not to at least be somewhat open-minded on this, because he knows all the details. He knows that it's not 0%. I mean, there's no way in his mind to even argue that it's potential because of the bias, because of your focus. I mean, it could be the Anthony Fauci masks thing, where he knows there's some significant probability that this is happening, but in order to preserve good relations with our Chinese colleagues, we want to make sure we tell a certain kind of narrative. It's not really lying, it's doing the best possible action at this time to help the world. Not that this already happened.
Yeah.
But that's how, I
think it's quite likely that was the story that he was telling himself. But it's that lack of transparency, in my mind, is fraudulent. That we were struggling to understand something that we didn't understand, and that I just think that the people who possess that kind of information, especially when the existence, like the entire career of Peter Daszak is based on U.S. taxpayers, there's a debt that comes with that, and that debt is honesty and transparency. And for all of us, you talked about your girlfriend checking your phone. For all of us, being honest and transparent in the most difficult times is really difficult. If it were easy, everybody would do it. And that's, I just feel that Peter was the opposite of transparent, and then went on the offensive, and then had the gall of joining, and we'll talk about this highly compromised joint study process with the international experts and their Chinese government counterparts, and use that as a way of furthering this, in my mind, fraudulent narrative that it almost certainly came from natural origins, and the lab origin was extremely unlikely.
Just to stick briefly on the proposal to wrap that up, because I do think, in a kind of Jon Stewart way, if you heard that, yeah, sort of kind of like common sense way, the 2018 proposal to DARPA from People Health Alliance and Honesty Virology just seems like a bit of a smoking gun, like that. So there's this excellent book that people should read called Viral, The Search for the Origin of COVID-19. Matt Redney and Alina Chan. I think Alina is in MIT, probably at Broad Institute. Yeah. So she, I heard her in an interview give this analogy of unicorns, and where basically somebody writes a proposal to add the horns to horses. The proposal is rejected, and then a couple of years later, or a year later, a unicorn shows up
in the place where they're proposing to do it. I mean, so I had,
and then everyone's like, it's natural origin.
Yeah.
It's like, it's possible it's natural origin, like we haven't detected a unicorn yet, and this is the first time we detected a unicorn. Or it could be this massive organization that was planning, is fully equipped, has like a history of being able to do this stuff. That's the world experts to do it, has the funding, has the motivation to add horns to horses. The unicorn shows up and they're saying, nope, definitely not so.
Well, that connects to your first question of how do I get to my 85%? But here's a summary of that answer. So it's what I said in my 60 minutes, a long time ago, of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, to quote from Casablanca. And so, of all the places in the world where we have an outbreak of a SARS-like bat coronavirus, it's not in the area of the natural habitat of the bats. It's the one city in China with the first and largest level 4 virology lab, which actually wasn't even using it. They were doing level 3 and then level 2 for this work, where they had the world's largest collection of bat coronaviruses, where they were doing aggressive experiments designed to make these scary viruses scarier, where they had been part of an application to insert a furin cleavage site able to infect human cells, and where, when the outbreak happened, we had a virus that was ready for action to infect humans, and to this day better able to infect humans than any other species, including bats. And then from day one, there's this massive cover-up. And then on top of that, in spite of lots of efforts by lots of people, there's basically no evidence for the natural origin hypothesis. Everything that I've described just now is circumstantial, but there's a certain point where you add up the circumstances and you see that this seems pretty likely. I mean, if we're getting to 100%, we are not at 100% by any means. There still is a possibility of a natural origin, and if you find that, great. But from everything that I know, that's how I get to my.
And we'll talk about why this matters in the political sense, in the human sense, in the science, the realm of science, all of those factors. But first, as Nietzsche said, let us look into the abyss and the games we play with monsters. That is colloquially called gain of function research. Let me ask the kind of political sounding question, which is how people usually phrase it. Did Anthony Fauci fund gain of function research the Wuhan Institute of Virology?
So it depends. I mean, I've obviously been very closely monitoring this. I've spoken a lot about it. I've written about it. And it depends on, I mean, not to quote Bill Clinton, but to quote Bill Clinton, it depends on what the definition of is. And so if you use a common sense definition of gain of function, and by gain of function, I think there are lots of things like gene therapies that are gain of function, but here what we mean is gain of function for pathogens potentially able to create human. But if you use then a common sense language, well, then he probably did. If you use the technical language from a 2017 NIH document and you read that language very narrowly, I think you can make a credible argument that he did not. There's a question, though, and Francis Collins talked about that in his interview with you. But then there's a question that we know from now that we have the information, the reports submitted by Eco Health Alliance to the NIH, and some of which were late or not even delivered, that some of this research was done on MERS, Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome virus. And if that was the case, there is, I think, a colorable argument that would be considered gain of function research, even by the narrow language of that 2017 document. But I definitely think, and I've said this repeatedly, that Rand Paul can be right and Tony Fauci can be right. And the question is, how are we defining gain of function? And that's why I've always said the question in my mind isn't was it or wasn't it gain of function, as if that's like a binary thing, if not great, and if yes, guilty. The question is just what work was being done at the Wuhan Institute of Virology? What role, if any, did U.S. Government funding play in supporting that work? And what rights do we all have as human beings and as American citizens and taxpayers to get all of the relevant information about it?
So let's try to kind of dissect this. So who frustrates you more, Rand Paul or Anthony Fauci in this discussion, or the discussion itself? So, for example, gain of function is a term that's kind of more used just to mean playing with viruses in a little lab to try to develop more dangerous viruses. Is this kind of research a good idea? Is it also a good idea for us to talk about it in public in the political way that it's been talked about? Is it okay that U.S. may have funded gain of function research elsewhere? I mean, it's kind of assumed, just like with Bill Clinton, there was very little discussion of, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, whether it's okay for a president, male or female, to have extramarital sex, or is it okay for a president to have extramarital sex with people on their kind of staff or her staff? It was more the discussion of lying, I think. It was, did you lie about having sex or not? And in this gain of function discussion, what frustrates me personally is there's not a deep philosophical discussion about whether we should be doing this kind of research and what are the ethical lines, research on animals and all. Those are fascinating questions. Instead, it's a gotcha thing. Did you or did you not fund research on gain of function? And did you fund, it's almost like a bioweapon, did you give money to China to develop this bioweapon that now attack the rest of the world? So all those things that can be frustrating, but is there, I think the thing you can untangle about Anthony Fauci and gain of function research in the United States and Eco Health Alliance and Wuhan Institute of Virology, that's kind of, that's clarifying. Like, what were the mistakes made?
Sure. So on gain of function, there actually has been a lot of debate. And I mentioned before in 2011, his first papers, there was a big debate. Mark Lipsitch, who's formerly at Harvard now with the the U.S. government, the president's office. He led a thing called the Cambridge Group that was highly critical of this work, basically saying we're creating monsters. They had the funding pause in 2014. They spent 3 years putting together a framework, and then they lifted it in 2017. So we had a thoughtful conversation. Unfortunately, it didn't work, and I think that's where we are now. So I absolutely think that there are real issues with the relationship between the United States government and EcoHealth Alliance, and through that, EcoHealth Alliance with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And one issue is just essential transparency, because as I see it, it's most likely the case that we transferred a lot of our knowledge and plans and things to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And again, I'm sure that Shujing Li is not herself a monster. I'm sure of that. I've never met her. But there are just a different set of pressures on people working in an authoritarian system than people who are working in other systems. That doesn't mean it's entirely. And so I absolutely think that we shouldn't give $1 to an organization, and certainly a virology institute, where you don't have full access to their records, to their databases. We don't know what work is happening there. And I think that we need to have that kind of full examination. And that's why, so I understand what Dr. Fauci is doing, is saying, Dr. Fauci is saying, what I hear from Rand Paul is you're accusing me of starting this pandemic, and you're using gain of function as a proxy for that. If we have, when there are Senate hearings, every senator gets 5 minutes, and the name of the game is to translate your 5 minutes into a clip that's going to run on the news. So I get that there is that kind of game. Gotcha. But I also think that Dr. Fauci and the NIH, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and the NIH should have been more transparent. Because I think that in this day and age, with a lot of people poking around in this whole story of COVID origins, we would not be where we are if it wasn't for a relatively small number of people. And I'm part of, there are two groups. One is these internet sleuths known as Drastic, and a number of them are part of a group that I'm part of called, it's not our official name, but called the Paris Group. It's about 24 experts around the world, but centered around some very high-level French academics. So we've all been digging and meeting with each other regularly since last year. And our governments across the board, certainly China, but including the United States, haven't been as transparent as they need to be. So there's definitely mistakes were made on all sides. And that's why, for me, from day one, I've been calling for a comprehensive investigation into this issue that certainly obviously looks at China, but we have to look at ourselves. We did not get this right.
So to you, I'm just going to put Rand Paul aside here.
Yeah.
Politician playing political games. It's very frustrating, but it is what it is on all sides. Anthony Fauci, you think should have been more transparent and maybe more eloquent in expressing the complexity of all of this, the uncertainty in all of this.
Yeah, and I get it's really hard to do that, because let's say you have you speak a paragraph, it's got 4 sentences, and one of those sentences is the thing that's going to turn to Twitter and
let me push back. I get really so. I'll try not to be emotional about this, but I've heard Anthony Fauci a couple of times now say that he represents science. I know what he means by that. He means in the political bickering, all that kind of stuff, that for a lot of people he represents science. But words matter, and this isn't just clips. I mean, maybe I'm distinctly aware that doing this podcast, like, yeah, I talk for like hundreds of hours now, maybe over 1,000 hours. But like, I'm still careful with words. Like, I'm trying not to be an asshole, and I'm aware when I'm an asshole, and I'll apologize for it. Like, if the words "I represent science" left my mouth, which they very well could, I would sure as hell be apologizing for it. And not in because I got in trouble. I would just feel bad about saying something like that. And even that little phrase, I represent science. No, Dr. Fauci, you do not represent science. I love science. The millions of scientists that inspired me to get into it, fall in love with the scientific method and the exploration of ideas, the rigor of science. That Anthony Fauci does not represent. He's one, I believe, great scientist of millions. He does not represent anybody. He's just one scientist. And I think the greatness of a scientist is best exemplified in humility. Because the scientific method basically says, like, you're like standing before the fog, the mystery of it all, and like slowly chipping away at the mystery. And it's like it's embarrassing. It's humiliating how little you know. That's the experience. So the great scientists have to have humility to me, and especially in their communication, they have to have humility. And I mean, I don't know. And some of it's also words matter because you have to. Like great leaders have to have the poetry of action. They have to be bold and inspire action across millions of people. But you also have to, through that poetry of words, express the complexity of the uncertainty you're operating under. Be humble in the face of not being able to predict the future or understand the past or really know what's the right thing to do, but we have to do something. And through that, you have to be a great leader that inspires action. And some of that is just words that you chose for me. I'm all torn about this. And then there's the politicians there taking those words and magnifying them or playing games with them. And of course, that's a disincentive for the people who do the scientific leaders that step into the limelight to say any more words. So they kind of become more conservative with the words they use. I mean, it just becomes a giant mess, but I think the solution is to ignore all of that and to be transparent, to be honest, to be vulnerable, and to express the full uncertainty of what you're operating under, to present all the possible actions, and to be honest about the mistakes they made in the past. I mean, there's something, even if you're not directly responsible for those mistakes, taking responsibility for them is a way to win people over. Like I don't think leaders realize this often in the modern age, in the internet age. They can see through your bullshit, and it's really inspiring when you take ownership. So do the thought experiment, like in public, do a thought experiment. If there was a lab, and then lay out all the funding for Health Alliance, all the incredible science going on at the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the NIH. Lay out all the possible ethical problems. Lay out all the possible mistakes that could have been made. Say like, this could have happened, and if this happened, here's the best way to respond to it and to prevent it in the future. Just lay all of that complexity out. And I wish we would have seen it. And I have hope that this conversations like it, your work, and the books on this topic will inspire young people today when they become in the Anthony Fauci's role to be much more transparent and much more humble and all those kinds of things. That this is just a relic of the past when there's a person, no offense to me, in a suit that has to stand up and speak clarity and certainty. I mean, that's just a relic of the past. It is my hope. But
do you mind if I I agree with a great deal of what you said, and it's really unfortunate that certainly the Chinese government, as I said before, our government wasn't as transparent as I feel they should have been, particularly in the early days of the pandemic, and particularly with regard to the issue of pandemic origins. We know that Dr. Fauci was on calls with people like Christian Anderson and Scripps and others in those early days, raising questions. Is this an engineered virus? There were a lot of questions. And it's kind of sad. I mean, as I mentioned before, I've been one mean, that certainly there were others, but there weren't a lot of us. Of the people from the earliest days of the pandemic were raising questions about, hey, not so fast. Here, and I launched my website on pandemic origins in April of last year, April 2020. It got a huge amount of attention. Actually, my friend Matt Pottinger, who was the Deputy National Security Advisor, he was reaching out to people in the U.S. government and allied governments saying, hey, we should look into this. And what he was sending them was my website, wasn't some U.S. government information. And so,
by the way, people should still go to the website. You keep getting it, keep updating it, and it's an incredible resource. So
thank you, Jamie. That's what I know. And it's really unfortunate that our government and international institutions, for pretty much all of 2020, weren't doing their jobs of really probing this issue. People were hiding behind this kind of false consensus, and I'm critical of many people. Even when I heard Francis Collins' interview with you, I just felt, well, he wasn't as balanced on the issue of COVID origins. Certainly, Dr. Fauci could have, in his conversation with Rand Paul, it wasn't even a conversation, but in some process in the aftermath, could have laid things out a bit better. He did say, and Francis Collins did say, that we don't know the origins, and that was a shift, and we need to have an investigation. So now, but having said all of that, I do kind of, one, I have tremendous respect for Dr. Fauci, the work that he's done on HIV/AIDS. I have been vaccinated with the Moderna vaccine. Dr. Fauci was a big part of the story of getting us these vaccines that have saved millions and millions of lives. And so I don't think, I mean, there's a lot to the story. And then the second thing is it's really hard to be a public health expert because you have, your mission is public health. And so, and you have to, if you are leading with all of your uncertainty, it's a really hard way to do things. And so, like even now, if I go to CBS and I get a title, somebody has done a calculation of how many people will die from taking Tylenol, and they say, well, we can live with that. And that's why we have regulation. And so all of us are doing kind of summaries. And then we have people in public health who are saying, well, we've summed it all up, and you should do X. You should get your kids vaccinated for measles. You should not drive your car at 100 miles an hour. You don't drink lighter fluid. Whatever these things are, and we want them to kind of give us broad guidelines. And yet now our information world is so fragmented that if you're not being honest about something material, someone's going to find out, and it's going to undermine your credibility. I agree with you that there's a greater requirement for transparency now. Maybe there always has been, but there's an even greater requirement for it now because people want to trust that you're speaking honestly, and that you're saying, well, here's what I know, and this is based on what I know. Here are the conclusions that I draw. But if it's just, and again, I don't think the words science or whatever it was are the right words. But if it's just, trust me because of who I am, I don't think that flies anywhere.
Can I just ask you about the Francis Collins interview that I did? If you got a chance to hear that part, I think in the beginning we talked about the loud leak. What are your thoughts about his response? With an investigation, but I mean, I don't know how you would interpret it. It's funny because I heard it in the moment as it's great for the head of an age to be open-minded on this. Yeah. But then the internet and Joe Rogan and a bunch of friends and colleagues told me that, that's too late and too little.
Yeah. So first, let me say, I've been on Joe's podcast twice, and I love the guy, which doesn't mean that I agree with everything he does or says. And on this issue, and I'm normally a pretty calm and measured guy, and when you're just out running with your AirPods on and you start yelling into the wind in Central Park, Nobody else knows why you're yelling. But
So that you had such a moment?
I had a moment with Collins. And again, Francis Collins is someone who I respect enormously. I mean, I lived a big chunk of my life living in the world of genetics and biotech. And my book, Hacking Darwin, is about the future of human genetic engineering, and his work on the Human Genome Project and so many other things have been fantastic. And I'm a huge fan of the work of NIH. And he was right to say that the Chinese government hasn't been forthcoming and needs to look into it. But then you asked him, well, how will we know? And then his answer was, we need to find the intermediate host. Remember I said before? And so that made it clear that he thought, well, we should have an investigation, but it comes from nature, and we just need to find that, whatever it is, that intermediate animal host in the wild, and that'll tell us the
So
story.
he already had the conclusion in mind, and you're just waiting for the conclusion.
That was my, yeah, I felt like he was,
And that was
hoping
frustrating.
in general, but he was tilting, and I'm not here, where do I fall? He was like, I'm 85% or whatever it is, 80, 75, 90, whatever it is, in the direction of a lab incident. It made it feel that he was 90-10 in the other direction, which is still means that he's open-minded about the possibility. And that's why, in my view, every single person who talks about this issue, the right answer, in my view, is we don't know conclusively. And this is my personal view, circumstantial evidence is strongly in favor of a lab incident origin, but that could immediately shift with additional information. We need transparency, but we should come together in absolutely condemning the outrageous cover carried out by the Chinese government, which to this day is any meaningful investigation into pandemic origins. We have, if you use the economist numbers, 15 million people who are dead as a result of this pandemic. And I believe that the actions of the Chinese government are disgracing the memory of these 15 million men. They're insulting the families and the billions of people around the world who have suffered from this totally avoidable pandemic. And whatever the origin, the fact the criminal cover-up carried out by the Chinese government, which continues to this day, but most intensely in the first months following the outbreak, that's the reason why we have so many dead. And certainly, as I was saying before, I and a small number of others have been carrying this flame since early last year. But it's kind of crazy that our governments haven't been demanding. And we can talk about the World Health Organization process, which was compromised in the beginning. Now it's become much better. But again, it was the pressure of outsiders that played such an important role in shifting our national and international institutions. And while that's better than nothing, it would have been far better if our governments and international organizations had done the right thing.
If I could just make a couple of comments about Joe Rogan. So there's a bunch of people in my life who have inspired me, who have taught me a lot, who I even look up to. Many of them are alive, most of them are dead. I want to say that Joe said a few critical words about the conversation with Francis Collins. Most of it offline, with a lot of great conversations about it. Some he said publicly, and he was also critical to say that me asking hard questions in an interview is not my strong suit. And I really want to kind of respond to that, which I did privately as well, but publicly, to say that Joe is 100% right on that. But that doesn't mean that always has to be the case. And that is definitely something I want to work on. Because most of the conversations I have, I want to see the beautiful ideas in people's minds. But there's some times where you have to ask the hard questions to bring out the beautiful ideas. And it's hard to do. the skill. And Joe is very good at this. He says the way he put it in his criticisms, when he does this in his conversation, which is, whoa, stop. There's a kind of sense like, did you just say what you said? Let's make sure at the bottom and clarify what you mean. Because sometimes really big negative ideas can be said as a quick aside in a sentence. Like it's nothing. But it could be everything. And you want to make sure you catch that and you talk about it. And not as a gotcha, not as a kind of way to destroy a human being, but to reveal something profound. And this definitely is something I want to work on. I also want to say that, as you said, you disagree with Joe on quite a lot of things. So for a long time, Joe was somebody that I was just a fan of and listened to. He's now a good friend. And I would say we disagree more than we agree. And I love doing that. And but at the same time, I learned from that. So it's like a duel. Like nobody in this world can tell me what to think. But I think everybody has a lesson to teach me. I think that's a good way to approach it. But whenever somebody has words of criticism, I assume they're right and walk around with that idea. To really sort of empathize with that idea because there's a lesson there. And oftentimes, my understanding of a topic becomes is altered completely, or it becomes much more nuanced, much richer from that kind of empathetic process. But definitely, I do not allow anybody to tell me what to think, whether it's Joe Rogan or Fyodor Dostoevsky or Nietzsche or my parents or the proverbial girlfriend, which I don't actually have. Like all the
but you still busted my balls.
exactly. You mind that? I have a girlfriend in Canada. I have to mention it exactly. Mention conversation. I still want to mention that, but also I don't know if you've gotten a chance to see this. I'd love to also mention this Twitter feud between two other interesting people, which is Brett Weinstein and Sam Harris, or Sam Harris and others in general. And it kind of breaks my heart that these two people I listen to that are very thoughtful about a bunch of issues. Let's put COVID aside. People are very emotional about this topic. I mean, I think they're deeply thoughtful and intelligent, whether you agree with them or not. And I always learn something from their conversations. And they are legitimately, or have been for a long time, friends. And it's a little bit heartbreaking to me to see that they basically don't talk in private anymore. And there's occasional jabs on Twitter. And I hope that changes. I hope that changes in general for COVID. That COVID brought out I would say, the most emotional sides of people, the worst in people. And I think there hasn't been enough love and empathy and compassion. Two people from whom I've learned a lot, whether it's Eric Weinstein, Brett Weinstein, Sam Harris, you can criticize them as much as you want, their ideas as much as you want. But if you're not sufficiently open-minded to admit that you have a lot to learn from their conversations, I think you're not being honest. And so I do hope they have those conversations. And I hope we can I think there's a lot of repairing to be done post-COVID of relationships, of conversations, and I think empathy and love can help a lot there. This is also just I talked to Sam privately, but it's also a public call out to put a little bit more love in the world, and for these difficult conversations to happen. Because Brett Weinstein could be very wrong about a bunch of topics here around COVID, but he could also be right. And the only way to find out is to have those conversations. Because there's a lot of people listening to both Sam Harris and Brett Weinstein. And if you go into these silos where you just keep telling each other the that you're the possessors of truth and nobody else is the possessor of truth, what starts happening is you both lose track or the capability of arriving at the truth because nobody's in possession of the truth. So anyway, this is the call out that we should have a little bit more conversation, a little bit more life.
Totally agree. And both of those guys are guys who I respect. And as you know, Brett, and again, as I mentioned, just a handful of us were the early people raising questions about the origins
That's right.
of this pandemic. Right.
He was there also talking.
Yeah.
So people have heard him speak quite a bit about antiviral drugs and all that kind of stuff. He was also raising concern about Rabbi growing up.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but I completely agree with you that we don't have to agree with everybody, but it's great to have healthy conversations. That's how we grow. And absolutely, we live in a world where we're kind of, if we're not careful, pushed into these little information pockets. And really on social media, I have different parts of my life. One is focusing on issues of COVID origins, and then I have genetics and biotechnology, and then I have, maybe we'll talk about later, One Shared World, which is about how do we build a safer future. And when I say critical things like the Chinese government, we have to demand a full investigation into pandemic origins, this is an outrage, then it's really popular. When I say, let's build a better future for everyone in peace and love, it's like, wow, 3 people liked it, and one was my mother. So I just feel like we need to build, we used to have that connectivity just built in because we had these town squares and you couldn't get away from them. Now we can get away from them. So engaging with people who have a different background is really essential. And I'm on Fox News sometimes 3-4 times a week. And I would, in my normal life, I'm not watching that much of Fox News or even television more generally. But I just feel like if I just speak to people who are very similar to me, maybe it'll be comfortable. But what have I contributed? So I think we really have to have those kinds of conversations and recognize that at the end of the day, most people want to be happy, they want to live in a better world, and maybe they have different paths to get there. But if we just break into camps that don't even connect with each other, that's a much more dangerous road.
Let's dive back into the difficult pool.
Yes.
Just like you said, in the English-speaking world, it seems popular, almost easy to demonize China, the Chinese government, I should say. But even China, like there's this kind of gray area that people just fall into, and I'm really uncomfortable with that. Perhaps because in my mind, in my heart, in my blood are echoes of Cold War and that kind of tension. It feels like we almost desire conflict, so we see demons when there is none. So I'm a little cautious, demonized, but at the same time you have to be honest. It's like honest with the demons that are there and honest when they're not. This is kind of a geopolitical therapy session of sorts. So let's keep talking about China a little bit from different angles. So let's return to the director of the Center of Emerging Infectious Disease at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, Xi Zhengli, colloquially referred to as Batwoman. So, do you think she's lying?
Yes.
Do you think she's being forced to lie?
Yes.
I've known a bunch of virologists in private and public conversation that respect her as a human being, as a scientist. As a scientist,
yeah.
Not a human being. I think they don't know the human, they know the scientist, and they respect her a lot as a scientist.
Yeah, I respect her. I've never met her. We had one exchange, which I'll mention in a second, in a virtual forum, but I do respect her. I think that she is somebody who has tried to do heroes of tracking down the origins of the SARS-1, and that was a major contribution. But as we talked about earlier, it's a different thing being a scientist, or really kind of anything. It's different being one of those people in an authoritarian society than it is being in a different type of society. So when Xu Zhengli said that the reason the WIV database was taken offline in September 19 was because of computer hacks, I don't think that's the story. I don't think she thinks that's the story. When I asked her in March of 2021, March of this year, in a Rutgers online forum, when I asked her whether the Chinese military had any engagement with the Wuhan Institute of Virology in any way, and she said absolutely not, paraphrasing, I think she was lying. Do I think that she had the ability to say, well, either one, yes, but I can't talk about it?
How'd you find out about me? On the phone? Oh, somebody randomly called you on this phone. Did you just like, sure. I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for working. I've been doing so for like 2.5 years. Yeah. Well, it gives me a platform to be able to discuss what these things like ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, building greenhouses, self-driving greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. These are all ideas that I think are positive for the world that are being discussed globally. Exactly. That's what I do. Currently watching a podcast on AI, a Lex Friedman podcast. Ever heard of it? Excellent. Just enjoying life. How about you? What's new in your network? Very cool. Anyway. Perhaps, I mean, these are all available on Wikipedia. There's nothing necessarily suppressed about them.
So, like, an example, in medication that most for asthma, and this asthma medication has recently, they're saying that they've found that this medication is responsible to cause severe depression in people. There's lawsuits of people who have killed themselves. I personally did 6 times in the cycle of myself to kill myself. I don't know how it's my personally right now. It's not good. So I'm very upset about finding out that making my life even worse by thinking I was getting good at something.
Well, certainly, I agree.
Yeah, I'm going to do this, but
Yes, you are. Are you off that medication? Are you off of that medication?
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you that there are some things that are being suppressed. I really talk about things that I don't know if they're necessarily suppressed, but they're not mainstream discussions like anti-gravity, passive and uptrap, and that kind of stuff. Yeah, well, as of right now, it's just really the bottom of our story. Element one, including the use of
they could say that there's a lot of different they might ask, but I'm passionate about this event. it's the best technologies.
Okay.
And,
What ones do you like?
well, something good against it. One thing that's like voice to skull technology.
Voice of God technology. Yeah, absolutely. That's fascinating.
Where they actually find a way to have someone's skull.
Absolutely.
That person will hear voice with
100%.
whatever they're saying to them. And then you can change the voices with an AI. It's going towards sounding like their voice, but they are thinking they are responsible for the voice.
Correct. Yeah, that's fascinating.
Anything like that. I have seen an alien ship that have a front of me before.
Where was that? Tell me about it. I love hearing about these.
So it was about really after what I mentioned about a pretty extreme drug user.
What kind of drugs?
And I was in rehab the first time.
What kind of drugs?
It's heroin,
Okay.
injecting it to did everything. It was severe depression.
Right.
But so I had a critical point in my life of actually taking a drug in an inpatient treatment center from nowhere in New Hampshire. I'm in the woods right down there walking myself. And I just really seen people's experiences and people's that they got experienced with it. And see them interacting and almost pretty much their behavior that they would just pretty much. I mean, like, there's something on this guy that watching and talk to and like with it. And so I just pretty much, a conversation with this guy. But getting that, I just gosh, well, you said like maybe about 60 time or something. And 2 seconds after that, the ship shoots across the sky in front of me, crossing back around. Because that's how it is. And told me myself, and at the same time, I also had to pick up that message in that's a thing. But here, after I had that message, it was like,
Wow. What did the ship look like?
it was white. And it had a tail and that message and stuff like that. Like a egg pie. I would say. I also have become deeply invested in learning about project.
Sure. Off the coast of New York's Long Island, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Tell me what you know.
You ever watch Stranger Things?
Yeah.
Those Stranger Things is based on the bears and then everything else. And it wasn't me. It was like a bunch of kids. And it's like the girl that was in the room with that shit. Treated like a big with the tortures that they talked about going through. sensory deprivation, extreme sensory overload, trauma, and multiple personalities, dysfunctional minds, and become a super soldier, basically. They become not in control of their body or life at all. And they get they are jumped into this trance, into this personality that has been programmed with a mission that the other personality doesn't know about very well.
That is quite
This is part of the technology program that was made between the government exchange of technology that gave the grades in that time.
Yeah, you mean in 1954 or in
Yeah, I mean, there was a continuation of that in the States. They were on top. They had a chair that they got out of the crash in your boat. In this chair, supposedly, you could sit in it and it would just amplify telepathy. It was like a dream of the military, supposedly. They could manifest anything out of thin air with this. And this is also something going to be, they were making portals, they make a portal into a portal and go to a specific time in Earth. Then they would have these programs that would be able to people go into the portal, into the back of time, live a life, and change. That's a mystery. Our official timeline, the South won the Confederate War, which caused the United States to never recover. And this caused the Nazis to be successful in World War II.
This is similar to plays off of some things from, I believe, the kid gets the man in the high castle.
I know of it, I missed the story. So it is.
Yeah, so it was made into an Amazon series. Basically, it's a story where alternative history becomes true. Nazis take over basically the eastern part of the United States, and Japanese take over the western part of the United States. And just plays out with that.
So, of course, everything that I talk about also got extended as the days improve for a good way. So here's the side shadow of the video of him.
Correct. Too many people spamming and stuff, so
And we're going to check it out.
no, it's people spamming. So you can send it to me in a message. Just for me.
Before this next thing, thanks for being here.
Nope, nope, I'll send you that. What do you say? If you send it to me.
So this video, following our videos, it is a Weston Nichols. Weston Nichols was one of the operators of Montauk who was training in Japan and putting him in the NPL training or training. And he was unaware because he was also an NPL program that was just by looking at the room, like, you can see the technology is like President Nichols died. He was responsible for some of the most advanced development of frequency technologies. And say most of his later life passed. So,
How did you start to learn about this?
and what I also do is just discuss, send in support or strange, but certainly with it through. And it is with your money and complete gains through what you've been running.
It's video of one of those aliens. It's video of one of those aliens.
What I believe, so yes.
All right. Yeah, send that to me. I'd love to look at it. I'll look at it right now.
I do. So, well, it's being wearing a Nazi uniform, whatever.
Yeah.
It seems to be talking to a crew, and the camera's behind the crew, and it's speaking to. And you see the thing shifting into a dinosaur. Anybody that's created the videos inside of the thing,
Okay, I'm watching it. It's very blurry, right?
So, it would be better at that because
No, I understand. I do too. Okay, so it looks like a guy in a hat with a mouth, but his face you can't really decipher what it is. But you're saying that that could be because the distortion of time or whatever. Which is cool. I get that. Is there sound to this video aside from the music that's playing over the background? Is there sound to this or aside from the music playing in the background?
I definitely have to find this is a video I was able to find this. I cannot find any other thing. You can also see that it's a great minutes. It's a great thing how long the arms are. It's 4 seconds. Its arms are incredible.
All right, so 2 minutes 40 seconds. Who's watching this? Who are these people watching this?
Rabbi, you said forever. You said mistakes. And you were seeing him straight up shaped into a green, scary dinosaur head for half a second. It's enough to see its eyes and see its shine of its scales. And exactly what and it would make sense for him in particular to be what he's doing because of his being a steroids, being leadership roles, and there was trying to influence the public to really good evidence. The biggest screenshot of the evidence. And the women in 30 seconds was just very shaped with the nuts.
I'm taking a look at it.
See the green head, see the big ass eyes.
You sent it to me? Oh, yeah. Oh, I think it's. Maybe not.
The reason for exposing shape-shifting footage.
Okay, yes, that's what happened.
So this last one I'm sending is you get to see the barbarian and his crossing and how fucking scary these things actually are. This is what I actually leaked with footage also of a soldier in, I think, Russia. He's being chased by a guy by the barbarians. And the footage is being taken from an exact helicopter place watching the partnership unfold. And after the dog gets ripped apart, you hear the pilot of the helicopter, the bomber. And it costs just so much reputation that not even it takes so much money to train this accurately, especially with the thermal camera and how the blood shows up on the thermal camera.
I'm watching this. Couldn't that be just like edited?
Did you watch the whole thing?
Yeah, I did.
So I watched a lot of that, and I sent that footage to the military people. It works take a lot. I mean, honestly. So, I think the most damning about this is that supposedly this footage, when you get down to it, you find any answers for any source of it. Supposedly, it was released for a random video game from Russia, the Bible or video game. And but the thing is, when you think about the amount of money that was able to take to make this video, you know, the hell about to have the blood, to have the actors, to have everything that it's a lot of money to see if you create that. And supposedly the video game that it's supposed to be from is a very small team of people that would never been able to afford to make a commercial like that.
Well, wait, they're making a video game, so they're like experts in video, right?
They're experts in coding and making games.
Yeah, but I mean, they're similar fields.
But it's just sort of it shows me that the Bible which I read that with these things talks about is they feed off our flesh. If we take garments, they own us. They really matter.
Okay, so I frankly somewhat agree with you on that. What do you know about Dolce Gaze? Yeah, tell me all about it. Tell me all about it.
Basically, they acted virtually based in the plateau of industrial Mexico.
Archuleta Mesa. Archuleta Mesa. That's what it's known as.
Yeah. People are suspended on saying they've seen ships flying down.
Right.
There's Phil Corso, with Snyder, is the one who is an engineer for the military.
Right.
And he is the one who describes having a government battle with rays
That's
discovered
exactly right.
in operations without the United States' knowledge. There was a strict and began the war against the Kidneys.
That's exactly right.
And that's began offered with them.
Right. So why don't you think that people go there, like they went to Area 51 before it was declassified?
They used to hold it for you.
So you know how people used to go to Area 51 and just camp out and watch stuff? Why don't people do the same there?
Okay, yeah, like how I was
Yeah.
you say you have friends that do it actively.
No, I don't have friends who do it. Well, I mean, kind of. I was before he died. I had correspondence with John Lear, but I mean, my friends don't actively do it
You spoke to John Mayer.
now. We exchanged emails like 15 years ago. I'm like a big, yeah, I'm a big advocate of God Lazar, and I think that he speaks the truth. I think that they're both very important. And there was this disagreement between. So Bob Lazar had two people of that story. Well, Bob Lazar, George Knapp, television host, but then there's John Lear is an important part of that story, and Gene Huff. And basically, just I went and I read and listened to John Lear's side, and I listened to Gene Huff's side. And I just one day was like, I don't like how John Lear is being portrayed. And so I looked up his email. It was just available on like some forum. And I just emailed him. And I said, hey, I just want you to know that like I'm a third party in this and I don't have any dog in this fight. I'm just someone who's just researching. And I want you to know that I think that you were right and that you were portrayed erroneously. And he emailed me back right away. And he was like, thank you so much. You made my day. Yeah, it's just one of those things that you can't really control the narrative, but I appreciate that you reaching out. It was really nice. Yeah. So I am someone who, if I had the time and money and everything, I would just camp out at the Archuleta Mesa and see what's going on. But as I understand, it's not that easy. It's on tribal. It's on tribal land, so you can't just like go there. And it's like it's one of the most least populated areas of the United States, and so it's just not super easy to get to. And
I personally look in the area through Google Maps and stuff like that. I'm fascinated with that area, particularly because there's so much to look at.
absolutely,
The development of they're following all the craters that were made just south of Area 51. It's really cool.
well, we're talking about two different places. One's in Nevada, the other's in New Mexico.
Yeah, I was talking about that.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, those blast craters are all throughout the Nevada side.
What do you know about the secret space program?
That's a great question. Um, I know that one exists. That, in my opinion, NASA is just a front. It's a waste of time and money. I don't believe anything that they put out. But there is real technology that we've gleaned from crashes such as the crash in Florida, aka Roswell. And I mean, allegedly, there was like an exchange of technology multiple times during the Eisenhower administration at Edwards Air Force Base, and then another Air Force base in Mexico. And that's how we were able to. Yeah, Eisenhower's granddaughter or something like that, right?
She was asked to go to the secret space program and meet with them. She was fine.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do know that she's been interviewed on like Coast to Coast Dam. Do you know what Coast to Coast Dam is? Okay, great. I listen to it every night. I've been listening to it every night for years. And I called it Get on the Show. And but in terms of that story, there's something to it that is fascinating to me. Do you know about Project Serpo? Okay, so allegedly, after this exchange of information that happened in the 60s, or I'm sorry, in the 50s, there was an agreement that was made that we would allow the aliens to do experiments on people, like alien abductions, and in exchange we would get technology. And it was supposed supposed to be a limited amount of people, but the aliens didn't really respect the contract or the treaty, and they just take whoever they like. Anyway, there was this alleged program called Project Circle that took, I believe, 13 people, men and women, to um, another planet. Um, but like in another solar system, I believe it's called Circle. And the people, and the people, yeah, I think it was 3 years. And they brought all this. Well, no, some of them did. Some of them stayed, and some of them came back, and some of them died. But as I recall, it was like 13 people. They brought all kinds of like they brought like a bunch of food, and like they brought jeeps and things, and like a lot. They brought like a lot of stuff. And it was loaded onto some kind of like mothership somehow, and the mothership took them to this other planet. And the other planet was really interesting. That like they were introduced to people. It was very class system. Like there were workers, and then there was this elite class that they never got to meet. But basically, the story goes that there were like 13 guys. They had one leader of this like team, and they were to experience what life was like on another planet. And they got very sick after getting there because of I thought it was the different gravity or something. The gravity was like a little stronger than yeah. And yeah, they had a good, beautiful looking food, but it was disgusting to them. So, please tell me everything you know in bullet points about Project Circle and especially the interaction with the people on the planet. Okay, here we go. It was a secret exchange program between the U.S. and extraterrestrials from Zeta Reticuli, whom they called the Heathen. So it wasn't Circle, it was Zeta Reticuli. Okay. Supposedly related to the Rothschild function of the Great 17 were said to have been recovered. Mr. Rabbi allegedly helped the U.S. government establish communication with its home planet. Official exchange took place in 1965 with 12 military personnel officers, 12 kidnapped 2 women, sent aboard a spaceship to their home planet Circle. Oh, it was Circle. Okay. The mission was meant to last for 10 years. It reportedly extended 13 years at first. 13. Due to time discrepancies and travel mistake. The journey and arrival. Travel to Circle took 10 months aboard an enemy craft. The craft used advanced propulsion that caused disorientation and health issues in some of the team members. One member died en route, and another died soon after due to complications from the failing environment. Planet Circle, environmental conditions. Circle is said to orbit one of the Zeta Reticuli stars, approximately 39 meters. Harsh environmental conditions. It has 2 suns, resulting in constant daylight and intense radiation. The average temperatures are often above 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Difficult to read with limited flora and fauna. Native food was hard to digest for humans, causing malnutrition. The team relied on food supply food until it ran out. Atmosphere is breathable, but caused long-term issues for some of the team members. Even society and culture. Evens were described as peaceful, intelligent, highly disciplined, communicated through a form of telepathy or tonal language, partially translated through technologically advanced. They had spaceships, advanced independent medical equipment, social media, no formal interior economy, evidence seemed to be assigned road, no evidence of religion or crime. They lacked explicit expression or emotional display, appeared to prioritize duty and community over individuality. The human interactions and team maintained contact with parents for the first 2 years, but communication eventually broke down. The units wasn't special substance built by the evidence. There were cultural misunderstandings, psychological shifting, isolation, opinion norms, and time perception differences. One of the few team members integrated more fully with the Eden society because it did not restrict his work. Eden was curious about human biology and behavior. He did not harm or experiment on humans. The two documented their mission and detailed logs according to the manuscripts. The eight members returned to Earth in 1978. Two died on Circle, two chose to stay. The return trip took longer and was more complex than planned. The return team underwent intense debriefing and stepped under strict secrecy. All returnees report they died due to radiation exposure, psychological trauma, or illness by the early 2000s. Controversy and debunking. There's no verifiable evidence. The amount of insider claims and verifiable. Elements of the script tend to be a war, such as Roswell and pleasant kind of case. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what we know.
Yeah. Seemed like I had a video or something that it's going to take me out maybe afterwards. Some guys are seeing they have close bellies or other things. So, I think you get
39. Yeah, this was like 15 years ago, and I reported it in the last 5 years on the refund website. But basically, I was just driving to work, and a plasma ball flew over my car, and it felt like intelligent. It didn't explode or anything. It was just like making the size of a beach ball. That was maybe yeah. Well, no. That's different. Ball lightning's different. This is in the middle of. This is like in the evening, and it was not dark out. It was light. They're known as plasma balls. They were very common around that time, around like 2013 or so. It wasn't a ship though. It wasn't that big. It wasn't that big. It wasn't. It wasn't that big. It wasn't that. It wasn't that big. It was like a drum, but it was like the size of a beach ball, and just looked like a plasma ball. And I've seen them on video, and so I know like it's similar to what other people have been able to record. And it seemed intelligent, though it didn't communicate with me. But it was like it was basically another sun, but the sun was still in the sky. The sun was setting at the time, and this thing just flew right into my car into a subdivision. And, I just knew immediately that that was not anything that we had. It was like 39. Oh, no. Apologies. No. I thought you asked how old am I. No, it happened like 13 years ago. And for many years, yeah. So I wasn't a believer. I was a strict skeptic up until about 17 years ago. And then I saw Stephen Greaves' Disclosure Project. That was the thing that changed my mind. And on all of this stuff. And I just recognized that. Have you seen the Disclosure Project? No. There's one press conference. It's by Stephen Greer. It took place May 9th, 2001 at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. Okay, so when I saw that, that is the thing that convinced me that we weren't alone. There was just an overwhelming amount of evidence that these people had, and that came as a bit of a shock. And I told everybody I knew about it, and um, I was the first person that really grasped the enormous idea that we weren't alone. And since then, people have been thinking this, but then I remember being on a run in Fullerton City, California, and I was looking at the sky, so I kept looking at the sky, and I kept kind of asking for something to happen. I kept asking for it to happen, and it did not happen. I mean, I was just like, come on, if there's gonna be an alien, like, come out, that'd be great. And so I was a little disappointed. I mean, like, I found that, like, I wanted to see something, that's basically what I'm trying to say. And like, I had periods in my life where I like actively tried to do some things and I could not. But then this one day, I was not expecting it. I was just driving and I stepped right up to my car, and it was completely silent. It was like the size of a beach ball. It was like orange, like the sun, but the sun was already in the sky, and uh, it moved like not like the sun. It moved like a beach ball moving in the sky. Like I said, it was maybe 50 feet over my car, and when I got to work, I remember telling someone that this happened, and it was just like the wild thing. And I think this person maybe had some kind of information themselves. I'm not really sure. But yeah, I just was like, I haven't necessarily felt my mind developing yet. I've had times where I've been really, really stoned and felt like if aliens were going to communicate to me, that'd be a really great thing for them to do. And I really think there's something to that. If you're like really, really stoned, I think that you can have like almost like DMT, like released in your head, and just like with um, a DMT trip, like perhaps see and communicate with aliens or beings or whatever. But I had dreams. One in particular, it was, but like it, I don't know if it was alien.
What I think you said was a no, it's these plasma balls are like how we use it for so much operation. Consciousness in that ball and floating around everywhere. That's what is the intelligence that you
Yeah. When you say someone, I just mean I think it was definitely not necessarily. But then we get into what is it?
so like there's two different kinds. I mean, there's like the dark black ships, and then there's the plasma white bright ships. Right? There's this one guy here up on that side who went out here once and killed his dog and he hid over the net, go out to his house.
Tell me about it.
He woke up in the morning.
Tell me what you know about it.
Dog grew up in the woods instead of supposedly indicating to a being, remember that because the dog and the man got split and sure, the beings have the being of the sound. So he's got this house and it starts filling. And the being, that upset, very like, that's like, his hands are still, it wakes up and it's my name, or something, and screaming and stuff. It's fucking around with the noise and
Did you say there's video of this?
yes, I'm trying to pull it up.
Where did this take place?
Bill, and it seems such a Google to see the images.
I understand. All my stuff's free.
Here's the thing, if you look, look at your DMs. This one should say, like, you can see security and breathing and you're upset, really just something that just like reflect. So,
Hold on. Did you send me something with that guy with like a machine gun? Ew. Oh, what's the thing with the machine gun? Man gets chased and ripped apart.
yeah, it's the soul.
Oh, well, let me watch that.
That's
Is this the Russian thing? Okay.
I was thinking about it, that makes it happen. it was like, I think it was a big about it. And I was key things like, it's authenticity.
Uh, the thing with the milk, it's not.
It's still right. It's showing up blood sugar.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just like, why would like usually if I hear about reptilians, they're really big. So those things look like just humans running towards the sky. And
There's a lot of different species of reptiles.
hey, and I'm down for that. I mean, that's, space is a big place. This one that I'm looking at now with the guy who hit that thing on the head.
That is pretty fascinating. That is a classic negative precaution. Gray. You understand us, equalizes, and Jaguar.
And would you say beat off of the what?
They call them mental brainwaves that you emit when you're going to torture Luch.
LUSH?
LOOSH.
And they beat that?
That is what they've been feeding on those. They are negative beams, negative frequencies, low frequencies, low frequency negativity is nothing to do with school, employment, torture, or is linked. What if it does? I don't know. It's hard. You might hit survive, so you can well, all of this definitely behind the aliens. And research is demonology understanding possession, exorcism.
What's the difference between a demon and an alien?
Very little. But
How did you find me again? You just received a random call in Discord? You received a random call in Discord from who? Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. I know who that person is.
This is a conversation I'm having with most people. Meetings work through this part and a lot of meetings.
Yeah, that person found out about me, I think, from Pinterest, which is like, I don't need to do anything on Pinterest. Okay, so the guy who knocked this meeting out, what happened to him? The Reed guy.
Look up. First of all, that's search Jonathan Reed, which should also be able to find pictures of videos. There's also further footage of when the video takes off.
Okay, what happened?
I think it's like he got a advanced piece of technology from the day that I have seen regular television show before, and it is incredibly advanced. Actually, case he said when he put this wrist technology on, there's footage of it after time. Also, that I've seen when he puts it on, it's like the piece of spice in this bracelet thing, and it spikes in your arm and it turns into like white plasma or and it's really crazy. And to do that again. These things show up for you. But you just have to interact with them correctly. Just work that way. Pretty much you get invested by deciding what's going to happen in your mind. And it's pretty cool. It's interesting. And last night, it's an example of a I intended to see experience in the clouds, in the faces of the clouds, and I see this, and I intend to see the face of the cloud immediately. I see an incredibly detailed face of the cloud. It was pretty cool.
What kind of face? Male or female?
I know a lot of synchronicities. The more intense whatever that has happened recently was I got on one once. Every day I go to 6 mile walk.
What's that take? What's that taking? Like 2 hours? Where are you at?
So
You better.
that's the thing. After fully like going full fledged with this alien stuff and acceptance of it, my life has changed for the better significantly everywhere.
All right, it seems that way. So you saw a face in the crowd yesterday?
Well, yes, so the synchronicity that I had. It's thankful, you're going to do what I'm trying to teach you how you interact with these things. Is just look up in the sky. And ask if they don't want to be was taught much in anything you did. So it's, I asked, before Trump was elected, I've been waiting this for a long time. This actually got funded, so I would actually put up a lot of since the world changes, conflicts, really, in office, it's my dream to wait this for so long. And immediately after that, I had to see in the horizon a tree. This tree has leaves and it's all time, so most things are gone. But the last few years are in this tree are making a perfect 12, one, a square one, and a square two. And it's like it was bizarre, square and everything in the middle of this tree, okay? And I was going to try and take a photo of it, but I immediately a few steps and it disappeared. And so then I got home and I asked the AI what is the symbology of the number 12. And I got that it is divine timing. And it was an answer to the question saying that yes, it's everything when it needs to. And nutrition, it did happen there.
Do you know any of that views?
I did. I don't know where it is. I just don't know what it is. So it was the one that was
And what was his experience?
impacts.
What was the first word you said? Liars?
He had impacts that they had granted him.
Yeah, and then you said something and squares. What was the word something? Oh, okay. And had he gone up in a crowd? What happened?
I've seen those words. But the one time was so incredibly definite. I glitched it.
What'd you say?
I've had other times where something was kind of friendly and strange, but nothing is as I was in treatment. I would see shit that shot across the sky when I asked for it.
So you think you can like bring these things with your mind?
Everyone can. Yes, this is how it works. This is how it works. Do this. You know, see it coming.
Please elaborate.
The Stephen Bruce.
Yeah. I know that.
It's basically they're doing is this is how the disclosure of the alien simulation of planning is going to work. It's not. There's never going to be one government explaining telling everyone in the area I'm doing here. No, they're going to target this person and obstruct it. But you have to work. But also we have to make it be pleasant in your mind and make it invitation to what it is.
You mean inviting?
See what it says. Yes, we're going to Stephen Grace talks about how it's good to do this with a group. That's why leadership shifts come. And he was saying that if there's one person in the group that has scared frantic thoughts, it will, the beings will feel those scared frantic thoughts and want to work with you.
Right. I don't know why people don't find people credible. Why do you think? What's your position?
Explain to people who's to do this.
Have you ever seen one?
I've seen the house in human form. Over there, and then people and they're just looking at the window. So,
You think Donald Trump is an alien? You think Donald Trump is an alien?
you know what a starseed is?
Yeah, these are these people who are like have like
So galaxies have made a decision to conduct this
okay.
mission. And we have lived lives on different planets, bodies and aliens and stuff, and our souls forever. And we get into an investment. It's a blessing. It's like demons. I asked my God, Jupiter and Saturn. Study, how people kind of question.
Hold on. Mars and Jupiter. Hold on. It's Mars and Jupiter.
Yeah, there's a planet in between that was explored. A lot of people who are living on Earth live on that planet. Supposedly that explosion of that planet is what destroyed Mars and cultivated its atmosphere and civilization that was on the surface of Mars at the time. Supposedly Mars, the side of Mars that it was facing that planet, there is about 1/3 of its surface missing on that specific side of the planet because was a big still didn't matter.
I mean, wouldn't we see that when Mars rotates?
They were looked at interesting photos from Mars, robots that are on there.
Yeah, I don't really buy them.
A lot of evidence of past civilizations, cities, and it's making a little deeper than talk about how there's still a current population of Mars.
Was that planet between Mars and Jupiter older or younger than Earth?
Older. Supposedly there was immense civilization also unfinished. I mean, Scientology is supposedly everybody is kind of truth. It's the beliefs. Obviously, psychology and evil and how it treats its members and cults. People can't leave, but the core of the galaxy is accurate.
Do you think the Scientologist people are telling the truth?
Well, I think everyone's telling truths and lies. That's how demons work. They're typically over to continuously giving you truths mixed with lies. Sweet believing that things and things also. One of those things that I have not been able to is the existence of giants and their position on this whole issue of mankind. So definitely evidence of the loss of science keepers.
Right. That's why the Smithsonian Institution was founded.
It's really, it's like almost like you're trying to make, like, it's as if the negative beings got to a planet and made it here. Okay. Things like this guy, not what I understand. The Nazis and Hollywood with the cults and black magic rituals and stuff, and how they were doing that stuff,
Like the Vril Project, the Vril Society.
The Nazis were the first ones to make contact with extraterrestrial beings, native reptilians. This is going to cause the Nazis to develop the first on Earth in our civilization to have developed anti-gravity ships.
Like the Nazi bag.
They brought them because they were gone. What's Saturn's belt?
Yeah, the hexagram.
Hexagon. 6 working. Epic. Baseball thing. What it takes to make that working. And I also that it's I think it's a square.
I misspoke. It's a hexagon. But you think it's a square?
Yes. It looks like a hexagon. Because I did.
I don't follow. I mean, I know it looks like a hexagon from a bird's eye view.
You are right.
Yeah, we don't have
Now with that storm cube.
Yeah, yeah, I think that in that one I have to wear.
So it is, you'll see Satan's, you see black cubes symbology all over the time. The Jews, very strange, but the linguistics of the person there, this is what they had to do with the Jews. They prayed in the Bible, Talmud, they wrap leather on their fingers, and they have a cube.
No,
That's leather.
no, I've got one right here. It's my guitar.
They put it on the forehead.
Dog, I do it 6 days a week.
Tell me about that. What is it?
Well, generally a series of prayers that we say during something called chakras, which are morning prayers. And depending on your tradition, you have it either one time around your bicep and 7 times around your arm, and 3 times around your bicep, and 7 times around your arm. You make a shin, which is a Hebrew letter with the leather on your hand. You say a blessing the first time around your bicep, and the second time once it's on your head. Within the box is a little scroll that has the Shema on it, which is the prayer that we have. Here, O Israel, the Hashem is God, Hashem is one. Then we essentially make an extended version of the prayer that we pray with it. And there's another box that that's on your bicep that essentially protects the box that's on your bicep, and it should be pointed towards your head. Aside from that, it's like an overview of it. Oh, the reason why we do it is to remind us that we were once slaves in Israel in bondage, and essentially we were relieved from that every morning after we got. We were once slaves in Egypt. We were in bondage, and so we the song Rivers of Babylon.
I had some songs about Jewish people and how they pushed to land.
Right? Right?
So what did some
But first, yeah, you're talking about the Rabbi and Babylon song. Right? Yeah, to Rastafari song. Okay, so what? No, it's generally, though it does have some influence from Judaism. It's not Jewish. Oh, Babylon. That's no. I thought you meant Rastafari. Oh, so yeah, Babylon. which destroyed the first temple of ours.
And so other rich guy 100% that I'm worried about whoever signed
Yeah, it's
it. Signing up for sure.
yeah, it is. So that's generally considered to be Jerusalem. It's technically like Mount Moriah.
Whereas looking for this way, that's not even climbs from the song. I'll show this to you what it's all strange thing. The cares the way things do. This is all actually seen through the song. It's red line. So I think it's the song is from June. I mean, it's out.
I mean,
So if you have to research to go back.
yeah, that's our story. The Rastafarian song is just a telling of that story.
Those,
No, never. It's accurate. I thought you were saying that Rastafarian, you were asking if Rastafarian is related to Judaism. And generally, I think some aspect of it will.
yeah, but I have to see it. I was raised as a Catholic. I was in Catholic school. I left Catholic school. Atheists for most of my life. And recently, in the past 5 years, I just was letting God's protection.
All right. Glad you have something that makes you happy.
Well, like I said, it's done. It's important. It was that's really true. Suicide. I understood it exactly why. And I believe now that I was oppressed by a powerful negative entity that was feeding on my life. Never in my life would I ever had being able to not negative in the future where I may not want to kill myself. But now I didn't want to kill myself. I'd like to I'm more like my past thoughts.
That's okay. You should know that you really made some great progress, especially in terms of changing your mental state and your body. So that's great.
You know, and take any is personal. You seem a very interesting, good person and enjoy myself about a long time. But I have a lot of criticism for the Jewish people.
That's cool.
That,
Join the club. A lot of people do.
yeah, thanks. You know, how many times they were put together from what our history that the Jewish people have been out of countries.
Yeah, it varies, but a lot of times people choose 126.
Mel Gibson says that he doesn't push up for every time. So,
All right.
Mel Gibson's one music. He's very sensitive.
He's the front runner against Gavin Newsom for governor of California in 2024. 26.
Yeah, I was raised a guy just pretty good stuff. I critically questioned it. So, what answering question as I must be like both that's really efficiency of the question. I get through a lot. And the more about that thing that we spent all the time. On the third day working at the gas station, I was severely beaten by the very dangerous psychopath.
It's terrible. What happened?
Third day working at the gas station, there was an employee who had to be corrected to do something or something. And most employees there. I did that a lot right up. And it's for monk. You can say that it's for this work on rock. Going against the grain. Being outside. Fight against group mentality, mob mentalities. But this man, there's a lot of psychopaths stuff in the world today. Kind of like this seems. I think these people are being used to our demons. Because people are angry, but people are seeing their life. And this was when I was 44 years old. I've been through a lot at that point, guys. I'll see a lot of that. At the end of it, it's continuing with this group. It's hard to feel like you're still
Did you press charges against this guy? Did they put a warrant out for him or something?
I was at a gas station.
It's better than that. Alright. Yeah, I mean, you're in a better spot now, so that's good.
This is like, to me, this satisfied right. My insight and to it. It's have a feel for me,
Okay, why do you have to have this done?
so that is what I love. Most of my life, I was a good guy, first I understood, not afraid to vote or such shit, protect my friends and whatnot. And this moment, proving to me that life is not for others. it's a 7 days submitting to pretty much. Okay, but it's like everything. Yeah, it's just life. I don't know if this thing chance. Time. It's going to be stubborn stuff. And I think, okay, so we go into doing stuff. Yeah, we can kind of get up on that. I never get a real position, but I was get to start doing this.
When you say the demons, you mean like you did previously reference demons. Do you mean it's like an alien?
Also is the interface with us where we can't interface with things.
Where does it live? Right, like another dimension.
It would show up on a camera, but it wouldn't show up. Cats and dogs see something. Children see something that we can't see.
Right. Okay. So back to the thermal camera thing. Would you be able to?
I'm pretty sure that should take much.
Maybe that's right.
I would have gone.
Yeah. I mean, I've got to say, make some wild claims, but you at least try to provide evidence.
Just also, I had this deep feeling that things were not right, and things were not tense. That's the discovery. Life is this fucking shitty, boring, plastic, gray. Really vital. A lot of British shifted like ethnic was also from go on Telegram.
Yeah. Telegram, I know. Live stream.
You can hear communication screen stuff.
It's such an creative. The modern day journal or diary of the world, a timeline or time capsule for society.
That's what's the
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
this thing that those applications that there's someone that came on it they stick figure image over them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just pretty skeptical of that kind of stuff, but I have an open mind to the best of my ability, so you have evidence of it.
I was going to say that that's like creative being able to do the same thing for the thermal camera. It's like so many people sometimes like that. really wasn't taking videos after I'm not going to have it's so bizarre. It's like, that you have a chainless line, but I don't think it's so good. But it is, it's like a lake or a body of water. You know, that physics. It's baptisms. It's crazy. Crazy people trying to disrupt.
I took those books. Just do you have a link to it or something? Okay, well you can live stream it on there.
So this is the next footage of someone having a typical sleep paralysis.
Okay.
All sleep paralysis is the one that
Alright.
it's supposed to be
I have it loaded. It's up. I got you. Just one moment. Can you make it bigger? Can you make it bigger? Like it's like a picture in a picture? Yeah, oh, it's VLC. Upper left hand corner, edit zoom level. Yeah, make it like 20%. Upper left, it's the zoom. It should be under either edit or view. It goes file and then what does it say? Click it and then remove.
Yes.
Make it smaller. Make it bigger. Okay, so now that I've done this, I don't see it. File. What's next to file? Are you opening this in VLC No big deal. Okay, keep going.
Once, you're a master. You're a master. It's something to the vision of the person who has been able to be saying in the shadow of your master. And then when you're on top of it, that's right. There's another sheet signature. Touch up on that time, and it's getting to show. It's very good. It's a big individual. It's mysterious shape. It's a possible my body. So what's the man? It's seemingly strangling you. So she wasn't pointed out that there's a lot of bobs flying around the room as well. So, what do you think? Guys, after this wish, I mean, it's also a nice way to know who the chair is. That is the real focus.
Match it. Over.
He's, I think I do. Cameras, there's only, I say, the human eye is on a certain spectrum of colors that exist.
Like you, visible light.
And also, the way that you get deep down in this CIA and physicists and when the CIA was teaching people who were doing telepaths that our brains are just receivers of frequency like televisions, just tuned to a certain frequency. So being just on a different channel of frequency. It's something to do. These things are so advanced that and they also made us that they can tune in brain to see what they want us to see. Exactly. Us, like how the human brain is reptilian part of the human brain. So,
The Abdullah Abdullah.
that was called the Vassal game.
They're all
So,
like whatever you want to do. Sure.
we're just developing. We have a very, very long road to go with developing these maps and abilities to tune into these things. We all have telepathy, abilities to go through. It's just really unlocking and training yourself to be able to do it again.
Yeah.
Christopher Sauce.
Right.
That goes exactly as you were just saying. It's the group. So I'm really about doing it right now, trying to do it myself. This is really hard to do. Trying to develop telepathy. It's called the website. And these are most of these years of even I go to the tunnel light. This tunnel light, but we actually it's just a trap that destroys this soul and you all its memories. It is a reincarnation for someone, supposedly. And if you advance your consciousness, you develop the ability, even though not to go to the plane, supposedly you go back to your life. You just turn around and say, how would you go back home? You do something so dynamic galaxy that supposed to go sent website video about they call them the death traps. These people, these website people do help you, and it's really interesting that you see them like trying to dig the legacy of others, like underwater and stuff. And this the website group really maintain a who they're saying that they are intermediary way of communication for these things to tell us what's going on. And telling us that those girls are being talked about in the news in New Jersey, and we see those are working. That is, that's like how to do it, saying that this is the devil, this is the way that they are. Anything like that was going to be leaderships. So if they started on leaderships, so, but then again, there's truths and lies. I don't know. Everything's a truth now. They do tell truths. And, in relation to our restaurants.
We're all related. There are 3,000 of us in the United States.
Well, that's interesting. Nice to meet you.
Okay, make sure
So I talk to you about
you're good. You're an interesting person. I'm glad that Fawn sent you a call and they got you in here. Very cool. All right. Back to the discussion on you had said that this is at the powers of being, right? Are those aliens from another planet, or do you think they live in like these regions?
so there's a lot when it comes to space and exactly what's going on. Cool to I don't know. What I am interpreting, what I'm seeing is that there is a government above us. There's a God. It's something above us. Above the firmament, above us in the sky, in space, is water.
You mean like you don't believe in like a round earth or spherical earth?
I don't know about the little body damning evidence. But from what I've seen, when I take my drug to the highest altitude of the metal, when I go on an airplane, when I have other videos, I don't see a curvature.
Then you're just not going high enough. If the Concorde, look at any picture from the Concorde, which would go higher than traditional aircraft, and you can see this difference. Do you know what I'm referencing? The Concorde plane?
Yes, the one that was nice to be shown.
Exactly. So just look at some pictures from the Concorde and you can see the curvature here.
That's, I think that, so I believe what Rabbi says that he saw when he came back
From Antarctica?
to Antarctica mission.
All right, so I know that story pretty well. Tell me what you know.
Flying across the mountain terrain, so it's supposed to be, very under cold conditions terrain. Antarctica,
Right?
it's like there's grass and there's really animals walking around and it's warm and it's like there's a ship that it's running beside them and it seems to have taken control of their controls of their ship
Right.
and the land because it's planes. What's going on? I definitely believe there are other civilizations out there that are incredibly advanced that we don't, people are really, I definitely believe in generative societies as well. It's just like a Swiss cheese.
All right, so like the Hollow Earth.
You see that bridge is supposedly on the west.
I've seen some. I don't know which one exactly you're referencing. Send it to me.
When it came out recently.
Send it to me if you can.
I usually end up to find it on being a family. Everybody censor.
I understand that.
This is pretty crazy. So maybe that, that's kind of you have the folks to financial.
It's like having the same costume. Are you related to get people in, perhaps with family tree? Like, no, but that's not
Well, I read about Rothschild, so that very interesting.
there you go. Okay, I'm looking at the thing that you sent me. So where was this? Who took this video?
I don't know, it's spread around quite a bit. There's more. It's a different, whatever. The same job. like those flames that like as much
Right. So does that mean you think that the Earth is like a toroid sheet?
I honestly I believe that there's a lot of markers out there. I think if there's if I had to agree that there's literature that I haven't seen that I but and then maybe theirs is like potato chip. So right we're not seeing what there so shows us
All right. So you think it's shaped like a potato?
something. Yeah.
Like an oblong sphere? Okay. And what makes you?
Because there's a lot of information. Like you see how it does really like when people think on stars, planets, really interesting. It's
Okay. So you think that like every
I don't believe in interplanetary beings fully at once. I believe there's other humans, women, there's not humans on the planet that bring really intelligent, but there's no evidence of these beings coming from planet exists.
well, I mean, you know that Bob Bazaar story. What about that? Those are ships that the United States government has. Yeah, that's some wild stuff. That's actually the stuff that I don't agree with. Oh well, it's just there's no evidence of what he's saying, and but the more and more the older I get, the more I'm open to it that there's perhaps an alien base on the dark side.
Recognition that something is severely affected and it's it's not maybe everyone see a video of what's all there Neil Armstrong he punches the guys going for it on television.
Now, I'm an expert on this subject. Yeah, and that's an attraction.
That person that they
I'm funny. I've seen it. I've watched it with people on here. I know it in and out.
one thing that I very proud is psychology. With through psychology and through my obsession with understanding what people think of me do. When I read psychology and brain reactions of these astronauts, so I see the thing that they're saying, they have no goddamn stuff about what they're supposed to do. They, and every single one of them, has a different thing to say. And not only that, they are all responding like a man who was terrified, trying to go online and go online.
You're talking about the Apollo passing, right?
All
Yeah, it's a joke. It's like a joke that anybody believes in. You're exactly right. They don't talk like scientists. They talk like old men who are telling you about driving in a car. None of what they talk about is very scientific. They don't talk about temperatures. They don't talk about angles of approach. They don't talk about sounds. And you even hear, like, in some of them, they're like, I think it's Duke who says, yeah, it was perfectly silent. And then other people are like, oh, it was super loud. And like, well, which was it? Yeah, it's just, they talk about, like, if I go outside, it's get hot today, it's like maybe close to 95 degrees. Okay, that's like a approximation. Uh, but these guys are like, yeah, it was hot, but it was actually really cold. And I didn't see any solar flares. Oh, but there were solar flares. They're just like not very accurate as to what they experienced. Exactly. And as Buzz Aldrin says, we were just uh, we were just on a trip basically. Like you can tell that look, I mean, it's obvious if you actually learn about it that they were just in low Earth orbit and everything else was still on a sound stage. Stanley Cooper.
Seems like Kubrick was making a lot of SOS reaching out symbology gifts throughout his movies, especially.
Absolutely. So you've got in The Shining, room. I think it's like room. Room. The Shining. Yeah, exactly. The pattern on the floor. Exactly. Room 237. Yeah, the pattern on the floor is like um, the space, um, the arrangement of it canal. Um, exactly. Um, yeah, the kid's shirt and the idea that like, well, it's like, why did he do this? I mean, it was the ultimate challenge as a filmmaker, but they could have. I mean, he did 2001: A Space Odyssey, so he knew how to make these images look as realistic as possible. He's basically the foremost expert in cinematography at the time. But on top of all of that, the interesting thing is he did get some benefit out of it later on. I believe he was able to use a type of camera that had never been used before, a Hasselblad type of low um, low light camera, so that he'd be able to accurately portray candlelight in his movie. Um, Not Apocalypse Now, no. No, it's called. It's two words. It's a guy's name. Um, just a moment. It's go. It's like it's not Gary Linden, which took place in 1975. And there's this. I don't know whether it's true or not, but well, so then they had him do some other things that were really interesting. Specifically, his last movie, Eyes Wide Shut. which is an incredibly interesting movie and dark movie starring Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman and about the underworld of the world's elite and the sex parties that they go. And there is apparently, when Stanley Kubrick signed the contract to direct Eyes Wide Shut, one of the contingencies was that it had to be shown in its entirety and it could not be edited. And there were apparently some scenes in it that were cut, that Warner Brothers cut immediately after his untimely death. And they still put out the movie, but apparently there were like scenes of the sacrifice of a child or something like that that we never made it. There was also a video that's out there, whether it's true or not, I guess this is good for mine, that, well, two of them. One is apparently Stanley Kubrick talking about it. It's not like a really, it's just basically like his mouth. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of course they're going to say that. They want to keep being able to show this shit on YouTube. And then there was one of his daughters who talked about it as well. Now there's another video that I saw that was very it's about, okay, so this was an interview of a person whose father worked as a security guard at an Air Force base in New Mexico. Coincidentally, the same Air Force base. Um, no, it's not Dulce. It's Eagle or something, Air Force base. Hold on, I'll find it. No, it's a starts with a E, and it's not really well known about. It's not pertinent. Not Holloman was the other one, so it was different. Holloman and Anchorage Air Force Base were where allegedly Eisenhower met with Taylor and had like many discussions. It starts with it's not pertinent. Maybe it's an Air Force Base. Starts. It's not right. It's what? Yeah, on different streams. Got like 1, 2, 3. It sticks to Discord and socialized Discord and some other things. I've got 18 different YouTube streams going simultaneously, so it's like because I want to record my life from multiple angles. This is so interesting to me. Okay, bases. No, it's no, Edwards. Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong. Could have been, but it was like, okay. Anyway, I could be wrong. It's let me just look up story of a deathbed confession of someone whose dad worked at an Air Force base in Mexico. That was during June 5th, 6th, and 4th, 1968, of the Apollo program being filmed. All right. Yeah, here it is. Oh, it's Cannon Air Force Base. It's not Cannon Air Force Base. All right. So I read a post from July 15th, 2022 discusses a deathbed confession of a man in New Mexico. His father worked at Cannon Air Force Base. The man claimed that the Apollo moon landings were filmed at the base called Operation Stern Guns. His father was reportedly an MP guarding the sites where the landings were filmed. The confession was made after the man was diagnosed with terminal. Yeah, I mean, I said security, but that's military police. Terminal cancer and total months to live. Okay, so let me find this Reddit post. Yeah, yes. 3.5 years. Since the pandemic. Yeah, so I have bad cataracts, so I don't want bright lights. And as for myself,
Just bet you on this piece, right?
yeah, badly.
There's no issue.
I have cataracts, so basically, um, yeah, it's like the lens is clogged over, and so when I go outside, even just have bright lights, yeah, but it's expensive, and I'm just not going to do it. I was going to do it in the pandemic before this. Yeah, it's easier said than done. It's like being named Smith. Does that mean that you're related to Adam Smith? Yeah, perhaps, like through the way. Or if your last name's Johnson, does that mean that you're related to Andrew Johnson or Lyndon Johnson? Uh, so, so, I mean, yeah, through the, yeah, sure, I understand. So, uh, there's a video. It's actually Bart Sibrel has it posted. It's called Moon Landing Fraud, Deathbed Confession, 10 on 1/6. So anyway, I saw this guy give this, and it made sense to me. Then I've seen another video of them actually at Cannon Air Force Base, and Lyndon Johnson is there. It took place June 6th, 1968, and Kubrick's there. And this is like before the days of like when AI like really did this kind of stuff. It's not like Sora or anything like that, or Midjourney or anything. And basically, so Sora is like this video, and and it's like it just shows Johnson there with Kubrick, and Kubrick's like pointing around, telling back one of the things, and then we actually watched that. What they did is took concrete and like just huge amounts of concrete powder and just made that as the lunarscape, and then it shows them taking it and moving it into a huge. They move into a huge warehouse where it's dark. And you're like, oh, that's what you're doing. And um, then, like even like James Bond played up on this with Moonraker, where like James Bond's running around the moon set, or the movie Capricorn, right? Or the movie Capricorn One. They do this as well, except instead of the moon, they going to Mars. Like O.J. Simpson's in there. and it's just it's just pretty clear to me how they did it, and that's why you never hear anybody talk about it in the mainstream. The only time they ever mention any of it is on June 20th every year, or July 20th every year, marking the whatever anniversary of it. And you never hear people talk about it. Even Elon Musk doesn't.
Elon Musk sends his car to space. He said at a press conference, the first thing he said, because we let's see how big it was. And I feel like right then and there he was admitting that it's okay.
Certainly. But at least in terms of Apollo, I mean, if you line up 1,000 people right now, I will be able to tell you more about the Apollo programs than all of them, except for maybe all of them or all but one. I mean, like I know it very well, and I at least how it was done, and it's not that difficult to do. And the fact that people still believe it to this day is an insult to my intelligence.
Reasons I think being a bigger reptilians doing to humanity is an influence and captains try and it's
Okay, so you think that they didn't go to the moon to break people's belief that
looks like a president, you know, like it's the prison planet. It's like a big reality. And like it's artificial. They requests we're slaves. We don't think we're slaves.
all right, I mean that's kind of the whole Anunnaki theory, isn't it? That we were brought here to mine for gold for another civilization.
Yeah, that's a footage show, but you know, around here, giant basically in Iraq.
Send it.
It's fighting West.
What was what game was this? Do you ever play Microsoft Flight Simulator? What's your favorite? Yeah. What's your favorite? Yeah. I took a look. Favorite app to use in Microsoft Flight Simulator.
I treated basically just like driver's training, trying to learn how to fly. I don't really have a favorite. I just want to know how it works in the first place.
All right. Well, what kind of craft do you like to use?
Just in the first set is terrifying.
Yeah, it does not move smoothly.
Triangulating it, like, oh my god.
It's so big. You know, there are alternatives that basically give you the same experience but are much smaller. Yeah. Let me just get their names. They'll download 10 times faster. Flight Simulator, Microsoft alternatives. What am I just called like free? X-Plane is really good, and Flight Gear. Those are the two that I use. Of them, I think X-Plane. There's a flight simulator. At least there used to be. I still think it exists here in Google Earth, which is amazing. Yeah, it's still there. I did it like it in the last couple of years. I still think it is. Do you have Google Earth? Okay, go to Google Earth and section. Okay. In the upper top of your menu, what are your options? And what?
You can see the chain.
Vision space. No, I want you to be able to use it. Okay, so let me just Google Earth plane mode. Oh, you see it? Flight simulator? How sick is that? Go to Kathmandu. Alright, so I'll Okay, so head up displays control it. Okay, mouse and keyboard. Page up to increase thrust. Arrow keys and alt to turn slowly or control to turn quickly. And it's not, you know, the best, but it is pretty cool. Like it's already loaded, so you don't need
Here's which where the control stuff in. Which are the same.
Alright, move left is left arrow, move right is right arrow. This is with the keyboard. I don't know what see first person perspective, control, then click and drag. Zoom in is plus and out is left. So that was the real
It's a difficult to be able to done
Yeah. The big thing is the new weapons, like, I don't know, I don't know if I've used that, maybe.
It would make sense that if the weapon they would use to take down the agreement would be nice trillions on Earth.
Yeah, but it would blow up. Yeah, but then you wouldn't need thermite. It was more obviously thermite, in my opinion, with thermite. It could be done in any way.
There were explosions. There was a controlled demolition inside of the panel, so they didn't do weapon. And this was the only weapon on that operation. The essence is that he's built Rothschild.
It really does have you put right now. Remember Venice Beach?
Amazing answer.
You've got Marina Del Rey, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, Redondo Beach. No, that's LA.
It's kind of cool.
Go to, they have one that runs in a browser. That's really good. Flight Simulator browser. Just a moment. GeoFS. Go to geo-fs.com. It's amazing.
You know, but the bands, the brothers,
Yeah,
you know about their cheeks.
no, tell me about it. All I know about the gorillas is some videos, basically.
Yeah, it's the simulator where you got a rabbit in their cartoon truck, right? With that sun going around the back of
Believe it or not, I think the gorillas will be one of the biggest bands of all time. Well, just because they don't have to have anybody living to do it, can all be done by engineers. Like the Rolling Stones. I saw the Rolling Stones surprise stadium on the street, and like right before, it was like maybe a month or two before, their drummer Charlie Watts died, and so they had to replace him. Um, Eventually, Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, everybody else is going to die, and then it won't really be the Rolling Stones. But with Gorillaz, they could do that for 1,000 years. Everybody would consider it just like exactly.
this might be a little off topic and pretty dark. We had a dream, and well, I want to show you Alice Cooper's. Like, bragging about it.
What do I know about it? Essentially, it's released in your adrenaline glands during times of high stress. The purest forms come from children and specifically Eastern European children, Eastern European brunette males, for whatever reason. And like it's used potentially as a currency by elite levels of society to be able to get a euphoric high.
Supposedly, aliens have been using
It's the it allegedly is the reason why the browser that you're using is called what it is. Chrome. Oh, I don't know if you use it. I thought it was Chrome. Yeah, Chrome.
It's time to go about the 666.
Yeah, absolutely. What
About the flying transfer in.
Yeah, I know. I did. I played it a bunch. You know, I don't know off the top of my head, but I've had times where my internet has gone down in my life where I played that game far too much, far, far more than I cared to have. Yeah,
So
right. I'll be right back. download GeoIFS yet? Or you don't have to download it. It's just a website. Went to SCOM? Yeah. I mean, what I know here in Oakland. Also, forms of journalism.
Yeah, video of I posted on the post on Reddit that they bring books about a claim that he was getting murdered from Brooklyn.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Obvious murder. And the reason I along with that, I posted for Reddit that the time that the officer was on the time. David Redden, when they shot the guards, they had shooting. Bunch of folks, yeah, like the show. That was pretty great. Maybe instead. Like the show.
What's the name of your Reddit post?
Clearly.
I think I've seen that. I'd love to see it again.
Along with the first with really got to make sense of that's the show. The person is
I have in the past, I had every single one that was available. Somebody came in and put a GIF of somebody like self-immolating themselves, and they did it like 500 different channels. And I had to go through it to figure out how to do that. There's also a way that you can get people down. I have a lot of enemies because I spam my Discord everywhere. And so people will come here. The way that you can get a Discord group pretty easily is you just come in and you put your home address, whatever it is, and then you report it for doxing, and then it'll get your Discord. Um, you know.
Say it over again.
So what you do is you, like, let's say there's a text chat open, you go in there, it doesn't have to be anybody's address. And then you go with another account, you report it for doxing, and then it will get your Discord thing.
Get that, right? That's the account that you reported.
No, it'll get the whole Discord thing. There's a subreddit dedicated to this. They have a Discord. And I read about people doing it about this. I think 2020 was when a lot of us started doing this. We used to have was difficult, like a difficult one for me. Yeah, I like the joke. Do you have the video?
It's you just right there. You can
Oh, yes. But I mean, why did you invent the video? You're in the puppet, right?
The restaurant.
Yes, no. Oh, yeah. He's self-described as weird. Yeah, he's so much. Yeah, that's creepy. Why'd you get banned from Reddit?
So, instead of selling like a skateboard, and he bought like a nice flying around, one sometimes, like the last little thing, actually, and it's like, it makes any sense. You would spend $9 for a little bit,
Did you check out that flight simulator?
for the game.
It is GeoFS, GEO-FS.com. It is really clear. It's basically Microsoft Flight Simulator 1 to 4. GEO-FS. It is Microsoft. Dude, it's Microsoft Flight Simulator 1 through 4 in your browser. You don't have to download anything. You're over here talking about downloading Microsoft Flight Simulator, which will take you 2 to 10 days. And I'm telling you ways you can start flying right now. You're already off the ground, son. Dude, it's very nice. All in your browser. I sometimes just have it going and just have it fly around the world. Like I keep the autopilot on and just have it so that I don't have to refuel, and I just have it go around the world. I find it very relaxing. Welcome. How are you? Yeah, just chilling. We're watching and fly iPhone. Pull up. Pull up. We got what? You're still in there? But they let you on Discord? They let you on Discord in there?
hospital for so he did homeless. And he's being honest. And I was really bad. That's his boss. I told my dude, I'm not going to get homeless. He's in the hospital. And supposedly the cycles build up. Like already built on where I just could show with my laptop and shit getting me a hotel or like a hospital room for getting up to the so I still find sometimes I get up to the hospital. And sometimes I get out of all the time. Super emotional. Really neat emotions. Well, what were you saying? I don't know. I don't really remember. It's that's not how I am. So I don't do much more stuff. I can do what I do. Well, I'm glad that you got me over that. You don't remember. I don't know what that's about. Conversation with each other. I think we get I didn't do anything about it. This is something that I was saying. When I was about to something to like anything outside the world that I was don't like things which have no reality with outside of narcissism. It's got mental weakness down to the strongest thing that's the big code when they're like you know, close to being an reality check. I just think this has to change. That's a living not just so I'm pretty sure you do have a mind. It's very close. I never thought about what with them. I say parents good looking society like anybody that involved they think it's yeah, it is like I said, that's what we should get less. We don't get enough of it. Definitely have lots of it. That's where the sensors on the those systems, they perfect. They do. So that, groups that is technology, money, that's all the setups. Pretty special groups. So like, pretty knowledge, pretty good. Yeah, yeah, I know you know something. Yeah, I saw myself. We went to shit and they were pouring nurses stuff. And I got happy. This is really successful. So, you're not really not really care. They have anything to do with really the maybe if you have anything to do with individual, God bless you, like in the UK, there's someone else. So, maybe we can do the migrations to the top. Everything's going to happen. Like the Christ Church, so like everything that I'm going to get on this way on the note, but everything is stand up, you trust me, and take grace and back the name. I'm going to get back in history. This was like years ago. Yeah, trying to explain to them that like like many elections were coming. This every year you go, it's talk about like crazy. Again, and then my sister came back and it's like, yeah, it's going to get worse. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's going to get more crazy. And shit, yeah, like, and so I'm telling you about like, where I get that shit is like, it's really nice. Where I actually fucking started saying positive things and that's what Trump like never imagined that they could ever. But yeah, it's just this is key. But you found the Bible, found all the truth, it's the truth of all time. The lies. You actually got my sister, I have my sister, super stupid. She was like, my sister was like, she was Q&A, really nice, trouble, something like that. Basically, that's what it makes me feel that's our whether it's the Lord God the South, the Christian the certain financial district. You're everything in that line. Well, it's not too. Yes, we got the explanation. The next one is down to senior high school. We're going on the really careful person. Discussing it with people. That shouldn't be eventually heroin user. It's just not joking. conversation for
I know there are a lot of things that are happening at this institute that I don't know about, and that could be one. Could she have said that the personnel at the London Institute of Virology have all had to go through classification training so that they can know about what can and can't be said? Like, she could have said all those things, but she couldn't say all of those things. And so, and I think that's why so many, at least in my view, so many people certainly in the Western wrong from the beginning. Because if your only prism was the science, and you just assumed that this is a science question to be left to the scientists, Xu Jingli is just like any scientist working in Switzerland or Norway. The Chinese government isn't interfering in any way, and we can trust them. That would lead you down one path. In my view, the reason why I progressed as I did is I felt like I had two keys. I had one key as I live in the science world through my work with WHO and my books and things like that. But I also have another part of my life in the world of geopolitics as an Asia quote-unquote expert and former National Security Council official and other things. And I felt, for me, I needed both keys to open that door. But if I only had the science, I would have had the level of doubt and suspicion that I have. But if my starting point was only doubt and suspicion, well, it's coming from China, it must be that the government is guilty. Like, that wouldn't help either.
I wonder what's in her mind, whether it's fear or habit. Because I think a lot of people in the former Soviet Union, like Chernobyl, it's not really fear. It's almost like a momentum. It's like the reason I showed up to this interview wearing clothes. I was supposed to be naked. It's like, all right. It's like all of us are doing the clothes thing.
Although there was a startup years ago called Naked News. You heard about that? They just would read exact news
But naked.
No, they would, and after each story, they'd take something off until the end. They were. I don't think it's a good idea for the podcast. They have an idea.
Stay tuned. Next time I'm with Michael Mills.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think? I mean, because the reason I asked that question is, how do we kind of take steps to improve without any kind of revolutionary action? We could say we need to inspire the Chinese people to elect, to sort of revolutionize the system from within. But like, who are we to suggest that? Because we have our flaws too. We should be working on our flaws as well. And so, but at the individual scientist level, what are the small acts of rebellion that can be done? How can we improve this?
Well, I don't know about small acts of rebellion, but I'll try to answer your question from a few perspectives. So right now, actually, as we speak, there is a special session of the World Health Assembly going on. The World Health Assembly is the governing authority over the world. It's represented by states and territories, 194 of them, tragically not including Taiwan because of Chinese government's assistance. But they're now beginning to negotiate a global pandemic treaty to try to have a better process for overseas, exactly like we're in. But unfortunately, for the exact same reasons that we have failed, and we had a similar process after the first SARS, we set up what we thought was the best available system, and it has totally failed here. And it's failed here because of the inherent pathologies of the Chinese government system. We are suffering from a pandemic that exists because of the internal pathologies of the Chinese state. And that's why, on one hand, I totally get this impulse. When we do it our way,
Just
they
programming
do it their
robots.
way. Who's to say that that one way is better? And certainly, right now, in the United States, we're at each other's throats. We have a hard time getting anything meaningful done. And I'm sure there are people who are saying, well, that model looks appealing. But just as people could look to the United States and say, well, because the United States has such a massive reach, what we do domestically has huge implications for the rest of the world. They become stakeholders in our politics, and that's why I think for a lot of years people have just been looking at U.S. politics not because it's interesting, but because the decisions that we make have big implications for their lives. The same is true for ours. You could say that the lack of civil and political rights in China is it's up to the Chinese, not even people, because they have no say, but to their government, and they weren't democratically elected, that they are recognized as the government. But have some significant percentage of the 15 million people now dead from COVID are dead because in the earliest days following the outbreak, whatever the origin, the voices of people sounding the alarm were suppressed. That the Chinese government just like in Chernobyl, the Chinese government had a greater incentive to lie to the international community than to tell the truth, and everybody was incentivized to pretty much do the wrong thing. And so that's why I think one of the big messages of this pandemic is that all of our fates are tied to everybody else's fates. So what we can say and should say, well, let's focus on our own communities and our countries. We are all stakeholders in what happens elsewhere.
Can I ask you a weird question? So I'm going to do a few podcast interviews with interesting people in Russia, in the Russian language. I can speak Russian. And a lot of those people have, are not usually speaking in these kinds of formats. Do you think it's possible to interview Xi Jinping? Do you think it's possible to interview somebody like her or anyone in the Chinese government?
I think, and I think the reason is because I think they would, one, be uncomfortable being in any environment where really unknown questions will be asked. And I was, so as you know, on this topic, the Chinese, as I mentioned earlier, the Chinese government has a gag order on Chinese scientists. They can't speak without prior government approval. Xi Jinping has been able to speak, and she's spoken at a number of forums. I mentioned this Rutgers event.
What was the nature of that forum?
It was all of them were kind of science conversations about the pandemic, including the origins issue. But I think that she, in her response to my question, it was kind of this funny thing. So they had this event for organized by Rutgers, and I went on. There was an online event on Zoom, but I got on there and I just realized it was very poorly organized. Like normally the controls that you would have about who gets to chat to who gets to ask questions, none of them were set. So I kind of couldn't believe it. I was just sitting at home in my neon green fleece, and I started sending chat messages to Xi Jinping.
So you could, anybody
could. It was insane. And so I thought, wow, this is incredible. And so then it was unclear who got to ask questions. And so I was like posting questions, and then I was sending chats to the organizers of the events saying, I really have a question. And first they said, well, you can submit your questions, and we'll have submitted questions, and then if we have time, we'll open up. So I thought, what the hell? I just sent messages to everybody. And then the event was already done. They were 15 minutes over time. And then they said, all right, we have time just for one question. And it's Jamie Metzen. And like I said, I'm sitting there in my running clothes. I was like multitasking, and I heard my name. And so I went dived back, and I asked this question about, did you know all of the work that was happening at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, not just your work? And can you confirm that U.S. intelligence has said that the military played a role, it was engaged with the Wuhan Institute of Virology? Do you deny that the Chinese military was involved in any way with the Wuhan Institute of Virology? And as I said before, she said, this is crazy. Absolutely not. It actually got that one question got covered in the meeting. It was like an essential question. But I just think that since then, to my knowledge, she's not been in any public forums. But that's why most people would be shocked that to date there has been no comprehensive international investigation into pandemic origins. There is no whistleblower provision. So if you're my guess is there are at least tens, maybe hundreds of people in China who have relevant information about the origins of the pandemic who are terrified and don't dare share it. And let's just say somebody wanted to get that information out, to send it somewhere. There's no official address. The WHO doesn't have that. Nobody has that. And so I would love, you may as well ask. I don't think it's likely that they'll be a yes. But it could well be that there are defectors who will want to.
So let me also push back and say, so one, I want to ask if the language barrier is because I've talked to, so I understand Russian culture, I think, or not understand this. I don't understand basically anything in this world, but I mean, I hear the music that is Russian culture, and I enjoy it. I don't hear that music for Chinese culture. It's just not something I've experienced. So it's a beautiful, rich, complex culture, and from my sense, it seems distant to me. Like whenever I look, even like what we mentioned offline, Japan and so on, I probably don't even understand Japanese culture. I believe I kind of do because I did martial arts my whole life, but even that is just so distant.
People who've lived in Japan, foreigners for like 20 years, say the exact same thing.
Yeah, it makes you sad. It makes you sad because I will never be able to fully appreciate the literature, the conversations, the people, the little humor and the subtleties. And those are all essential to understand even this cold topics of science. Yeah, because all of that is important to understand. So that's a question for me if you think what we should bear as a thing. But the other thing I just want to kind of comment on is it's a criticism of journalism that somebody like Xi Jinping or Xi Jinping, just anybody in China, is very skeptical to have really conversations with anybody in the Western media. Because it's like, what are the odds that they will try to bring out the beautiful ideas in the person? And honestly, this is a harsh criticism. I apologize, but I kind of mean it. Is the journalists that have some of these high-profile conversations often don't do the work. They come off as not very intelligent, and I know they're intelligent people. They have not done their research. They have not come up and read a bunch of books. They have not even read the Wikipedia article, meaning put in the minimal effort to empathize, to try to understand the culture of the people, all the complexities, all the different ideas in the space, do all the incredible, not all, but some of the incredible work that you've done initially. Like that, you have to do that work to earn the right to have a deep, real conversation with some of these folks. And it's just disappointing to me that journalists often don't do that work.
Yeah, so on that, just first, I completely agree. I mean, there is just an incredible beauty in Chinese culture. And I think all cultures, but certainly China has such a deep and rich history, amazing literature and art and just human beings. I mean, I'm a massive critic of the Chinese government. I'm very vociferous about the really genocide in Xinjiang, the absolute effort to destroy Tibetan culture, the destruction of democracy in Hong Kong, incredibly illegal efforts to seize basically the entire South China Sea, and I could go on and on and on. the Chinese culture is fantastic. And I mean, I can't speak to every technical field, but just in terms of having journalists, and I'll speak to American journalists, people like Peter Hessler, who have really invested the time to live in China, to learn the language, learn the culture. Peter himself, who was maybe one of our best journalists covering China from a soul level, he was kicked out of China. So it's very, very difficult. And so, yeah, it's really, and so for me, you talked about my website on pandemic origins. So when I launched it, I had it, I'm not a Chinese speaker, but I had the entire site translated into Chinese, and I have it up on my website just because I felt like, well, if somebody, the Great Firewall makes it very, very difficult for people in China to access that kind of information. I figured if somebody gets there and they want to have it in their own language, but it's hard because the Chinese government is represented by these quote unquote wolf warriors, which is it's like these basic ruffians. And I personally was condemned by name by the spokesman of the Chinese Foreign Ministry from the podium in Beijing. And so it's really hard because I absolutely think the American people and the Chinese people, I mean, maybe all people, we have so much in common. I mean, yes, China is an ancient civilization, but they kind of wiped out their own civilization in the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution. They burned their scrolls, they smashed their artworks. And so it's a very young society, kind of like America is a young society. So we have a lot in common. And if we just kind of got out of our own ways, we could have a beautiful relationship. But there's a lot of things that are happening. Certainly the United States feels responsible to defend the post-war international order that the past generations helped build, and I'm a certain believer in that, and China is challenging that. And the Chinese government, and they've shared that with that view with the Chinese people, feel that they haven't been adequately respected, and now they're building a massive nuclear arsenal and all these other things to try to position themselves in the world with an articulated goal of being the lead country in the world, and that puts them at odds with the United States. So there are a lot of real reasons we need to be honest about for division. But if that's all we focus on, don't say that there's another side of the story that brings us together. We'll put ourselves on an inevitable glide path to a goal.
What do you make of Xi Jinping? So two questions. So one in general, and two more loudly that is being with our President Biden in discussion of last week.
Yeah. So I feel that Xi Jinping has a very narrow goal of articulated of establishing China as the lead country in the world by the 100th anniversary of the founding of the modern Chinese state. And it's ruthless and it's strategic. There's a great book called The Long Game by Rush Doshi, who's actually now working in the White House about this goal and our pretty clearly articulated goal to subvert the post-war international order and in China's interests. And maybe every leader wants to organize the world around their interests, but I feel that his vision of what that entails is not one that I think is shareable for the rest of the world. The strength of the United States, with all of our flaws, is particularly in that post-war period. We put forward a model that was desirable to a lot of people. Certainly was desirable to people in Western Europe and Eastern Europe and Japan and Korea. Doesn't mean it's perfect. The United States is deeply flawed. As articulated to date, I don't think most people and countries would like to live in a Sino-centric world. And so I certainly, as I mentioned before, I'm a huge critic of what Xi Jinping is doing, the incredible brutality in Xinjiang, in Tibet, and elsewhere.
Yeah, the censorship one it gives me a lot of trouble. On the science realm and just in journalism and just the world, it prevents us from having conversations with each other. Do you know about the Winnie the Pooh thing?
Yes. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's so
Yeah.
to me that's such a good illustration of censorship being petty.
The censorship has to be petty because the goal of censorship, that you experienced in the Soviet Union, is to get into your head. Like if it's just censorship, like you say down with the state, and like you can't say that, but you can say all the other things up to that point. Eventually, people will feel empowered to say down with the state. And so I think the goal of this kind of authoritarian censorship is to turn you into the censor. And so
Like self-censorship.
yeah, because they almost have to have you think, well, if I'm going to make any criticism, maybe they're going to come and get me. So it's safer to not. I mean, I've traveled through North Korea pretty extensively, and I've seen that in its ultimate form. But that's what they're trying to do in China.
Yeah. So it's for people who are not familiar, it's such a clear illustration of just the pettiness of censorship and leaders, the corrupting nature of power. But there's a meme of Xi Jinping with, I guess, Barack Obama, and the meme is that he looks like Winnie the Pooh in that picture. And that was the president Xi Jinping looks like Winnie the Pooh. And I guess that became, because that got censored, like mentions of Winnie the Pooh got censored all across China. Winnie the Pooh became the unknowing revolutionary hero that represents freedom of speech and so on. But it's just such an absurd, because we spend so much time in this conversation talking about the censorship that's a little bit more understandable to me. It's just like we messed up, and it wasn't. Maybe it's almost understandable errors that happen in the progress of science. I mean, you could always argue that there's a lot of mistakes along the way, and the censorship along the way caused a big mistake. You can argue that same way for the Chernobyl, but those are sort of understandable and difficult topics. Like Winnie the Pooh.
But in your message, it shows both sides of the story. I mean, one, how petty authoritarian censors have to be, and that's why the messaging from the Chinese government is so consistent. No matter who you are, you have to be careful what you say, and that's why it's the story of Peng Shui, the tennis player. She dared raise her voice in an individual way. Jack Ma, richest man in China, had a minor criticism of the Chinese government. He had basically disappeared from the public eye. Fan Bingbing, who's like one of the leading Chinese movie stars, she was seen as not loyal enough, and she just vanished. And so the message is, no matter who you are, no matter what level, if you don't mind everything you say, you could lose it.
I'm pretty hopeful, optimistic about a lot of things, and so for me, if the Chinese government stays with its current structure, I think what I hope they start fixing is the freedom of speech.
But they can't. I mean, the thing is, if they open up freedom of speech really in a meaningful way, they can't maintain their current form of government. And it's connected, as I was saying before, to the origins of the pandemic. And if my hypothesis was right, that was the big choice that the national government had. Do we really investigate the origins of the pandemic? Do we deliver a message that transparency is required, public transparency is required from local officials? If they do that, the entire system collapses. Pretty much everybody in China has a relative who has died as a result of the actions of the Communist Party, particularly in the Great Leap Forward. It's nearly 50 million people died as a result of Mao's disastrous policies. And yet, why is Mao's picture still on Tiananmen Square and it's on the money? Because maintaining that fiction is the foundation of the legitimacy of the Chinese state. If people were allowed to just say what you want, do you really think Mao was such a great guy, even though your own relatives are dead as a result? Do you really buy, even on this story, that China did nothing wrong, even though in the earliest days of the pandemic, these two, at least, Chinese scientists themselves courageously issued a preprint paper that was later almost certainly forcibly retracted, saying, well, this looks like this comes from one of the labs that we're studying. Like if you open window, I think that the Chinese government would not be able to continue in its current form. And that's why they cracked down at Tiananmen Square. That's why with Shui, the tennis player, if they had let her accuse somebody from the Communist Party of sexual assault, and they said, okay, now people, you can use social media and you can have your Me Too moment and let us know who in the Chinese Communist Party may, or your boss in a business has assaulted you. Just like in every society, I'm sure there's tons of women who've been sexually assaulted, manipulated, abused by men. And so I certainly hope that there can be that kind of opening. But if I were an authoritarian dictator, that's the thing I would be most afraid of.
Yeah, dictator perhaps, but I think you can gradually increase the freedom of speech. So I think you can maintain control over the freedom of press first. So control the press more, but let the lower levels sort of open up YouTube, right? Open up like where individual citizens can make content. I mean, there's a lot of benefits to that. And then, from an authoritarian perspective, you can just say that's misinformation, that's conspiracy theory, all those kinds of things. But at least I think if you open up that freedom of speech at the level of the individual citizen, that's good for entrepreneurship, for the development of ideas, sharing of ideas, all that kind of stuff. I just think that increases the GDP of the country. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of benefits. I feel like you can still play, we're playing some like dark thoughts here, but I feel like you can still play the game of thrones, still maintain power while giving freedom to the citizenry. Like I think just like the North Korea is a good example of where cracking down too much can completely destroy your country. Like there's some balance you can strike in your mind and still make authoritarian control of the country. Obviously, it's not obvious, but I'm a big supporter of freedom of speech. I mean, it seems to work really well. I don't know what the failure cases of freedom of speech are. Probably we're experiencing them with Twitter and like where the nature of truth is being completely kind of flipped upside down, but it seems like on the whole, ability to defeat lies more, not to censorship, but to more conversations, more information is the right way to go.
Can I tell you a little story? 2 stories about North Korea. So a number of years ago, I was invited to be part of a small 6-person delegation advising the government of North Korea on how to establish economic zones. Other countries have used these SEZs as a way of building their economies. And when I was invited, I thought, well, maybe there's an opening. And I certainly believe in that. So we flew to China, we crossed the border into North Korea, and then we were met by our partners from the North Korean Development Organization. And then we zigzagged the country for almost 2 weeks, visiting all these sites for where they were intended to create these special economic zones. And in each site, they had their local officials, and they had a map, and they showed us where everything that was going to be built. And the other people who were like really technical experts on how to set up the special economic zone, they were asking questions, well, like, should you put the entrance over here, or should we put it over there, and what if there's flooding? And I kept asking just these basic questions, like, what do you think you're going to do here? Why do you think you can be competitive? Do you know anything about who you're competing against? Are you empowering your workers to innovate because everybody else is innovating? So at the end of the trip, they flew us to Pyongyang, and they put us in this big, kind of like the United Nations. They probably had 500 people there, and I gave a speech to them. Obviously, it was in English and it was translated, and I figured, I've come all this way. I'm just going to be honest. If they arrest me for being honest, that's on them. And I said, I'm here because I believe we can never give up hope, that we always have to try to connect. I'm also here because I think that North Korea connecting to the world economy is an important first step. But having visited all of your special economic zone sites and having met with many of your officials, I don't think your plan has any chance of succeeding because you're trying to sell into a global market, but you need to have market information. That and I gave examples of GE and others that the innovation can't only happen in one place. And if you want innovation to happen from the people who are doing this, you have to empower them. They have to have access. They have to have voice. And nobody, they people after they kind of had to condemn me because what I was saying was challenging. So I certainly agree with you. And just one side story of then that night, and it was just kind of bizarre. North Korea is so desperately poor, but they were trying to impress us, and so we had these embarrassingly sumptuous banquets. And so for our final dinner that night, it really looked like something from Beauty and the Beast. I mean, it was like china and waiters in tuxedos, and they had this beautiful dinner. And then afterwards, because we've now spent 2 weeks with our North Korean partners, they brought out this karaoke machine, and our North Korean counterparts, they sang songs to us in Korean. And so I said, well, we want to reciprocate. Do you have any English songs on your karaoke machine? It's North Korea, obviously. But there was, I said, well, I have an idea. And so there was one of the women who'd been part of the North Korean delegation. She was able just to play the piano, just like you could hum a tune and she could play it on the piano. And so I said, all right, here's this tune, which I whispered in her ear. When I give you the signal, just play this tune over and over. So I got these, I mean, there were the 6 of us and maybe 20 North Koreans, and we are all in a circle. So everybody hold hands. And then try to put your right foot in front of your left, and then left foot in front of the right, going sideways. And I said, all right, hit it. And she played a North Korean version of Hava Nagila, and I think it was the first and only hora that they've ever done in
That's hilarious.
I survived to
Was this recorded or no?
It was not.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's YouTube. If they had free YouTube,
Yeah.
it would have been bigger.
Those returns at the beginning, and it just patient zero. It's kind of always incredible to think that there's one human that we should all started. What do you think was patient zero? Do you think it was somebody that worked at Wuhan Institute of Virology? Do you think it was there was a leak of some other kind that led to the infection? Like, what do we know? Because there's this December 8th / December 16th case of maybe you could describe what that is, and then there's like what's his name? Michael Worley has a nice timeline. I'm sure you have a job on it. There's a nice timeline that puts the average at like November or something, like 18th and November 16th is the average estimate for when the patient zero got infected, when the first human infection happened.
Yeah, so just 2 points. One is, it may be that there's infectee zero and patient zero. It could be that the first person infected was asymptomatic, because we know there's a lot of people who are asymptomatic. And then there's the question of, well, who is patient zero, meaning the first person to present themselves in some kind of health facility where that diagnosis could be made.
So can we actually look at that definition?
Yeah.
So is that to you a good definition of patient zero? Okay, there's a bunch of stuff here because this virus is weird. So one is it's infected, one is infectious, or the first person to infect others.
Yeah. So
and who shows up to a hospital.
Yeah. So I think that's why I'm calling the first person to show up to a hospital who's diagnosed with COVID-19. I'm calling that person patient zero. There's also there's somewhere the first person to be infected, and that person maybe never showed up in a hospital because maybe they were asymptomatic and never got sick. So let me start with what I'm calling infectee zero. Here are some options. I talked before about some person who is a villager in some remote village. It's almost impossible to imagine, but possible to imagine because strange things happen. and that person somehow gets to.
By the way, just to steal that argument, if that argument's a statement, but strange things happen all the time.
Yeah, no, I agree. It doesn't mean that logic doesn't apply and probabilities don't apply, but in general principle, everyone, if we were honest, should be agnostic about everything. Like, I think I'm Jamie, but is there a 0.01% chance, 0.01% chance that I'm not? But could be.
Or there's a large number of people arguing about the meaning of the word I, and that I'm
exactly.
Jamie.
So exactly.
What is consciousness?
Exactly. So we could spend another 3 hours going into that. So one possibility is there's some remote village. Another possibility is there's somehow bizarrely there are these infected animals that come from southern China, most likely. Maybe there's only one of them that's infected, which how could that possibly be? And it's only sent to Wuhan. It's not sent anywhere else to any of the markets there, and then maybe somebody in a market is infected. That's one remote possibility, but a possibility. Another is that researchers from the Wuhan Institute of Virology go down to southern China. We haven't talked about it yet, but in 2012, there were 6 miners were sent into a copper mine in southern China in Yunnan province. All of them got very sick with what now appear like COVID-19-like symptoms. Half of them died. Blood samples from them were taken to the Wuhan Institute of Virology and elsewhere. And then after that, there were multiple site visits to that mine collecting viral samples that were brought to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Included among those samples was this now infamous RATG13 virus, which is among the genetically closest viruses to SARS-CoV-2. There were 8 other viruses that were collected from that mine that were presumably very similar to that. Again, we have no access to the information about those and many of the other, almost all of the other viruses. So could it be that one of the people who was sent from the Wuhan Institute of Virology or the Wuhan Centers for Disease Control, they went down there to collect and they got infected asymptomatically and brought it back? Could it be that they were working on these viruses in the laboratory and there was an issue with waste disposal? We know that the Wuhan CDC had a major problem with waste disposal, and just before the pandemic, they put out an RFP to fix their waste disposal, and in early 2019, they moved to their new site, which was basically across the street from the Huanan seafood market. So could there have been an issue, somebody infected in the lab, of waste disposal? Could a laboratory animal, their experiences in China, actually China just recently passed a law saying it's illegal to sell laboratory animals in the market because there were scientists, one scientist who was selling laboratory animals in the market, and people just come and buy it. So there are so many scenarios. But if I again connect it to my 85% number, I think in the whole category of laboratory-related incidents, whether it's collection, waste, something connected to the lab, I think that's the most likely. But there are other credible people who would say they think it's not the most likely, and I welcome their views, and we need to have this conversation.
So in your write-up, what's the URL? Because I always find it by doing lab link.
Yeah.
There's probably just Google that.
No, but if you just go to jamiemetzel.com, JAMIENETZL.com, then there's just a thing, it's COVID origins.
Or you could just Google Jamie Metzel lab link. Google is search engine accessible. You mentioned in that write-up that you don't think, this could be just me misreading it or slightly misreading it, but you don't think that the viruses from that 2012 mine, which is fascinating, could be the backbone for SARS-CoV-2.
So what I mean, just the specific virus, which I mentioned, RATG13, and there's a whole history of that because it had a different name and it looked, and Xi Jinping provided wrong information about when it had been sequenced. I mean, there was a whole issue connected to that. But the genetic difference, even though it's 96.2% similar to the SARS-CoV-2 virus, that's actually a significant difference. Even though that and a virus called the Now-52 that was collected in Laos are the two most similar, there still are differences. So I'm not saying RITG13 is the backbone. But is there? I believe there is a possibility that other viruses that were collected either in that mine in Yunnan in southern China or in Laos or Cambodia, because that was with the EcoHealth Alliance proposals and documents. Their plan was to collect viruses in Laos and Cambodia and elsewhere and bring them to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, so that there are people. As a matter of fact, just when I was sitting here before this message, I got this interview, I got a message from somebody who was saying, "Well, Peter Daszak is telling everybody that the viral sample, the Now-52 from Laos, proves that there's not a lab incident origin of the pandemic. It actually doesn't prove that at all, because these viruses were being collected in places like Laos and Cambodia and being brought to the Wuhan Institute of Virology."
So those are like early, like the prequel. So these they're not sufficiently similar to be a sort of the backbone, but they kind of tell a story that they could have been brought to the lab through several processes, including genetic modification or through the natural evolution processes, accelerated evolution. They could have arrived at something that has the spike protein and the cleavage, defined cleavage site and all that kind of stuff.
So what I'm saying is, the essential point is, if we had access, we knew everything that was every virus that was being held at the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the Wuhan CDC. We had full access. We had full access to everybody's lab notes, and we did just the kind of forensic investigation that has been so desperately required since day one. We'd be able to say, what did you have? Because if we knew, if it should come out that the Wuhan Institute of Virology had in its repository, prior to the outbreak, either SARS-CoV-2 or a reasonable precursor to it, that would prove the lab incident hypothesis. In my mind, that's almost certainly why they are preventing any kind of meaningful investigation. So my hypothesis is not that what RITG13 says is, because, as I mentioned earlier, the genetics of virus are constantly recombinating. So that what that means is, if you don't have very many total outlier viruses in a bat community, because these viruses are always mixing and matching with each other. And so if you have RITG13, which is relatively similar to SARS-CoV-2, there's a pretty decent likelihood there was other stuff that was collected at this mine, called Mojang Mine in Yunnan province, maybe in Laos and Cambodia, and that's why we need to have that information.
Do you think somebody knows who patient zero is within change? So do you think that?
Well, there's two things. One is, I think somebody and people probably. And then two, it's been incredibly curious that the best virus chasers in the world are in China, and they are in Wuhan. And when we can talk about this deeply compromised, now that vastly improved World Health Organization process, but when they went there, the local and national Chinese authorities said, "Oh, we haven't tested the samples in our blood center. We haven't done any of this tracing." And these deeply compromised people who were part of the international part of the joint study tour, when they came out with their visit earlier this year and came out with their report, they had, in my mind, just an absurd letter to the editor in Nature saying, "Well, if we don't hurry back, we're not going to know what happened," assuming that the people in China are like bumpkins who on their own don't know how to trace the origin of a virus. And the opposite is the case. So I think there are people in China who at least know a lot. They know a lot more than they're saying. And the best case scenario is the Chinese government wants to prevent any investigation, including by them. The worst case scenario is that there are people who already know, and that's why, again, my point from day one has been we need a comprehensive international investigation in Wuhan with full access to all relevant records, samples, and personnel. When this, again, deeply flawed. Can I give you a little history of this WHO process?
Okay. Who are the? That's funny.
Who's on first?
Who's on first? That's so funny with the jokes.
Yeah.
Who are the WHO? So what is this organization? What is its purpose? What role did it play in the pandemic? It certainly was demonized in the realm of politics. This is an institution that was supposed to save us from this pandemic. A lot of people believe it failed. Has it failed? Why did it fail? And you said it's a proven cause of
Great. All right. Oh my, I'm going to have to talk a little bit of extra
I
time.
love this.
Okay.
I love this.
Good. So the WHO is an absolutely essential organization, created in 1948 in that wonderful period after the Second World War, when the United States and allied countries asked the big, bold question, how do we build a safer world for everyone? And so that's the WHO. Although there are many critics of the WHO, if we didn't have it, we would need to invent it, because the whole nature of these big public health issues, and certainly for pandemics, but all sorts of things, is that they are transnational in nature. And so we cannot just build moats. We cannot build walls. We're all connected. So that's the idea. There's a political process, because the United Nations and the WHO is part of it. It exists within a political context. And so the current Director General of the World Health Organization, who was just reelected for the second 5-year term, is Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, who is from Ethiopia, Tigrayan from Ethiopia. And in full disclosure, I have a lot of respect for Tedros. Tedros got his job. He was not America's candidate. He was not Britain's candidate. Our candidate was a guy named David Nabarro, who I also know and have tremendous respect for. China led the process of putting Tedros in this position. And in the earliest days of the pandemic, Tedros, in my view, I have tremendous respect for him. I think he made a mistake. The WHO doesn't have its own independent surveillance network. It's not organized to have it, and the states have not allowed it, so it's dependent on member states for providing its information. And because it's a poorly funded organization dependent on its bosses, who are these governments, its natural instinct isn't to condemn its bosses. It's to say, well, let's quietly work with everyone. Having said that, the Chinese government knowingly lied to Tedros. And Tedros, in repeating the position of the Chinese government, which incidentally, I'll say Donald Trump also did the exact same thing. Donald Trump had a private conversation with Xi Jinping and then repeated what Xi had told him. Both of them were wrong. Dr. Tedros, I think, when Chinese government was lying, knowingly lying, saying there's no human-to-human transmission, Dr. Tedros said that. And even though within the World Health Organization, there were private critiques saying China is now doing exactly what it did in SARS-1. It's not providing access. It's not providing information. Tedros' instinct, because of his background, because of his role, and wrongly, was to have a more collaborative relationship with China, particularly by making assertions based on the information that was
Don't
wrong.
call people liars. They're not going to be happy with you.
They're not going to be happy. And the job of the WHO isn't to condemn states. It's to do the best possible job of addressing problems. And I think that the culture was, well, let's do the most that we can. If we totally alienate China on day one, we're in even worse shape than if we call him out for
I'm not exactly sure, by the way, that maybe you could also steal that argument. Like, it's not completely obvious that that's a terrible decision. Like, if you and I were in that role, we would make that decision. It's complicated because, like, you want China on your side to help solve this.
So I would have made a different decision, which is why I never would have been selected as the Director General. There's a selection criteria that everybody kind of needs to support you. And so, but let me this is just the beginning.
Can you also just elaborate or kind of restate what were the inaccuracies that you quickly mentioned for human to human transmission? What were the things
that was so the most important? Where there were a few. One, China didn't report the outbreak. Two, they had the sequenced genome of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and they didn't share it for 2 critical weeks. And when they did share it, it was inadvertent. There was a very, very courageous scientist who essentially leaked it and was later punished for leaking it, even though the Chinese government is now saying we were so great by releasing
Wait,
it.
I was really confused. Really? So I'm so close about this as most things. Because I thought, because there's a celebration of, isn't this amazing that we got the sequence, that's amazing, and then the scientific community across the world stepped up and were able to do a lot of stuff really quickly with that sharing. Because I thought the Chinese government shared.
No, they sat on it for 2 weeks. When they shared it against their will, it was incredible. Moderna, 48 hours later, after getting the information, getting the sequence genome, they had the formulation for what's now the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. But that's 2 critical weeks. In those early days, they blocked the World Health Organization from sending its experts to Wuhan for more than 3 weeks. I said they lied about human-to-human transmission. During that time, they were aggressive in enacting their cover-up, destroying records, hiding samples, imprisoning people who were asking tough questions. They soon after established their gag order. They fought internally in the World Health Organization to prevent the declaration of a global emergency. So China definitely, I couldn't be stronger in my critique of China, particularly what it did in those early days, but it really is what it's doing even to today is outrageous. So then there was the question of, well, how do we examine what actually happened? And the Prime Minister of Australia, then and now, Scott Morrison, was incredibly courageous. He said, we need a full investigation. And because of that, the Chinese government attacked him personally and imposed trade sanctions on Australia to try to, not just to punish Australia, but to deliver a message to every other country. If you ask questions, we're going to punish you ruthlessly. And that certainly was the message that was delivered. The Australians brought that idea of a full investigation to the World Health Assembly in May of 2020. As I mentioned before, the WHO is the governing authority of states above the World Health Organization. And so, but instead of passing a resolution calling for a full investigation, what ended up, ironically and tragically passing with Chinese support, was a mandate to have essentially a Chinese-controlled joint study where half of the team, a little more than half of the team, was Chinese experts, government-affiliated Chinese experts, and half were independent international experts, but organized by the WHO. And then it took 6 months to negotiate terms of reference. Again, while China was doing all this cover-up, they delayed and delayed and delayed. And by the terms of reference that were negotiated, China had veto power over who got to be a member of the international group. And that group was not entitled to access to raw data. The Chinese side give them conclusions based on their own analysis of the raw data, which was totally outrageous. So then, and I was a big, and others, now a friend of mine, although we've never met in person, Gilles Demanouf in New Zealand, he did a great job of chronicling this letter by letter of the terms of reference. So then it took, now it's January of this year, January 2020, is deeply flawed, deeply compromised. That international group is sent to.
So what's the connection between this group and the joint study?
So the joint study, it had the Chinese side and the international side. So these international experts, then part of their examination was going for 1 month to.
And the nature of the flaws of this international group.
It's okay. It's a really important point. And I'm sorry, I was that. They were rather, the mandate of what they were doing was not to investigate the origins of the pandemic. It was to have a joint study into the zoonotic origins of the virus, which was interpreted to mean the natural origins hypothesis.
To
they weren't
find
empowered
evidence
for a single hypothesis, not so that they weren't empowered to examine the lab incident origin. They were there to look at the natural origin.
and shop for some meat at some market.
Yeah, so then they were there for a month. Of the makeup of the team, guess who was? So the United States government proposed 3 experts for this team, people who had a lot of background. This was the Trump administration, people who had a lot of background, including in investigating lab incidents. None of those people were accepted. The one American who was accepted was Peter Dixon. Peter Dixon, who had this funding relationship for many years with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, whose entire, basically, professional reputation was based on his collaboration with Xiu Li, who had written his February 2020 Lancet letter saying it comes from natural origin, and anybody who's suggesting otherwise is a conspiracy theorist, and who, at least according to me, had been at the very, very least the opposite of transparent, and at most engaged in massive disinformation campaign. He is the one American who's on this. So they go there, they have 1 month in quarantine. 2 weeks of it are spent in quarantine, just in their hotel room. Then they have 2 weeks, but really it's just 10 working days. One of the earliest, and so then they're kind of, we've all seen the pictures, they're traveling around Wuhan in little buses. One of the first visits they have is to this museum exhibition on, it's basically a propaganda exhibition on the success, Xi Jinping and the success in fighting COVID. And they say, well, we had to show respect for our Chinese hosts. I think what the Chinese hosts were saying is, let's just, we're just going to rub your noses in this. You're going to go where we tell you. You're going to hear what we want you to do. So they have that little short time. They spend a few hours.
So they weren't in control of where the bus goes.
No, I mean, they made recommendations. Many of their recommendations were accepted, but they, like when they went to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and some of them did, they weren't able to do any kind of audit when they had asked for access to raw data. They weren't provided that. It was, as I said in my 60 minutes interview, it was a chaperone study. It was not even remotely close to an investigation. And the thing they were looking at wasn't the origins of the pandemic. It was a single hypothesis of a quote-unquote natural origin. Then, I mean, it was really so shocking for me. On February 9 of this year, in Wuhan, the Chinese government sets up a joint precipice where it's the Chinese side and the international side. And during that precipice, a guy named Peter Ben Ibarra, it's a little confusing. He was basically the head of this delegation. And he works for the WHO, even though this was an independent committee. It was organized by the WHO. So Peter Ben Ibarra gets up there and says, we think it's most likely it comes from nature. Then he says, we think it's possible it comes through frozen food, which is absolutely outrageous. I mean, it's basically preposterous. Alina Chan calls this popsicle origins, but it's really, really unlikely. But then most significant, he says that we've all agreed that a lab incident origin is quote unquote extremely unlikely and shouldn't be investigated. We later learned that the way they came up with that determination was by a show of hands vote of the international experts and the Chinese experts. And the Chinese experts had to do their vote in front of the Chinese government officials who were constantly there. So even if whatever they thought, there was no possibility that someone raises their hand and says, "Oh yeah, I think it's a lab report." So that was outrageous thing number one. Outrageous thing number two, which I'll come back to my response in February. Outrageous thing number two is months later, Peter Benabarak does an interview on Danish television, and he says, actually, I was lying about extremely unlikely, because the Chinese side, they didn't want any mention of a lab incident origin anywhere, including in the report that later came out. And so the deal we made, even though he himself thought that at least some manifestation of a lab incident origin was likely, and that there should be an investigation. Particularly, he said, well, that's kind of weird that the Wuhan CDC moved just across from the Huanan seafood market just before the beginning of the pandemic. But he said, as a horse trading deal with the Chinese authorities, it should be, he agreed to say it was extremely unlikely, it shouldn't be investigated. So I was actually in Colorado staying with my parents, and I stayed up late watching this press event. And I was appalled, because I knew after 2 weeks there was no way they could possibly come to that conclusion. So I immediately sent a private message to Tedros, the WHO Director General, essentially saying there's no way they had enough access to come to this conclusion. If the WHO doesn't distance itself from this, the WHO itself is going to be in danger, because it's going to be basically institutional capture by the Chinese. This was repeating the Chinese government's propaganda points. And Tedros sent me a really, again, why I have so much respect for Tedros, sent me a private note saying, don't worry, we are determined to do the right thing. And so I got that private message, and again, I really like Tedros, but I thought, well, what are you going to do? 3 days later, Tedros makes a public statement, and he says, I've heard this thing. I don't think that this is a final answer. We need to have a full investigation into this process. He then released 2 more statements saying we need to have a full investigation with access to raw data, and we need a full audit of the Wuhan lab. So, and that part was really, really great. But then this saga continues, because I was part of a group, as I mentioned before, this Paris group. It was about 24 or so experts, and we'd been meeting since 2020, and having regular meetings. We just present paper, present data, debate to try to really get to the bottom of it. And it was all private. So I went to this group and I said, look, this playing field is now skewed. These guys, they put out this thing, lab incident origin, extremely unlikely. It's in every newspaper in the world. We can't just be our own little private group talking to each other. So I led the political process of drafting what became 4 open letters that many of us signed, most of us signed, saying, all right, here's why this investigation, not a study group, and the report are not credible. Here's what's wrong. Here's what a full investigation would look like. Here's a treasure map of all the resources where people can look, and we demand a comprehensive investigation. So those 4 open letters were in pretty much every newspaper in the world, and it played a really significant role, along with some other things. There was later, there was a short letter in Science, making basically similar points in a much more condensed way. There was some higher profile articles by Nicholas Wade and Nick Baker and others, and those collectively shifted the conversation. And then, really impressively, the WHO, and with Tedros' leadership, did something that was really incredible. And that is, earlier this year, they, meaning the leadership of the WHO, not the World Health Assembly, but the leadership of the WHO, announced the establishment of what's called SAGO, the Scientific advisory group on the origins of novel pathogens. And basically what they did was overrule their own governing board and say, we're going to create our own entity. And so it basically dissolved that international, deeply flawed international joint study group. And a lot of those people, they have become very critical, like the Chinese of Tedros. So then they had an open call for nominations to be part of SAGO. And so a lot of people put in their nominations. They selected 26 people. But our group, we had a meeting and we were unhappy with that list of 26. It still felt skewed toward the national origin hypothesis. So again, I drafted and we worked on together an open letter which we submitted to the WHO saying we think this list is a step in the right direction, but it's not good enough. And we call on these 3 people to be removed, and we have these 3 people who we think should be added. Incredibly, and I was in private touch with the WHO. After announcing the 26 people, the WHO said, we're reopening the process. So send in more. And for them, they added 2 more people, one of whom is an expert in the auditing of lab entities. And then one of so they added those 2. And then when they just released the list of people who are part of SAGO, this one woman, a highly respected Dutch virologist named Marion Koopmans, who had been part of that deeply flawed and compromised international study group, who has consistently called the lab incident origin, quote unquote, a debunked conspiracy theory. As of now, her name is not on the list. We haven't seen any announcements. So summary, and I'm sorry to go on for so long and be so animated about this, I genuinely feel that the WHO is trying to do the right thing, but they exist within a political context, and they're kind of, it's like they're at the edges, but there's only so far that they can go, and that's why we definitely need to have full accountability for the WHO. We need to expand the mandate to WHO. We need to recognize that states have a big role, and China is an incredibly influential state that's doing everything possible to prevent the kind of full investigation of pandemic origins that's suggested.
Well, it sounds like the leadership made all the difference in the WHO. So, like, the way to change the momentum of large institutions is the leadership.
It's leadership and empowerment. As I mentioned, the World Health Assembly is meeting now. And I think that it shouldn't be that we require superhumans. And there's some people who are big critics of WHO. The leader of the WHO in SARS-1 was definitely more aggressive. She had a different set of powers at that time. But it can't be entirely, I mean, we definitely need strong-willed, aggressive, independent people in these kinds of roles. We also need a more empowered WHO, like when the Chinese government in the earliest days of the pandemic said, we're just not going to allow you to send a team to collect your own information. We're not going to allow you to have any kind of independent surveillance. There was very little that the WHO could do because of the limitations of its mandate. And we can't just say we're going to have a WHO that only compromises Chinese sovereignty. If we want to have a powerful WHO, we should say you have emergency teams. When the Director General says an emergency team needs to go somewhere, if they aren't allowed to go there that day, you could say there's an immediate referral to the Security Council. There needs to be something. So we have all these demands, rightfully so, of the WHO, which doesn't have the authorities. The WHO itself only controls 20% of its own budget. So the government's saying, we're going to give you money to do this or that. So we need a stronger WHO to protect us, but we also have to protect us.
So looking a little bit into the future, let's first step into the past. So there's a philosophical question about China, if you were to put yourself in the shoes of the Chinese government, if they were to be more transparent, how should they be more transparent? Because like it's easy to say we want to see this, but from a perspective of government, and not just the Chinese government, but a government on whose geographic territory, let's say it's a lab leak. A lab leak occurred that has resulted in trillions of dollars of loss, countless of lives, just all kinds of damage to the world. If they were to admit or show data that could serve as evidence for a lab leak, that's something that people could, like in the worst case, start wars over. Or in the most likely case, just constantly bring that up at every turn, making you like powerless in negotiations. Like whenever you want to do something in a political sense, the United States would bring up, oh, remember that time you cost us trillions of dollars because of your fuck up? So, what is the incentive for the Chinese government to be transparent? And if it is to be transparent, how should it do it? So, like, there's a bunch of people, like, the reason I'm talking to you, as opposed to a bunch of other folks, because you are kind-hearted and thoughtful and open-minded and really respected. There's a bunch of people that are talking about the lab leak that are a little bit less interested in building a better world and more interested in pointing out that everyone has no fault. They want step one, which is saying like basically tearing down bullshitters. They don't want to do the further steps of building. And so, as the Chinese government, I would be nervous about being transparent with anybody that just wants to tear our power centers, our power structures down. Anyway, that's a long way to ask, like, how should the Chinese government be transparent now and in the future?
So maybe I'll break that down into a few sub-questions. The first is, what should, in an ideal world, what should the Chinese government do? And that's pretty straightforward. They should be totally transparent. South African government now, there's an outbreak of this Omicron variant, and the South African government has done what we would want a government to do. Say, hey, there's an outbreak, we don't have all of the information, we need help, we want to alert the world, and in some ways they're being punished for it through these travel bans, but it's a separate topic, but I actually think some short-term travel bans actually are not a terrible idea. They should have, on day one, they should have allowed WHO experts in. They should have shared information. They should have allowed full and comprehensive investigation with international partnerships to understand what went wrong. They should have shared their raw data. They should have allowed their scientists to speak and write publicly, because nobody knows more about this stuff, certainly in the early days, than their scientists do. So it's relatively easy to say what they should do. It's a hard question to say, well, what would happen? Let's just say tomorrow we prove for certain that this pandemic stems from it, both from an accidental lab incident and then from what I've consistently called a criminal cover-up, because the cover-up has done in many ways as much or more damage than the incident. Well, what happens? You could easily imagine Xi Jinping has had 2 terms as the leader of China,
and he can now have
they changed the rules for that, but he's got a lot of enemies. I mean, there are a lot of people who are waiting in line to step up. So is there a chance that Xi Jinping could be deposed if it was proven that it comes from a lab? And I think there's a real possibility. Would people in the United States Congress, for example, demand reparations from China? So we've had $4.5 trillion of stimulus, all of the economic losses. We owe a lot of money to China from our debt. I'm quite certain that members of Congress would say, you know, we're just going to wipe that out. It would destroy the global financial system, but I think that would be extremely likely. Would other countries like India that have lost millions of people and had terrible economic damages, would they demand reparations? So I think from a Chinese perspective, starting from now, it would have major geopolitical implications. And if you go back to Chernobyl, and there was a reason why the Soviet Union went to such lengths to cover things up. And when it came out, I mean, there are different theories, but certainly Chernobyl played some role in the end of communist power in the Soviet Union. So the Chinese are very, very aware of that.
But the difference, of course, with Chernobyl, the damage in the rest of the world was not as nearly as effective as
Exactly.
COVID. So you say that the cover up is a crime, but everything you just described, the response of the rest of the world is, I could say, unfair.
Well, it's not.
If it's a so okay, if we say the best possible version of the story, you know, lab leaks happen. They shouldn't happen, but they happen. And how is that on the Chinese government? I mean, what's a good example?
Well, Union Carbide. There was this American company operating in India. They had this leak. All these people were killed. The company admitted responsibility. I was working in the White House when the United States government, in my view, which I know to be the case, but other people in China think differently, bombed the Chinese embassy in Belgrade. And so the United States government allowed a full investigation. Then we paid reparations to the families. And so to your question, if I were, let's just say I were the Chinese government, not in a kind of idealized version of the Chinese government, and let's just say that they had come to the conclusion that it was a lab incident. And let's just say they knew that even if they continued to cover it up, eventually this information would come out. Maybe there was a whistleblower, maybe they knew of some evidence that we didn't know about or something. What would I do starting right now? What I would do is I would hold a press conference, and I would say, we had this terrible accident. The reason why we were doing this research in Wuhan and elsewhere is that we had SARS-1, and we felt the responsibility to do everything possible to prevent that kind of terrible thing happening again for our country and for the world. That was why we collaborated with France, with the United States, in building up those capacities. We know that nothing is perfect, but we're a sovereign country and we have our own system, and so we had to adapt our systems so that they made sense internally. When this outbreak began, we didn't know how it started, and that was why we wanted to look into things. When the process of investigating became so political, it gave us pause, and we were worried that our enemies were trying to use this investigation in order to undermine us. Having said that, now that we've dug deeper, we have recognized, because we have access to additional information we didn't have then, that this pandemic started from an accidental lab incident, and we feel really terribly about it. We know that we were very aggressive in covering up information in the beginning, but the reason we were doing that is because we fully believe that it came from a natural origin. Now that we see otherwise, we feel terrible. Therefore, we're doing a few different things. One is we are committing ourselves to establishing a stronger WHO, a new pandemic treaty that addresses the major challenges that we face and allows the World Health Organization to pierce the veil of absolute sovereignty, because we know that when these pandemics happen, they affect everybody. We are also putting, and you can pick your number, but let's start with $5 trillion US, some massive amount, into a fund that we will be distributing to the victims of COVID-19 and their
China would do that?
This is a fantasy speech.
But I disagree with your, I mean, okay. So you think China has a responsibility?
Let's say, so it's not like just a lab. Like if China on day one had said, we have this out there, we don't know where it came from, we want to have a full investigation. We call on responsible international partners to join us in that process. And we're going to do everything within our power to share the relevant information because however this started, we're all victims. That's a totally different story than punishing Australia, preventing WHO, blocking any investigation, condemning people who are trying to look. And so
cover up for a couple weeks, you can understand maybe because there's so much uncertainty. You're like, oh, let's hide all the Winnie the Pooh pictures.
Yeah.
While we figure this out.
Right.
The moment you really figure out what happened, you always always find like a like Jews kind of situation. A little bit, just a little bit. You're like, all right, it's not us.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. But be proactive in saying.
Sorry, but the joke about that is there's a big problem because a lot of people have to leave the Jewish socialist conspiracy to make it for the Jewish capitalist conspiracy.
I love it. So I would say not 5 trillion, but some large amount, and I would really focus on the future. Just every time we talk about the lab leak, the unfortunate thing is I feel like people don't focus enough about the future. To me, the lab leak is important because we want to construct the kind of framework of thinking and a global conversation that minimizes the damage done by future lab leaks, which will almost certainly happen. And so, to me, any lab leak is about the future. I would launch a giant investment in saying we're going to create a testing infrastructure, like all of this kind of infrastructure investments that help minimize the damage of the lab leak here and the rest of the world.
So the challenge with that is, one, it's hard to imagine a fully accountable future system to prevent these kinds of terrible pandemics that's built upon obfuscation and cover-up regarding the origins of this worst pandemic in a century. So it's just like that foundation isn't strong enough. Second, China, across the fields of science, is looking to leapfrog the rest of the world. So China has current plans to build BSL-4 labs in every of its provinces.
Yeah, they're scaling up.
Scaling up everything, and so with the plan on leading. And that's why, again, I was saying before, I think there's a lot of similarity between this story, at least as I see it, at least the most probable case, and these other areas where China gets knowledge and then tries to leapfrog. It's the same with AI and autonomous killer robots. It's the same with human genome editing, with animal experimentation, so many, basically all areas of advanced science. So the question is, would China stop in that process? And then third, it's a little bit of a historical background, but defending national sovereignty is one of the core principles of certainly of the Chinese state. And the historical issue is for those of us who come from the West, one of the lessons of the post-war planners was that absolute national sovereignty was actually a major feeder into the First and Second World Wars. That we had all these kind of conflicting states. And therefore, the logic of the post-war systems, we need to, in some ways, pool sovereignty that's like the EU, and have transnational organizations like the UN organizations and the Bretton Woods organizations. For most Asian states, and also even for some African, the people who were kind of on the colonized side of history, sovereignty was the thing that was denied them. That was the thing that they want, that the European powers denied. And so the idea of giving up sovereignty was the absolute opposite. And so that's why China is, and again, I mentioned this Rush Joshi book. It's not that China is trying to strengthen this rules-based international order, which is based on the principles of, well, there are certain things that we share, and how do we build a governance system to protect those things. What it seems to be doing is trying to advance its own sovereignty. And so I think I agree with you, but I don't think that we can just go forward without some accountability for the
So the cover up was a big problem. It's like I find myself playing devil's advocate. That I'm trying to sort of empathize, and then I forget that like 2 or 3 people listen to this thing, and then they're like, "Look, Lex is defending the Chinese government with their cover up." No, I'm not. I'm just trying to understand. It's the same reason I'm reading my Kampf now. It's like you have to really understand the minds of people as if I too could have done that. You have to understand that we're all the same to some degree, and that kind of empathy is required to figure out solutions for the future. It's just in empathizing with the Chinese government in this whole situation. I'm still not sure I understand how to minimize the chance of a cover-up in the future, whether for China or for the United States. The virus started in the United States. I'm not exactly sure. With all the emphasis we put on freedom of speech, with all the emphasis we put on freedom of the press and access to the press, sort of all aspects of government, I'm not sure the U.S. government would do the same thing.
So we're in Texas now. Imagine there's a kind of horseshoe bat that we'll call the Texas horseshoe bat, and the
There's
Texas.
a lot of bats in Austin, but
It's
it's
true.
the whole thing.
It's true. And so let's just say that the Texas horseshoe bat only exists in Texas, but in Montana, we have a thing that it's called the Montana Institute of Virology. And at the Montana Institute of Virology, they have the world's largest collection of Texas horseshoe bats, including horseshoe bats that are associated with a previous global pandemic called the Texas horseshoe bat pandemic. And let's just say that people in Montana, in the same town where this Montana Institute of Virology is, start getting a version of this Texas horseshoe bat syndrome that is genetically relatively similar to the outbreak in Texas. There are no horseshoe bats there. And the government says, it's your same point, Alina's point about unicorns, like nothing to see here, just more.
What's the
Joe
incentive?
Rogan and Brett Weinstein and Josh Rogan and would they say, oh, I guess, I just think that.
No, but the point is the government going to say it. So, Joe Rogan is a comedian. Brett Weinstein is a podcaster. The point is, what we want is not just those folks to have the freedom to speak. That's important. But you want the government to have the transparent. Like, what the heck? Like, I don't think Joe Rogan is enough to hold the government accountable. I think they're going to do their thing anyway.
But I think that's our system, and that was the genius of the founding fathers. They said that the government probably is going to have a lot of instincts to do the wrong thing. That was the experience in England before, and so that's why we have free speech to hold the government accountable. I mean, I'm broadly a gun control person, but the people who say, well, we need to have broad gun rights.
As somebody who's now in Texas,
Yeah,
I am offended.
but their argument is, look, we don't fully trust the government. If the government, just like we fought against the British, if the government's wrong, we want to at least have some authority. So that's our system, is to have that kind of voice, and that is the public voice actually balances. Because every government, as you correctly said, every government has the same instincts, and that's why we have, and it's imperfect here, but kind of these ideas of separation of powers, of inalienable rights, so that we can have, it's almost like a vast market where we can have balance.
So you think if the lab leak occurred in the United States, what probability would you put some kind of public report led by Rand Paul would come out saying this was a lab leak? doubts.
I-
but
I-
you have good confidence
I
that
have
would
pretty
happen.
decent comment, and the reason I say I mentioned that I think of myself, I'm sure I'm not anymore as I get older, but as a progressive person, I was a Democrat, and I worked in Democratic administrations, worked for President Clinton on the National Security Council. But my kind of best friend in the United States Senate, who I talk to all the time, is a senator from Kansas named Roger Marshall. And Roger, I mean, if you just lined up our positions on all sorts of things, we're radically different. But we have a great relationship. We talk all the time, and we share a commitment to saying, well, let's ask the tough questions about how this started. And again, if we had, like, what is the United States government? Yeah, it's the executive branch, but there's also Congress. And Congress, we talk about Rand Paul, and as a former executive branch worker, when I was on the National Security Council, I guess technically when I was at the State Department, all of this stuff, all of this process, it just seems like a pain in the ass. It's like these first, they're just telling us, we tried to do this thing, we had all the best intentions, hold a hearing, and they're trying to put us in and whatever. But that's our process. And there's like a form of accountability, as chaotic as it is. And so it makes it really difficult. We have other problems of just chaos and everybody doing their own thing, but it makes it difficult to have a kind of systematic cover-up. And again, all of that is predicated on my hypothesis, likely that there is a lab incident origin of this.
Well, I mean, we're having like several, whether lab leak hypothesis is true or not, it does seem that the likelihood of a cover-up, if it leaks from the lab, is high. That's the more important conversation to be having. Well, we could argue a lot of things, but to me, arguably, that's the more important conversation is about what's the likelihood of a cover-up.
100%. Like, in my mind, there is a legitimate debate about the origins of the pandemic. There are people who I respect, who I don't necessarily agree with. People like Stuart Neal, who's a virologist in the UK, who's been very open-minded, engaged in productive debate about the origin. And you know where I stand. There is and can be no debate about whether or not there has been a cover. There has been a cover. There's, in my mind, no credible argument that there hasn't been a cover-up, and you can just see it in the regulations, in the lack of access. There's an incumbent named Zhang Zhan, who is a Chinese, we have to call her a citizen journalist because everything is controlled by the state, but in the early days of the pandemic, she went to Wuhan, started taking videos and posting them. She was imprisoned for picking quarrels, which is kind of a catch-all. And now she's engaged in a hunger strike, and she's near death. And so there's no question that there has been a cover-up, and there's no question in my mind that cover-up is responsible for a significant percentage of the total deaths due to COVID-19.
In the pivot, can I talk to you about sex?
Let's roll.
Okay, so you're the author of a book, Hacking Darwin. And so humans have used sex, allegedly, as I've read about, to mix genetic information to produce offspring. And sort of through that kind of process, adapt to their environment.
Lex, you mentioned earlier about you're asking tough questions and people pushing you to ask tough questions. Is it okay if I just... So you said have done this as I've read about.
As I've read about the internet. Yeah.
All I'm saying, as a person sitting with you, to people who would be open-minded, experiment of, as I've read about, to reality, what I would say is Lex Friedman is handsome, charming. He's
I'm going to open it to their
really a great guy. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. So I was reading about this last night. I was going to tweet it, but then I'm like, this is going to be misinterpreted. But this is why I like podcasts, because I can say stuff like this. It's kind of incredible that the average human male produces like 500 billion plus sperm cells in their lifetime. Like each one of those are genetically unique. Like they can produce like unique humans. Each one, 500 billion. There's like 100 billion people who's ever lived. 100, maybe like 110, whatever the number is. So it's like 5 times the number of people who ever lived is produced by each male of genetic information. So those are all possible trajectories of flies that have lived. Like those are all little people that could have been, and like all the possible stories, all the Hitlers and Einsteins that could have been created, all that. I mean, I don't know, kind of you're painting this possible future, and we get to see only one little string of that. I mean, I suppose the magic of that is also captured by this piece of physics of having like multiple dimensions and the many worlds hypothesis of quantum mechanics, that the interpretation that we're basically just at every point there's an infinite offspring of universes that are created. But I don't know, that's just like a magic of this game of genetics that we're playing. And the winning sperm is not the fastest. The winning sperm is basically the luckiest, has the right timing. It's not. I was also got into this whole. I started reading papers about like, is there something to be said about who wins the race, right? Genetically. So it's fascinating because there's studies in animals and so on to answer that question, because it's interesting. Because I'm a winner, right? I won a race.
Yes.
And so you want to know like what does that say about me? In this fascinating genetic race against, I think, 200 million others. I think so. One, pool of sperm cells is about something like 200 million. It could be, yes, something, but that's millions. Yes, I thought it was more than that. So like that, those are all brothers and sisters of mine, and I beat them all out.
Yeah.
I won. So it's interesting to know there's a temptation to say I'm somehow better than them, right? And now that goes into the next stage of something you're deeply thinking about, which is if we have more control now over the winning genetic code that becomes offspring. If we have first not even control, just information, and then control. What do you think that world looks like from a biological perspective and from an ethical perspective when we start getting more information and more control?
Great question. So first on sperm, there can be up to about 1.2 billion sperm cells in a male ejaculation. So as I mentioned in Hack Darwin, male sperm is kind of a dime a dozen, and all the guys in all the world just doing whatever they do with it. And it's an open question how competitive. I mean, there is an element of luck, and there is an element of competition, and it's an open question how much that competition impacts the outcome, or whether it's just luck. But my guess is there's some combination of this and luck. But you're right that all those other sperm cells in the ejaculation, if that's how the union of sperm is happening, all of them represent a different future. And there's a wonderful called Cities by Alo Calvino, and he even talks about this where everybody, you have your life, but then you have all these alternate lives, and every time you make any decision, you're kind of, and so, but in this Invisible Cities, there's a little string that goes toward that alternate life, and then the city becomes this weaving of all the strings of people's real lives and the alternate lives that they could have taken had they made any other different step. So that part, it's like a deep philosophical question. It's not just for us; it's for all of it. It's baked into evolutionary biology. It's just what are the different strategies for different species to achieve fitness. There are some of the different corals or other fish where they just kind of release the eggs into the water. And there's all different kinds of ways. And then you're right, in my book, Hacking Darwin, the full title is Hacking Darwin, Genetic Engineering and the Future of Humanity. I kind of go deep into exploring the big picture implications of the future of human reproduction. We are already participating in a revolutionary transformation, not just because of the diagnostics that we have, things like ultrasound, but because now an increasing number of us are being born through in vitro fertilization, which means the eggs are extracted from the mother, they're fertilized by the father's sperm in vitro in the lab, and then reimplanted in the mother. On top of that, there's a somewhat newer, but still now older technology called pre-implantation genetic testing. And so, as everyone knows from high school biology, you have the fertilized egg, and then it goes 1 cell to 2 cells to 4 to 8 or whatever. And after around 5 days, in this PGT process, a few cells are extracted. So let's say you have 10 fertilized eggs, early stage embryos. A few cells are extracted from each, and those cells, if they the ones that are extracted, would end up becoming the placenta. But every one of our cells has, other than a few, has our full genome. And so then you sequence those cells. And with pre-implant genetic testing now, screen out deadly single gene mutation disorders, things that could be deadly or life-ruining. So people use it to determine which of those 10 early-stage embryos to implant in a mother. As we shift towards a much greater understanding of genetics, and that is part of just the broader genetics revolution, but within that, in our transition, personalized to precision healthcare, more and more of us are going to have our whole genome sequenced because it's going to be the foundation of getting personalized healthcare. We're going to have already millions, but very soon billions of people who've had their whole genome sequenced. And then we'll have big databases of people's genotypic information and life or phenotypic information. And using, coming into your area, our tools of machine learning and data analytics, we're going to be able to increasingly understand patterns of genetic expression, even though we're all
to predict how that genetic information will get expressed.
Never perfectly, perhaps, but more and more, always more and more. And so with that information, we aren't going to just be even now, we aren't going to just be selecting based on which of these 10 early stage embryos is carrying a deadly genetic disorder, but we'll be able to know everything that can be partly or entirely predicted by genetics. And there's a lot of our humanity that fits into that category. And certainly simple traits like height and eye color and things like that. I mean, height is not all simple, but it's if you have good nutrition, it's entirely mostly genetic. But even personality traits and personality styles, there are a lot of things that we see just as the experience, beauty of life that are partly have a genetic foundation. So whatever part of these traits are definable and influenced by genetics, we're going to have greater and greater predictability within a range. And so selecting those embryos will be informed by that kind of knowledge. And that's why in Hacking Darwin, I talk about embryo selection as being a key driver of the future of human evolution. Then on top of that, there is, in 2012, Shinya Yamanaka, a Japanese, amazing Japanese scientist, won the Nobel Prize for developing a process for creating what are called induced pluripotent stem cells, iPS cells. And what iPS cells are is you can induce an adult cell to go back in evolutionary time and become a stem cell. The stem cell is like when we're a fertilized egg, like our entire blueprint is in that one cell, and that cell can be anything. But then it starts to our cells start to specialize, and that's why we have skin cells and blood cells and all the different types of things. So with the Yamanaka process, we can induce an adult cell to become a stem cell. So the relevance to this story is what you can do, and it works now in animal models. That, as far as I know, hasn't yet been done in humans, but it works pretty well in animal models. You take any adult cell, but skin cells are probably the easiest. You induce this skin cell into a stem cell. And if you just take a little skin graft, you have millions of cells. You induce those skin cells into stem cells. Then you induce those stem cells into egg precursor cells. Then you induce those egg precursor cells into egg cells. Then, because we have this massive overabundance of male sperm, then you could fertilize, let's call it 10,000 of the mother's eggs. So you have 10,000 eggs which are fertilized.
Sounds like a party.
Yeah. Then you have an automated process for what I mentioned before in pre-implantation genetic testing. Grow them all for 5 days. You extract a few cells from each. You test them, and that's why I had a piece in the New York Times a couple of years ago imagining what it would be like to go to a fertility clinic in the year 2050. And the choice is
No
not
humans involved.
Yes. Well, no, there are, but the choice is not, do you want a kid who does or doesn't have, let's call it, taste? It's a whole range of possibilities, including very intimate traits like height, IQ, personality style. It doesn't mean you can predict everything, but it means there will be increasing predictability. So if you're choosing from 10,000 eggs, fertilized eggs, early stage embryos, that's a lot of choice. And on top of that, then we have the new technology of human genome editing. Many people have heard of CRISPR. But what I say is, if you think of human genome editing as a pie, it's like human genome engineering as a pie, genome editing is a slice, and CRISPR is just a sliver of that slice. It's just one of our tools for genome editing. Things are getting better and better. Then you can go in and change, let's say, again, it starts simple, a small number of genes. Let's say you've selected from among the 1 of 10 or the 1 of 10,000, but there are a number of changes that you would like to make to achieve some kind of outcome. And biology is incredibly complex, and it's not that one gene does one thing. One gene does probably a lot of things simultaneously, which is why the decision about changing one gene if it's causing deadly harm is easier than when we think about the complexity of biology.
Whether the machine learning is better and better predicting
Yes.
the full complexity of biology. So it's like as one gets better, then you're editing your ability to reliably edit such that the conclusions are predictable gets better and better. So those are two are coupled together.
Exactly. And then so that's why, and then people would say, well, that, and I wrote about that in my 2 science fiction novels, Genesis Code and Eternal Sonata, years ago, especially with Genesis Code. I wrote about that, and as a sci-fi, and I had actually testified before Congress now 15 years ago, saying here's what the future looks like. But even and in my first edition of Hacking Darwin, when it was already in production, and then in November 2018, this scientist, Fujang Hui, announced in Hong Kong that the world's first 2 and later 3 CRISPR babies had been born, which he had genetically altered. In my view, a dangerous view, a dangerous goal of making it so they would have increased resistance to HIV. So I called my publisher and I said, I've got good news and bad news. I'll start with the bad news, is that the world's first CRISPR babies have been born, and so we need to pull my book out of production because you can't have a book on the future of human genetic engineering and have it not mention the first CRISPR base. But the good news is, in the book, I had predicted that it's going to happen, and it's going to happen in China, and here's why. And all we need to do is add a few more sentences, and now that was the hardback, and then I updated it more in the paperback, saying, and it happened, and it was announced on this day.
Yeah. Well, then let's fast forward. Given your predictions are slowly becoming reality, let's talk about some philosophy and ethics, I suppose. So I'm not being too self-deprecating here, saying if my parents had the choice, I would be probably less likely to come out the winner. We're all weird, and I'm certainly a very distinctly weird specimen of the human species. I could give the full long list of flaws. It could be very poetic of saying like those are features and so on, but they're not. If you look at the menu,
Again, for these women who are listening up for everything, they're all kind of charming individualities.
yes, it's beautiful. That's one. Yes, thank you. But anyway, on the full sort of, let's say IQ alone, right? That what do we do about a world where IQ could be selected on a menu when you're having children? What concerns you about that world? What excites you about that world? Are there certain metrics that excite you more than others? IQ has been a source of, I don't know, I'm not sure IQ as a measure, flawed as it is, has been used to celebrate the successes of the human species nearly as much as has been used to divide people, to say negative things about people, to make negative claims about people. In that same way, it seems like when there's a selection, genetic selection based on IQ, you can start now having classes of citizens like further divide. The rich get richer. It'll be very rich people that'll be able to do kind of fine selection of IQ, and then they will start forming these classes of super intelligent people, and those super intelligent people, in their minds, will of course be the right people to be making global authoritarian decisions about everybody else. All the usual aspects of human nature, but now magnified with the new tools of technology. Anyway, all that to say is, what's exciting to you and what's concerning to you?
It's a great question. And just stepping into the IQ, we'll call it a quagmire for now, it raises a lot of big issues, which are complicated. Maybe you've listened to Sam Harris's interview with Charles Murray, and then that spawned out kind of a whole industry of debate. So first, just the background of IQ. It's from the early 20th century, and there was the idea that we can measure people's general intelligence, and there are so many different kinds of intelligence. This was measuring a specific thing. So my feeling is that IQ is not a perfect measure of intelligence, but it's a perfect measure of IQ. Like, it's measuring what it's measuring, but that thing correlates to a lot of things which are rewarded in our society. So every study of IQ has shown that people with higher IQs, they make more money, they live longer, they have more stable relationships. And that could be something in the testing, but as Sam Harris has talked about a lot, you could line up all of these kind of IQ and IQ-like tests correlate with each other. So the people who score high on one score high on all of them. And people think that IQ tests are like a thing like if the Earl of Dorchester is coming for dinner, does he have 2 forks or 3 forks or something like that? It's not that. A lot of them are things that I think a lot of us would recognize are relevant. Just like how much stuff can you memorize? If you see some shapes, how can you position them and things like that. And so IQ, I mean, it really hit its stride certainly in the Second World War when our governments were processing a lot of people and trying to figure out who to put in what job. So that's the starting point. Let me start first with the negatives. That our societies, that when we talk about diversity in Darwinian terms, it's not like diversity is from Darwinian terms. Oh, wouldn't it be nice if we have some moths of different colors because it'll be really fun to have different colored moths. Diversity is the sole survival strategy of our species and of every species, and it's impossible to predict what diversity is going to be rewarded. I've said this before. If you went down and if you spoke T-Rex and you spoke to the dinosaurs and said, "Hey, you can select your kids. What criteria do you want?" And they'd say, "Oh yeah, sharp teeth, cool fangs, roar, whatever it is that makes you a great T-Rex." But the answer from an evolutionary perspective, from an Earth perspective, was, it's much better to be like a cockroach or an alligator or some little nothing or a little shrew, because the dinosaurs are going to get wiped out when the asteroid hits. And so there's no better or worse in evolution. There's just better or worse suited for a given environment. But when that environment changes, the best suited person from the old system could be the worst suited person for the new one. So if we start selecting for the things that we value the most, including things like IQ, but even disease resistance. I mean, this is well known, but if you people who are recessive carriers of sickle cell disease have increased resistance to malaria, which is the biggest reason why that trait hasn't just disappeared, given how deadly sickle cell disease is. Biology is incredibly complex. We understand such a tiny percentage of it that we need to have, in your words, just a level of humility. There are huge equity issues, as you articulated. Let's just say that it is the case that in our society, IQ and IQ-like traits are highly rewarded. There is an inequity issue, but it works in both ways. Because my guess, let's just say that we had a society where we were doing genome sequencing of everybody who was born, and we had some predictive model to predict IQ, and we had decided as a society that IQ was going to be what we were going to select. We were going to put the highest IQ people in these different roles. I guarantee you the people in those roles would not be the people who are legacy admissions to Harvard. They would very likely be people who are born in slums, people who are born with no opportunity, refugee camps who are just wasting away because we've thrown them away. And so it's an easy, it's the idea of just being able to look under the hood of our humanity. It's really scary for everybody, and it should be. I mean, I'm also an Ashkenazi Jew. My father was born in Austria. My father's grandparents came here as refugees after the war. Most of that side of the family was killed. So I get what it means to be on the other, that you're reading Mein Kampf, on the other side of the story, when someone says, here's what's good, and you're not good, and therefore you're. So I totally get that. Having said that, I do believe that we're moving toward a new way of procreating. And we're going to have to decide what are the values that we would like to realize through that process. Is it randomness, which is what we currently have now, which is not totally random because we have assorted mating through colleges and other things. But if it's
mating through what? Colleges?
Like you go to Harvard or wherever, and your wife also goes to Harvard. It's like it's
location-based mating.
Well, it's not location; it's selection. It's like there are selections that are made about who gets to a certain place, and when Like it's like Harvard admissions is a filter. So we're going to have to decide what are the values that we want to realize through this process, because diversity it's just baked into our biology. We're the first species ever that has the opportunity to make choices about things that were otherwise baked into our biology. And there's a real danger that if we make bad choices, even with good intentions, it could even drive us toward extinction and certainly undermine our humanity. And that's why I always say, and like I said, I'm deeply involved with WHO and other things, that these aren't conversations about science. They're conversations, science brings us to the conversation, but the conversation is about values.
As you described, that world is wide open. It's not even a subtly different world. That world is fundamentally different from anything we understand about life on Earth, because natural selection, this random process, is so fundamental how we think about life. Being able to program, it has a chance to. It'll probably make my question about the ethical concerns around IQ-based selection just meaningless, because it'll change the nature of identity. Like it's possible it will dissolve identity, because we take so much pride in all the different characteristics that make us who we are. Whenever you have some control over those characteristics start losing meaning. And what may start gaining meaning is the ideas inside our heads, for example, versus like the details of like, is it a Commodore 64? Is it a PC? Is it a Mac? It's going to be less important than the software that runs on it. So we can more and more be operating in a digital space, and identity could be something that borrows multiple bodies. Like the legacy of our ideas may become more important than the details of our physical embodiment. Like I mean, I'm saying perhaps ridiculous sounding things, but the point is, it will bring up so many new ethical concerns that our narrow-minded thinking about the current ethical concerns will not apply. So but it's important to think about all this kind of stuff, like actively. What are the right conversations to be having now? Because it feels like it's an ongoing conversation that then continually evolves. Like with NIH involved, like do you do experiments with animals? Do you build these brain organoids? Do you start like do that process you described with the stem cells? Like, do you experiment with a bunch of organisms to see how genetic material, what form that actually takes, how to minimize the chance of cancer, all those kinds of things? What are the negative consequences of that? What are the positive consequences? Yeah, it's a fascinating world. It's a really fascinating world.
Yeah, and those conversations are just so essential that we have to be talking about ethics. And then that raises the question of who is the we? And coming back to your conversation about science communication, maybe there was a time earlier when these conversations needed to be held, or were held among a small number of experts who made decisions on behalf of everybody else. But what we're talking about here is really the future of our species. And I think that conversation is important to be left just to experts and government officials. So I mentioned that I'm a member. We just ended our work after 2 years of the World Health Organization Expert Advisory Committee on genome editing. And my big push in that process was to have education, engagement, and empowerment of the broad public to not just bring people into the conversation with the tools to be able to engage, but also into the decision-making process. And it's a real shift. And there are countries that are doing it better than others. I mean, Denmark is obviously a much smaller country than the United States, but they have a really well-developed infrastructure for public engagement around really complicated scientific issues. And I just think that we have to, like, it's great that we have Twitter and all these other things. We need structured conversations where we can really bring people together and listen to each other. It feels like it's harder than ever. But even now in this process where all these people are shouting at each other, at least there are a bunch of people who are in the conversation. So we have a foundation. We just really need to do more work, and again and again and again. It's about ethics, values, because we're at an age, and this has become a cliche, of exponential technological change. And so the rate of change that is faster going forward than it has been in the past. So in our minds, we underappreciate how quickly things are changing and will change. And if we're not careful, if we don't know who we are and what our values are, we're going to get lost. And we don't have to know technology. We have to know who we are. Our values are hard won over thousands of years. No matter how new the technology is, we shouldn't and can't jettison our values, because that is our primary navigation.
Absurd question. Because we were saying that sexual reproduction is not the best way to define the offspring. You think there'll be a day when humans stop having sex?
I don't think we will stop having sex because it's so enjoyable. But we may significantly stop having sex for reproduction. Even today, most human sex is not for making babies, it's for other things, whether it's pleasure or love or pair bonding or whatever.
Intimacy.
I mean, some people do it for intimacy. Some people do it for pleasure with strangers.
I feel like the people that do it for pleasure, I feel like there would be better ways to achieve that same chemical pleasure, right?
There's just so many different kinds of people. I just saw this on television, but there are people who put on those big bunny outfits and go and have sex with other people. I mean, there's just like an unlimited number of different kinds of people. And
I think they're called. So I remember hearing about this Dan Savage podcast. I think they're called furries. Like furry.
Yeah, exactly. So
I love people.
Yeah, like that's like the thing. It's like whenever you hear the term like humans,
Yeah,
what will they think of next? But I do think that, and I write about this in Attacking Darwin, that as people come to believe that that making children through the application of science is safer and more beneficial than having children through sex, we'll start to see a shift over time toward reproduction through science. We'll still have sex for all the same great reasons that we do it now. It's just reproduction less and less to the act of sex.
Man, it's such a fascinating future. As somebody, I value flaws. I think it's the Good Will Hunting.
Mm-hmm.
That's the good stuff. The flaws, the weird quirks of humans, that's what makes us who we are. The weird is the beautiful. And there's a fear of optimization.
You should have. I mean, it's very healthy. And I think that's the danger of all of this selection, is that we make selections just based on social norms that are so deeply internal that they feel like they're eternal truths. And so we talked about selecting for IQ. What about selecting for heart? Like there are lots of you talked about Hitler and Mein Kampf. Hitler has certainly had a high IQ, and I guess it's higher than average IQ. If we just select, and that's why I was saying before, diversity is baked into our biology. The key lesson, and I've said this many times before, the key lesson in this moment in our history is that after nearly 4 billion years of evolution, our one species suddenly has the unique and increasing ability to read, write, and hack the code of life. And so as we apply these godlike powers that we've now assumed for ourselves, we better be pretty careful, because it's so easy to make mistakes, particularly mistakes that are guided by our best intentions.
To jump briefly back onto Lab Leak, and I swear there's a reason for that. What did you think about the Jon Stewart? I forget when it was, maybe a few months ago, in the summer, I think, of 2021, where he went on Colbert Report, or not the Colbert Report, sorry, Stephen Colbert's, whatever his show is. But again, Jon Stewart reminded us how valuable his wit and brilliance within the humor was for our culture. And so he did this whole bit that highlighted the common sense nature about what was the metaphor he used about the Hershey factory in Pennsylvania. So, what do you think about that whole bit?
I love it. And so, not to be overly self-referential, but it's hard not to be overly self-referential when you're doing however long, a 5-hour interview about yourself. Which reminds, like when you had Brett Weinstein on, he said, "I have no ego, but these 57 have screwed me over."
Yeah.
So
It's hard.
So yeah, no. So I am a person it's enjoyable. Some people I kind of like talking about all this stuff and talking. Period. So for me, in the earliest, I remember those early days of when the pandemic started. I was just sitting down in late January or early February 2020, and I was just laying out all of the evidence, just that I could collect, trying to make sense of where does this come from, and it was just logic. I mean, it was all of the things that Jon Stewart said, which in some overly wordy form were all at that time on my website. Like, what are the odds of having this outbreak of a bad coronavirus more than 1,000 miles away from where these bats have their natural habitat, where they have this largest collection of these bad coronaviruses in the world, doing all these very aggressive research projects to make them more aggressive. Then you have the outbreak of a virus that's primed for human-to-human transmission. It was just logic was my first step, and I kept gathering the information. But Jon Stewart distilled that in a way that just everybody got, and I think that I loved it, and I just think that there's a way of reaching people. It's the reason why I write science fiction in addition to thinking and writing about the science, is that we kind of have to reach people where they are, and I just thought there was a lot of depth, I thought, in this self-serving, but like in the analysis. But he captured that into those things about it's like the outbreak of chewy goodness near the Hershey factory. I wonder where that came from.
Yeah, the humor, this metaphor, also the sticking with the joke when the audience is the audience is Stephen Colbert. He was resisting it. He was very uncomfortable with it. Maybe that was part of the bit. I'm not sure. It didn't look like it. So Stephen in that moment kind of represented the discomfort of the scientific community. I think it's kind of interesting, that whole dynamic. And I think that was the pivotal moment. It just highlights the value of comedy, the value of when Joe Rogan says, "I'm just a comedian." I mean, that's such a funny thing to say. It's like saying I'm just a podcaster or I'm just a writer.
Welcome back to Clark. Yeah, I sort of remember this. What is his user base? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'll do everything I can to make is banned still. It's unbanned, but I know when I looked previously, he wasn't banned. This is what my name's banned. So just one moment. We're taking a look right now. Got it. We got that. How are you guys today? Well, just watching the iPod test. What's on your agenda? What are you guys up to? Very well. Pardon me? Excellent. What are your hobbies? What games? Very cool. What kind of anime do you like? Do you like speed racing? It's, yeah, it's like have I ever told you guys about myself? Okay. What's up? What's up? That's why your friend gets banned. What's up? Go ahead. Okay, how do you know it's from my server? How do you know it's from my server? Yeah, you should take that up with this one. Okay, good. Okay, who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Okay, okay. What's up? What's up? That's why you get banned too. No, I don't want screenshots. Take it up with this one. So I'm watching an AI podcast. Feel free to enjoy.
Just that ability in so few words to express what everybody else is thinking. It's so refreshing. I wish the scientific communicators would do that too. A little human, a little human. Yeah, that's why I love Elon Musk very much so. But is like, it's so refreshing for a CEO of a major company, several major companies, to just have a sense of humor and say ridiculous shit every once in a while. It's so, there's something to that. Like, it shakes up the whole conversation to where it gives you freedom to, like, think. If you're always trying to say the proper thing, you lose the freedom to think, to reason out, to be authentic and genuine. When you allow yourself the freedom to regularly say stupid shit, have fun, make fun of yourself, I think you give yourself freedom to really be a great scientist. Honestly, I think scientists have a lot to learn.
Well, for sure, we all do, about just distilling and communicating in ways that people can hear. Like, a lot of us say things and people just can't hear them, either because of the way we're saying them or where they are. And like I said before, I'm a big fan of Joe Rogan. I've been on his show twice, and whatever it is, Francis Collins was in a conversation with you. He said, which I think makes sense, is that when somebody has that kind of platform and people rightly or wrongly who follow them and look to them for guidance, I do think that there is some responsibility for people in those roles to make whatever judgment that they make and to share that. And as I mentioned to you off mic, Sanjay Gupta is a very close friend of mine. We've been friends for many years, and I totally supported Sanjay's instinct to go on the Joe Rogan show. I thought it was great. At the end of that whole conversation, Joe said, "Well, I'm just a comedian. What do I know?" And I just felt that, yes, Joe Rogan is a comedian. I would say just a comedian among others. But I also felt that he had a responsibility for just saying whatever he believed, even if he believed, or believes, as I think is the case, that ivermectin should be studied more, which I certainly agree, and that healthy people shouldn't get vaccinated, healthy young people, which I don't agree. I just felt at the end of that conversation to say, well, I'm just a comedian. What do I know? I feel like it didn't fully integrate the power that a person like Joe Rogan has to set the agenda.
I think the reason he says that is the same reason I say I'm an idiot, which I truly believe. I can explain exactly what I mean by that, but like it's more for him, or in this case for me. Just keep yourself humble, because I think it's a slippery slope when you think you have responsibility to then think you actually have an authority. Because a lot of people listen to you, you think you have an authority to actually speak to those people, and you have enough authority to know what the hell you're talking about. And I think there's just a humility to just kind of making fun of yourself that's extremely valuable. And saying I'm just a comedian, and I think is a reminder to himself that he's often full of shit. So are all of us, and so that's a really powerful way for himself to keep himself humble. I mean, I think that's really useful. It's some kind of way for people in general to make fun of themselves a little bit, whatever way that means. And saying I'm just a comedian is just one way to do that. Now that coupled that with the responsibility of doing the research and really having an open mind and all this kind of stuff, I think that's something Joe does really well on a lot of topics, but he can't do that. So that it's up to the people to decide how well he does it on certain topics and not others. But how do you think Sanjay did in that competition?
So I don't want to get myself in trouble here, because Sanjay's a very close friend. Joe, my interaction with him has been on 2 interviews, but it's like my interview with now. Sit down with somebody for 4 hours. It's a lot and great in the private communication. So I am personally more sympathetic to the arguments that Sanjay was trying to make. I believe that the threat of the virus is greater than the threat of the vaccine. That doesn't mean that we can guarantee 100% safety for the vaccine, but these are really well tolerated vaccines. And we know, for all the reasons we've been talking about, that this is a really scary virus. And particularly the mRNA vaccines, what they're basically doing is getting your body to replicate a tiny little piece of the virus, the spike protein, and your body responds to that. And so that's a much less of an insult to your body than being infected by the virus. So I'm more sympathetic to the people who say, well, everybody should get vaccinated, but people who've already been infected, we should study whether they need to be vaccinated or not. Having said all of that, I felt that Joe Rogan won the debate. I mean, it was, and the reason that I felt that he won the debate was they were kind of they had two different categories of arguments. So Sanjay, what he was trying to do, which I totally respect, was saying there's so much animosity between on these different things. Let's lower the temperature. Let's model that we can have a respectful dialogue with each other. We can actually listen. Sanjay, again, I've known him for many years. He's a very empathic, humble, just a all-around wonderful human being. I really love him. And so he was making cases that were based on kind of averages, studies, and things like that. And Joe was saying, well, I know a guy whose sister's cousin had this experience. And I'm sure that it's all true in the sense that we have millions of people who are getting vaccinated and different things. And what Sanjay should have said was, I know that's an anecdote. Here's another anecdote of like when Francis Collins was with you and he talked about the World Wrestling guy who was like 6'6" and a big muscly guy, and then he got COVID and he was anti-vaxxer and then he got COVID and almost died. He said, I'm going to.
By the way,
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this part.
No.
Oh, this is fun. When Joe's going to listen to this, he's going to be laughing.
Does Joe listen like to the 4 hours of this in addition to the 3 hours of his interviews every day?
Not every day, but he listens to a lot. We'll talk about it. We'll argue about it.
Hi, Joe.
So, Joe. But so that particular case, I don't know why Francis said what he said there, but that's not accurate.
Okay.
So the wrestler didn't almost die. He was no big deal at all for him. He said that to him. I'm not sure. I think something got mixed up in Francis's memory. There was another case. He must have been like, because I don't imagine he would bring that case up and just like make it up, because like why? But that was not all. Like that's a pretty public case. He had an interview with him. That wrestler, he was just fine. So that anecdotal case, I mean, Francis should not have done that. So if I have I have a bunch of criticism of how that went. People who criticize that interview, I feel I don't give enough respect to the full range of things that Francis Collins has done in his career as an incredible scientist. And I also think a really good human being. But yes, that conversation was flawed in many ways. One of them was why, when you're trying to present some kind of criticize Joe Rogan, why bring up anecdotal evidence at all? If you do bring up anecdotal evidence, which is not scientific, if you're a scientist, you should not be using anecdotal evidence. If you do bring it up, why bring up one that's first not true? You know it's not true. So I remember. So I know. Pretend you don't know it's not true.
Yeah.
So yes, that would be find another case.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So the basic thing, coming back to Sanjay and Joe's conversation, was that Sanjay was trying to use statistical evidence and Joe was using anecdotal evidence. And so I think that for Sanjay, and there are all kinds of things, but there are debates where often the person who's better at debating wins the debate regardless of the topic. So I think what Sanjay could have done, and Sanjay's such a smart guy, is to say, well, that's an anecdote, another anecdote, and there are lots of different anecdotes, and there certainly are people who have taken the vaccine and have had problems that could reasonably be traced to the vaccine, and there are certainly lots of people I would argue more people who've not had the vaccine, but who've gotten COVID and have either died or our hospitals are now full of people who weren't vaccinated. And in many ways, our emergency rooms are full of unvaccinated people here in the United States. So I think what Sanjay could have done, but there was a conflict between wanting to kind of win the debate and wanting to take the temperature down. And what he could have done is to say, well, here's an anecdote, I have a counter anecdote, and we can go on all day, but here's what the statistics show. And I think that was the things. I think it's a healthy conversation. We can't, there are a lot of people who are afraid of the vaccine. There are a lot of people who don't trust the scientific establishment. And lots of them have good reason. It's not just people think of like Trump Republicans. There are lots of people in the African American community who've had a historical terrible experience with the Tuskegee and all sorts of things. So they don't trust the messages that were being delivered. I live in New York City, and we had a piece in the New York Times where in the earliest days of the vaccines, there was this big movement. Let's make sure that the poorest people in the city have first access to the vaccines because they're the ones, they have higher density in their homes, they're relying on public transport. So there's this whole liberal effort. And then in the Black community in New York, according to the New York Times, there was very low acceptance of the vaccines. And they interviewed people in that article, and they said, well, if the white people want us to have it first, there must be something wrong with it. They must be doing something. And so we have to listen to each other. Like, I would never, I have a disrespect for everybody. If somebody is cautious about the vaccine for themselves or for their children, we have to listen to them. At the same time, public health is about creating public health. And there's no doubt, I think Joe was absolutely right, that older people, obese people are at greater risk for being harmed or killed by COVID-19 than young, healthy people. But by everybody getting vaccinated, we reduce the risk to everybody else. And so I feel like with everything, there's the individual benefit argument, and then there's the community argument. And I absolutely think...
But expressing that clearly, that there's a difference between individual health and freedoms and community freedoms. And steel manning side of this, one of the problems that people don't do enough of is be able to, so how do you steel man an argument? You describe that argument the best possible way. You have to first understand that argument. Let's go to the non-controversial for like flat earth. Like most people, most colleagues of mine at MIT don't even read about like the full argument that the flat earthers make. I feel it's disingenuous for people in the physics community to roll their eyes at flat earthers. They haven't read their arguments. You should feel badly when you read their arguments. And it's the rolling of the eyes that's a big problem. You haven't read it. Your intuition says that these are a bunch of crazy people. Okay, but you haven't earned the right to roll your eyes. You've earned the right to maybe not read it, but then don't have an opinion. Don't roll your eyes. Don't do any of that dismissive stuff. And the same thing in the scientific community, COVID and so on. There's often this kind of saying, "Oh, God, that's conspiracy theories. That's misinformation," without actually looking into what they're saying. If you haven't looked into what they're saying, then don't talk about it. Like, if you're a scientific leader and a communicator, you need to look into it. It's not that much.
I totally agree. And I think that humility, it's a constant theme of your podcast, and I love that. And so after the conversation, debate, whatever it was between Sanjay and Joe, I reached out on Twitter to someone I've never met in person, but I'm in touch privately, to a guy named Daniel Griffin, who's a professor at Columbia Medical School, and just so smart. He gives regular updates on COVID-19 on a thing called TWIV, This Week in Virology. I'm a critic of TWIV for its coverage of and origins But on this issue, I'm just having regular updates. Daniel is great. And so I said to him, I said, why don't we have an honest process to get the people who are raising concerns about the vaccines in their own words to raise what are their concerns. And then let's do our best job of saying, well, here are these concerns. And then here is our evidence making a counterclaim. And here are links to, if you want to look at the studies on which these claims are made, here they are. And Daniel, who's incredibly busy, he reads it seems every paper that comes out every week, and it's unbelievable. But he sent me a link to the CDC Q&A page on the CDC website, and it wasn't that. It was people it was written by people like me who were convinced in the benefits of these vaccines. So the questions were framed, they were kind of like, they weren't really the framing of the people with the concerns. They were framing of people who were just kind of imagining something else. When you always talk about kind of humility and active listening, I know you don't mean, and it doesn't mean that we don't stand for something. Like I certainly am a strong proponent of vaccines and masks and all of those things. But if we don't hear other people, we don't let them hear their voice in the conversation. If it's just saying, well, you may think this and here's why it's wrong, the argument may be right, but it's never break through.
By the way, my interpretation of Joe and Sanjay, I listened to that conversation without looking at Twitter or the internet, and I thought that was a great conversation, and I thought Sanjay actually really succeeded at bringing the temperature down. To me, the goal was bringing the temperature down. I didn't even think it was just a debate. I was like, oh, cool, this isn't going to be some weird, it's like two friendly people talking, and then I look at the internet, and then the internet says, Joe Rogan slams, like as if it was a heated debate that Joe won. I was like, all right, it's really the temperature being brought down, real conversation between two humans. That wasn't really a debate. It was just a conversation.
Yeah,
that was a success.
Yeah, I definitely think it was a success, but I also felt that a takeaway, and this isn't because this is something that I don't agree with, even though I have great, as I've said, respect for Joe. I think a reasonable person listening to that conversation would come away with the conclusion that all in all, these vaccines are a good thing. But if you're young and healthy, you probably don't need it. And I just felt that that there was a stronger case to be made, even though Sanjay made it. It wasn't that Sanjay didn't make it. It was just that in the flow of that conversation, I felt that the case for the vaccines, and the vaccines both as an individual choice, and certainly, again, as I said before, I think that while people can be afraid of the vaccines, the virus itself is much scarier, and we're seeing it now in real time with these variations and variants. I just felt that was kind of the rough takeaway from that conversation. And I felt that Sanjay, again, whom I love, I felt could have made his case a little bit.
The thing he succeeded is he didn't come off as like a science expert looking down at everybody, talking down to everybody. So he succeeded in that, which is very respectful. But I also think sort of making the case for taking the vaccine when you're a young, healthy person, when you're sitting across from Joe Rogan, is like a high difficulty on the video game level.
For sure.
So it's not it's difficult to do. Yeah, it's difficult to do, and also it's difficult to do because it's not as simple as like look at the data. There's a lot of data to go through here.
Yeah,
and there's also a lot of non-data stuff, like the fact that first of all, questioning the sources of the data, the quality of the data, because it's also disappointing about COVID is that the quality of the data is not great. We're also questioning all the motivations of the different parties involved, whether it's major organizations that develop the vaccine, whether it's major institutions like NIH or NIAID that are sort of communicating to us the vaccine, whether it's the CDC, the WHO, whether it's the Biden or the Trump administration, whether it's China and all those kinds of things. That's part of the conversation here. I mean, vaccination is not just a public health tool. It's also a tool for a government to gain more control over the populace. Like, there's a lot of truth to that too. Things that have a lot of benefits can also be used as a Trojan horse to increase bureaucracy and control. But that has to be on the table for conversation.
I think it has to be on the conversation. But I mean, your parents and when they were here in the United States, actually, there's a big collaboration between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. When the polio vaccine came out, there were people all around the world who had a different life trajectory, no longer living in fear, and all of these people who were paralyzed or killed from polio. Smallpox has been eradicated. It was one of the great successes in human history. And while it for sure is true that you can imagine some kind of fraudulent vaccination effort, but here I genuinely think, I mean, whatever the number, 15 million, 16 million is the Economist number of dead from COVID-19. Many more people would be dead but for these vaccines. And so I get that any activity that needs to be coordinated by a central government has the potential to increase bureaucracy and increase control. But there are certain things that central governments do, like the development, particularly of these mRNA vaccines, which it's purely a U.S. government victory. I mean, there was huge DARPA funding, and then the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Disease, NIH, funding. I mean, this was a public-private partnership throughout. And that we got a working vaccine in 11 months was a miracle. So
it's not purely a victory. Again, you have to be open-minded. I'm with you here playing a bit of devil's advocate. For the people who discuss antiviral drugs that have ivermectin and other alternatives would say that the extreme focus on the vaccine distracted us from considering other possibilities. And saying that this is purely a success is distracting from the story that there could have been other solutions. So yes, it's a huge success that the vaccine was developed so quickly and surprisingly way more effective than it was hoped for. But there could have been other solutions, and they completely distracted from us from that. In fact, it distracted us from looking into a bunch of things like the lab leak. And so it's not a pure victory. And there's a lot of people that criticize the overreach of government in all of this. But one of the things that makes the United States great is the individualism and the hesitancy to ideas of mandates. Even if the mandates en masse will have a positive, even strongly positive result, many Americans will still say no. Because in the long arc of history, saying no in that moment will actually lead to a better country and a better world. So that's a messed up aspect of America, but it's also a beautiful part. We're skeptical even about good things.
I agree, and certainly we should all be cautious about government overreach. Absolutely. And it happens in all kinds of scenarios, incarceration with 1,000 people. And we also should be afraid of government underreach, that if there is a problem, it could be solved by governments. And that's why we have governments in the first place, is that there's just certain things that individuals can't do on their own, and that's why we pool our resources and in some ways sacrifice our rights for this common thing. And that's why we don't have, hopefully, people, murderers marauding, or people driving 200 miles down the street. We have a process for arriving at a set of common rules. And so I fully agree. We need to respect and we need to listen. We need to find that right balance. And you've raised the magic I word, ivermectin. And so an ivermectin, like my view, has always been ivermectin could be effective, it could not be effective. study it through a full process. And when you had Francis Collins, even while he was making up stories about this this wrestler, he was saying, yeah, exactly. But he was saying that they're going to do a full randomized highest level trial of ivermectin, and if ivermectin works, then that's another tool in our toolbox. And I think we should. And I think that Sanjay was absolutely correct to concede the point to Joe that it was disingenuous for people, including people on CNN, to say that ivermectin is for livestock. And so I definitely think that we have to have some kind of process that allows us to come together. And I totally agree that the great strength of America is that we empower individuals. It's the history of our frontier mentality in our country. So I 100% agree that we have to allow that, even if sometimes it creates messy processes and uncomfortable feelings and all those things.
You are an ultra marathoner. What are you running for?
What is the funny thing is, so I'm an ultra marathoner and I've done 13 Ironmans, and people say, "Oh my God, that's amazing, 13 Ironmans." And what I always say, no, one Ironman is impressive. 13 Ironmans, there's something effing wrong with you. We just need to figure out what.
Yeah, there's some things you're trying to work through. I mean, when you're doing the work, though, most people just kind of let the demons sit. No, what have you learned about yourself, about your mind, about your body, about life, taking your body to limit in that kind of way, and running those kinds of things?
Well, it's a great question. I know that you are also kind of exploring the limits of the physical. And so for me, in doing the Ironmans and the ultra marathons, it's always the same kind of lesson, which is just when you think you have nothing left, you actually have a ton left. There are a lot of resources that are there if you call on them. And the ability to call on them has to be cultivated. It really, and so for me, and especially in the Ironman, and Ironman in many ways is harder than the ultra marathons. So albeit, it's 140 miles, albeit 120, having done the swim and then the bike, and I'll be whatever 6 miles into the run, and I'll think, I feel like shit. I have nothing left. How am I possibly going to run 20 miles more? But there's always more. And I think that for me, these extreme sports are my process of exploring what's possible. And I feel like it applies in so many different areas of life where you're kind of pushing, and it feels like the limit. And a friend of mine who I just have so much respect for, actually be a great guest if you haven't already interviewed him, is Charlie Engel. And Charlie, he was a drug addict. He was in prison. His life was total shit. And somehow, and I can't remember the full story, he just started running around the prison yard. And it was like Forrest Gump. He just kept running and running. And then he got out of prison and he kept running, and he started doing ultra marathons, started inspiring all these other people. Now he's written all these books. In fact, we just spoke a few months ago that he's planning on running from the Dead Sea to somehow to the top of Mount Everest, from the lowest point to the highest point on Earth. And I said, well, why are you stopping there? Why don't you get whatever camera in and go down to the lowest part of the ocean, go to the lowest part of the ocean, and then talk to Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, and go to the kind of the highest place in the stratosphere you can get. But it's this thing of possibility, and I just feel like so many of us, and myself included, we get stuck in a sense of what we think is our range. And if we're not careful, that can become our range. And that's why for me, in all of life, it's all about, like we've been talking about, challenging the limits, challenging assumptions, challenging ourselves, and hopefully we do it in a way that kind of doesn't hurt anybody. When I'm at the Ironman, they have all these little kids and have these little shirts that say like "My dad is a hero" and have the little Ironman logo. And I want to say it's like, no, your dad is actually a narcissistic dick who goes on 8-mile bike rides every Sunday rather than spend time with you. And so we shouldn't hurt anybody. But for me, and also I just find it very enjoyable, and I hope I'm not disclosing too much about our conversation before we went live, where you're doing so many different things with running and your martial arts, and I encouraged you to do ultra marathons. There's so many great ones in Texas. It's actually surprisingly a very enjoyable way to spend the day.
How would you recommend? So, yeah, for people who might not know, I've never actually run the marathon. I ran 22 miles at one time at most. I did the 4x48 challenge with David Goggins, where you run 4 miles every 4 hours. It's it has less to do with the distance and more to do with the sleep deprivation. What advice would you give to a first-time ultra marathoner like me, trying to run 50 or more miles, or for anybody else interested in this kind of exploration of their range?
What I always tell is the same advice: is register. Take your timeline of when you think you can make it, depending on where you are. Make it 6 months, make it a year, and then register for the race. And then once you're registered, just work back from there. What's it going to take? One of the things for people who are just getting going, you really do need to make sure that your body is ready for it. And so, particularly as we get older, strengthening is really important. So I'll do a plug for my brother, Jordan Metzel. He's a doctor at Hospital for Special Surgery, but his whole thing is functional strength. And so people know about, you can actually go to his website. I use Jordan Metzel Iron Strength. But it's all about like burpees and just building your muscular strength so that you don't get injured as you increase. And then just increase your mileage with, in some steady way. Make sure that you take rest days and listen to your body, because people like you who are just very kind of mind over matter, like you were telling me before about you have an injury, but you kind of run a little bit differently, and we need to listen to our bodies, because our bodies are communicating. But I think it's kind of little by little, magic is possible. And then what I will say is, and I also I've done lots and lots of marathons, and I always tell people that the ultra marathons, at least the ones that I do, and I shouldn't misrepresent myself. I mean, there are people who do 500-mile races. The ones that I do are 50K mountain trail runs, which is 32 miles. So I do the kind of the easier side of ultras, but it's actually much easier than a marathon, because some of the mountain ones sometimes it's so steep that you can't. You have to walk it, because walking is faster than running. And every 4 or 5 miles in supported races, you stop and eat blintzes and boiled potatoes. It's actually quite enjoyable. But as I started to tell you before we went live, so I've done for lots of years these 50K mountain trail runs, and I was going to Taiwan a number of years ago for something else. And I thought, well, wouldn't it be fun to do an ultra marathon in Taiwan? I looked at the weekend after my visit. There was a marathon. It was called ultra marathon was called the Taiwan Beast, and I could go, what are they talking about? It's 50K mountain trail, and I've done a million of them. And I went to register, and then as part of registration, they said you need to have all of this equipment. And it was all this like wilderness survival equipment. And I was thinking, these Taiwanese, what a bunch of wimps.
Dramatic.
Carry, give me a break, 50K mountain trail. So I get there, and then the race starts at like 4:30 in the morning, in the middle of nowhere, and you have to wear headlamps, and everyone's carrying all this stuff. You're trying to go running out into the rainforest. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. It took 19 hours. There were maybe 15 cliff faces, like a real cliff, and somebody had dangled like a little piece of string, and so you had to hold on to the string with one hand while it was in the pouring rain, climb up these cliffs. There were maybe 20 river crossings, but not just like a little stream, like a torrential river. There were some things where it was so steep that everyone was just climbing up, and then you'd slide all the way down, climb up. And there were people I met on the way out there who were saying, oh yeah, I did the Sahara 500 kilometer race, and those people were just sprawled out. A lot of them didn't finish, so that was the hardest thing.
So how do you get through something like that? You just one step at a time. Was there?
Yeah.
Did you remember?
Yeah,
Was there dark moments, or is it kind of all spread out?
you know,
Like,
it wasn't really dark moments. I mean, there was one thing where I'd been running so long, I thought, well, I must almost be done. And then I found out I had like 15 miles more. But, I guess with all of these things, it's the messages that we tell ourselves. And so for me, it's like the message I always tell myself is quitting isn't an option. I mean, once in a while, you kind of have to quit and like listen to the universe if whatever, you kill yourself or something. But for me, it was just, whatever it takes. There's no way I'm stopping. And if I have to go up this muddy hill 20 times because I keep sliding, I'm sure there's a way. It's probably a personality trait.
where does your love for chocolate come from?
Oh, it's a great question. And in both of my Joe Rogan interviews, that's the first question that he asked. I'm glad that we've got that. So one, I've always loved chocolate, and I call it like a secret. But now that I keep telling the same secret, it's actually no longer a secret. That I have a secret, which is not secret, because I'm telling you on a podcast, life as a chocolate shaman. And so when I give keynotes at tech conferences, I say I'm happy to give a keynote, but I want to lead a sacred cacao ceremony at night. I'm actually, believe it or not, the official chocolate shaman of what used to be called exponential medicine, which is part of Singularity University. Now, my friend Daniel Kraft, who runs it, it's going to be called Next. And so I'll have to go back because I was going to Berlin a lot of years ago. And I've always loved chocolate, but I was going to Berlin to give a keynote at a big conference called TOA, Tech Open Air. And so when I got there, the first night I was supposed to give a talk, but there had been some mix-up. They'd forgotten to reserve the room. And so the talk got canceled. In the brochure, they had all these different events around Berlin that you could go to. And one of them was a cacao ceremony. And so I went there and actually met somebody, Viviana, who was still a friend. I met going in there, and there was this cacao ceremony. There was these kind of dudes, and then everybody got the cacao. And then they said, all right, as they talked a little bit about the process, and then they said, all right, everyone just stand and we're going to spin around in a circle for 45 minutes. And so I spun around in a circle for like 10 minutes, but then I had to leave because I had to go to something else. And so I thought that was that. But then I saw Viviana the next day, and I said, well, how did the cacao ceremony go? And she showed me these pictures of all of these people, mostly naked. Like, it turned into chaos.
Awesome.
And it was like, and so let me get this straight. People drank chocolate, then they spun around in a circle, and something else happened. And anyway, so then 2 days later, I was invited to another cacao ceremony, which was also actually part of this tour. And that was kind of more structured, and it was more sane because it was part of this thing. And at the end of that, I thought, one, how the greatest thing ever, a sacred cacao ceremony, like you drink chocolate milk and everybody's free. And I love that idea because I've never done drugs, I don't drink, but just part of it is because I think whatever, like I was saying with the ultra running, all of the possibilities are within us. We can get out of our own way. And then I thought, well, I think I can do a better job than what I experienced in Berlin. So I came back. I thought, all right, I'm going to get accredited as a cacao shaman. And this will shock you. Because I know if you're going to be like a rabbi or a priest or something, there's some process. But shockingly, there's no official process.
Shockingly.
Shockingly. And so I thought, all right, well, I'm just going to train myself. And when I'm ready, I'm going to declare my chocolate shamanism. So I started studying different things. And when I was ready, I just said, now I'm a chocolate shaman.
Self-declared.
And so, but I do these ceremonies, and I've done them at tech conferences. I did one in Soho House in New York. I've done it at a place, Rancho La Puerta in Mexico. And every time it's the same thing. Because if people are given a license to to be free. It doesn't matter. And what I always say is, you're here for a sacred cacao ceremony, but the truth is, there's no such thing as sacred cacao, and there's no sacred mountains, and there's no sacred people, and there's no sacred plants, because nothing is sacred if we don't ascribe sacredness to it. But if we recognize that everything is sacred, then we'll live different lives. And for the purpose of this ceremony, we're just going to say, all right, we're going to focus on this cacao, which actually has been used ceremonially for 5,000 years. It has all these wonderful properties. But it's just people who get that license, and then they're just free, and people are dancing. And
is the goal to celebrate life in general? Is it to celebrate the senses, like taste? Is it to celebrate yourself, each other? What is their?
I think the core is gratitude and just appreciation.
All the experiences of life.
Yeah, just of being alive, of just living in this sacred world where we have all these things that we don't even pay any attention to. My friend A.J. Jacobs, he had a wonderful book that I used the spirit of it in the ceremonies, not the exact, but he was in a restaurant in New York, a coffee shop, and his child said, hey, where does the coffee come from? And he's like a wonderful big thinker. And he started really answering that question. Well, here's where the beans come from, but how did the beans get here? And who painted the yellow line on the street so the truck didn't crash? And who made the cup? And he spent a year making a full spreadsheet of all of the people who, in one way or another, played some role in that one cup of coffee. And he traveled all around the world thanking. It's like, thank you for painting a yellow line on the road. And so for me, with the cacao, part of these ceremonies is
it's my favorite Utah Mammoth fan. No, baby, I'm ready to whoop your ass in whatever game you want. Hopefully, Flitterati. All right, we'll go get you a coffee. All right, I have a question. What are your thoughts on the Utah Mammoth? That's correct. All right, next question. What's a Utonic? Yeah, well, the college is the Utah Utes. How do you like that? No, it's their indigenous tribe. Like, where they oh, oh yeah, we're going deep dive. And a huge glass of dip. Well, that's round two. That's the second class. Once you're able to get down the first set of How's bear scare coming along? That's far too much work. You really like that idea. Okay, so whenever I see this meme, I think we've discussed it before. That Canadian guy who built a bear suit, you know what I'm talking about? Where he gets hit with like a car. No, I just saw it. I just see gifts. I have to check it out. But whenever I see that, I think, would he really need this suit if he had bear scare? Do you think that? Do you think that he would? No, no, well, that's a great question. I'm glad you came to your chief research engineer on this one. We're going to find out the answer right now. Yo, dog, what effect does bear spray have? Does it blind them? Does it burn their senses? For how long does it usually mess them up? Is it for like seconds, minutes, hours? Do they always run away from it? Are there any cases where like they run at people still, like polar bears and stuff? Yo, good question. Not hairspray, bear spray. Bear spray. Bear spray is serious business, specialized deterrent made specifically for stopping life against animals like bears. It's not the same as pepper spray. Okay, what bear spray does, how long does it affect? It affects taken almost immediately. Disorientation and pain usually 15 to 45 minutes. Bear spray is over 90% effective. That doesn't seem like good. More effective than guns in most field situations because it doesn't require precision. Even if a bear is charging faithfully, bear spray is will almost always stop or turn them. Do bears ever push through it? Very rarely. Some bears, especially grizzlies, might keep coming if they're extremely hungry or stressed, protecting cubs already attacking and enraged. But even then, bear spray dramatically reduces injuries compared to people who try to fight and run. Does that answer your question? Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on what you define as failure. I can tell you this right now: 0% of the people who have ever contemplated using a bear scare have ever died from a bear. Now let's get to the bottom of this one. What do you think bear scare would work against Yetis? look it up. Yo, dog, do you think bear spray would work against Yetis? Yo, is it? Yo, well then why don't we put human whatever that spray into bear spray? So it's not even bear spray. It's just like a lot of pepper spray. No, I think we gotta fuck them up. Yo, if Yetis are anything, if Yetis are anything like, now how about this one? Do you think bear scare would work against the mammoth? Do you think they smell through that thing? Is that how they smell? Okay, so here we go. Great question. Break it down. It's Yukon versus mammoth. Round one. Bear spray versus woolly mammoth. Mammoths are herbivores, not predators, so they wouldn't be charging people, more like defending themselves or stampeding. But if one did come at you, here's how it might play out. Would it work? Partially, maybe. If you manage to get the spray in its eyes or trunk, it can irritate the sensitive immunity membranes just like it does to bears. That might slow it down, confuse it, and make it wear out. But mammoths are massive, 6 to 10 pounds. They like to have thicker skin, small eyes, and their brain may not interpret pain the same way as predators. They don't rely on scent to hunt, so irritating their sense of smell is a big deal. How would it affect them? If it worked at all, it might buy you a few seconds to run and hide. But if a mammoth's angry, scared, or stampeding, you're probably still getting trapped. Bottom line, bear spray could be a last-ditch distraction, not a reliable defense. Dog, have you ever seen elephants, male elephants, when they got that shit by their ears that make them like freak out? Yo, dog, what's the thing with the male elephants that get the thing by their ear and it makes them like really pissed off? It's called like beating a rut or something. Yo, you're talking about must, and yeah, it's wild. What is must? It's a period male elephants go through when they have huge surge of testosterone, like up to 60 times higher than normal. Happens mainly to adult bull elephants. During this time, they are aggressive, unpredictable, and super territorial. How you can tell? Thick, smelly fluid called temperine leaks from the gland near their temples, just behind the eyes and above the ears. They also drip urine constantly down their legs. Yep, it's part of the show. They'll flap their ears, head shake, and sometimes go on dominance rampages. Why do they do this? It's part of the mating season behavior. Muscle bulls are looking to challenge rivals and baby females. Because of the hormone spike, they become dangerous even to other elephants. And sometimes these humans are vehicles too. Would bear spray help against a bull and must? Honestly, probably not. A bull and must is basically like a 10,000-pound hormone fueled center. Pain, irritation, even some physical injury might be stopped. Your best really don't be close. So now here's the question: do mammoths go through this? Do mammoths go through this type of hormonal period? Great question. Yeah, based on what we know, male woolly mammoths almost certainly would go through something like Mars. So that'd be something to see. Just like modern elephants, why we think so woolly mammoths are great question. Okay, what's the difference between a mammoth and a mastodon? What's the difference between a mammoth and a mastodon? Solid question. Mammoths and mastodons don't look together, but they're actually very different animals with separate evolutionary paths. Species and lineage. Mammoths, part of the elephant family, closely related to modern elephants. Mastodons belong to the mammothidine family, and older or distant cousin of elephants. Think of them as a separate branch of the elephant tree. So mammoths are taller, up to 13 feet at the shoulder. That's meant for short, slender body, dome shaped head, showing tusks, long hair, silent, short, straighter, less twisted for mastodons. Woolly mammoths have thick fur. Mastodons. Question. Hold on. Mammoths from Europe, Asia, and North America, especially in the ice age, survived for about 4,000 years ago. Mastodons, mostly in North America, were extinct earlier. It's a great question. Let's ask it. Why do people care so much more about mammoths than mastodons? Great question. You're right. Mammoths get way more attention than mastodons. Here's why. They're closer to modern elephants. Mammoths, especially woolly mammoths, look and behave like today's elephants. That visual and emotional connection makes people care more easily if you recognize them. Better brand than the word mammoth itself means huge, so it already sounds more epic. Pop culture is full of mammoths, movies, museums, cartoons, Ice Age, etc. Mastodons kind of sound like a metal band, which to be fair, they are. Arctic preservation. Mammoths lived in frozen regions, Siberia, Alaska, etc. The cold preserved frozen bodies, hair, guts, even baby mammoths, which is incredibly rare. Those finds create media hype and emotional impact. Look at this baby mammoth we first saw. De-extinction bonus. Scientists have been working on mammoth resurrection projects using human DNA. The science fiction term science fact that keeps mammoths from the headlines. Nobody's out here trying to call a mastodon. At least now with the same type of energy. Rabbi is. Rabbi wants a man. Timing and global frame. Mammoths survived longer than mastodons. Some lived on Wrangel Island until about 4,000 years ago. So they feel close to our time and maybe even to human ancestors after them. TLDR, mammoths are elephant-like, more visually iconic, better preserved, and tied to sci-fi level science. Mastodons are cool, but got overshadowed because wrong name, wrong place, wrong time. Want a side-by-side comparison image? Yeah, let's see that. Is it going to show me one? Oh, it's just such a good. Hey, you want to know what my prediction is? So the European Union has basically said to Google that you have a monopoly on a lot of different things, specifically like advertising, but also like the browser, and you may have to divest yourself of it, of the Chrome browser, because it's just like it's a monopoly. You just have too much of a market share on this stuff, and so Google may sell their browser. I really think long term, there's going to be a company that has a browser that either buys Google Chrome or just creates its own, and it's going to be the best browser of the future. You want to guess the company? It is not Mammoth. It is not Mastodon. Guess again. I'm giving you the opportunity to guess again. Yes. I don't think he's a billionaire yet. It has a market cap of like close to $100 billion. I think it's big. I think it's bigger than that. Probably at this point. Bing is Microsoft. I don't know what genius taught you that, but they're very smart. It's not Bing. Hold on. I said search engine, but not browser. They're separate. So eventually I can see this company having a better search engine too. Um, I only heard of the potentiality of a IPO, but I don't think they've done it. It is not trendy. I use it every day. You want another tip? Um, it's integral to bearskin, to our knowledge of bearskin. It's OpenAI. So they've said that they want to come out with their own browser, but then they said, you know what? I don't know, but I think they're pushing. I mean, I know the European Union basically says that Google, you're a monopoly, especially in terms of their AdWords. And so they said you can't have the number one website Google, the number two website YouTube, and the number one browser, and the number one ad revenue platform. That's too much. It totally is. The United States government should have never let this get this big, but they have because basically politicians don't want to go over Google. It's terrible. Of course, there's there's no competition. Uh, it limits innovation. It also allows for more corruption. Oh, totally, absolutely. So, um, yeah, but that's a big one. But in terms of absolutely, okay. So in terms of what information is available to the public. So if you want to learn something on, okay, here's a perfect example. I think it's not a perfect example, but it's an okay like to watch podcasts, right? And so when I watch them, I like to watch podcasts. Okay. 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 Just combine them. Okay. So, but I like to watch podcasts. Okay. This is like a really. This is just a. This is just a personal um, complaint, but it works. All right. So YouTube, when you watch a podcast and you put it on a playlist, it does not have a feature that allows you to watch that from the beginning. You have to watch the most recent one and work your way backwards. Why is that? Do you know how long that takes? Do you know how long that takes with every Joe Rogan? Yeah, no, I do. That's right. So, what do people have to do? Right. So, 5 minutes should be too long. I get that. So there is a Chrome extension that allows you to do this from it automatically like reverses the order for you. Yeah, because absolutely, absolutely. I mean, and it's still it, it's right. That's a great idea. You should be able to create your own dashboard, and you should be able to you know move the things, and it doesn't allow that. And that's true. So they they've made it so expensive to host video that very few people want to go up against that video. So, so basically, like, no, but Google is. And so, in order to, like, let's say you want to start, yes, they own the server. No, no, it's Google. No, Amazon's the other big one. But those are the big two. It's very expensive to run these data centers. And then the other one is Meta. But like okay, let's just hypothetically, we want to start Riser's video service. Okay, so let's say you want to do it. Okay, well, you either have to go to Meta, which doesn't really allow their service to be used for these purposes, Amazon, which does, but it's very expensive, or Google, which is expensive. Now, there are some others. There's Microsoft, Microsoft, its name is escaping me right now, and a few others. But basically, like they, in order to, not Cortana, anyway, in order to host your videos, you either need to create a server, like, or basically a warehouse of servers, which is very expensive to do, or you have to rent them. And so now you have to go to Google, basically, and you don't have to, but they don't have much competition. And you have to basically give them money, your competition, for Riser video service in order to host your video. To some extent, yeah. I mean, I'm in agreement with you. I think that's a good way to put it. So, how does a company like, let's say, Twitch do it? Well, they have Amazon, so they don't have to pay Google. But how does a company like BitChute do it? Well, they have an issue where I'm not sure where they're hosted, but they're not growing that well because, well, they're for probably a few reasons, but because of the expense, always showing ads. I can tell you, Rumble. If you use Rumble without an ad blocker, there are a lot of ads, and it's just not the same for some of these other platforms. So basically, we have Riser. Oh, yeah, 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 that sucks. So here's what you do. Here's what you do. Just use Brave browser on your iPhone, and you don't get any ads. So you get you get ads using Brave on YouTube. Okay, so fuck you, man. Don't even. We're not friends if you do that. That's the biggest fucking scam of all time. Um, no, what you do is then go to Firefox, download uBlock Origin for Firefox, and you won't get it. So you can download a computer. Yes, there are. People don't know it, but yes, there are. Do you have your phone right now? No, don't open up Brave. Open up Mozilla Firefox. Yeah. Not to my knowledge. Yeah, isn't it? Right. So it's Firefox. Once you download Firefox, they have add-ons and extensions, and it's the number one extension that they have. No, and there's no sign-in. You don't need the account number. Okay, so back to Google. So back to Google. They don't delete Telegram. You can delete something else with Telegram. Okay, so back to Google. Notice YouTube used to not have any ads, and then it went to like a few ads. But the thing is, they just destroyed all their competition, and now they don't really have competition or very little competition, and so now they can just only show you ads. It's the same idea of it's kind of like what companies do with a loss leader, um, like Costco is a good example of this. Costco sells chickens for $5, like rotisserie chickens, and they don't really make that much money on it. Same with like their hot dogs, they don't make a lot of money, like it's like $1.50 or something. I don't know. I just read this in the Costco subreddit, but it's to get people in the door, so that you come in the door. Another example of this,
I'm doing it in a weird store that
yeah, and you know that they make right. You know they make most of their money on that membership. Yeah, agreed. And here's another interesting thing.
like that there, I'll be very
Exactly. Here's another weird thing about it. Because it's a membership, you know, like when you're done shopping at a place and the, the people are like, hey, let me see your receipt. There's like some kind of, at least in the United States, you don't have to show them your receipt. You can just keep walking and you're fine. It's just like, um, let me look that up. Let me look that up. Because I heard somebody on the radio talk about this the other day. And they're like, yeah, whenever anybody asks for my receipt, I already bought the thing. This is between the store and it's done. Like now I own it. And you don't get to. Okay, so let me see this. You know, what's the law that you don't have to show your receipt when you're leaving a business like Walmart, but you do at Costco, or vice versa? You don't at Costco, but you do at Walmart because there's like part of it's like a membership club. There's like something
there. Yeah, where's that like
the difference. Right. The difference in receipt checking policies between stores like Costco and Walmart stems from the distinct business models and the legal frameworks that apply to each. Costco and Sam's Club membership-based practice. Okay, so Costco and Sam's Club. At Costco and Sam's Club, receipt checks are a standard part of the shopping experience, so you do have to do it at first. These warehouses clubs operate on a membership model, meaning customers agree to certain terms and conditions upon joining. These terms explicitly state that the store reserves the right to inspect people's receipts and merchandise upon exit. This practice helps ensure that members are correctly charged and inventory being accurate. Refusing to comply with receipt checks at these stores can lead to consequences, including potential revocation of membership privileges. Walmart store is legalized. Walmart, as a traditional retailer, does not have a membership agreement that includes consent for receipt checks. Therefore, customers are not legally obligated to show their receipt upon exit. However, Walmart employees may request to check receipts as part of the store policy to prevent theft and ensure legal transactions. Legally, under the principle of shopkeeper's privilege, a store can detain a customer if there's a reasonable suspicion of theft. Not showing a receipt alone isn't sufficient grounds for detention, but it could contribute to such suspicion. So I guess like when they're asking you for a receipt at Walmart, you can just be like no and just go. I had to.
I mean, are they going to use this? I mean, they could have one camera.
I had this. I don't know. I had this incident that happened with the same. I've never had any like no Walmart reader or any of those people check ID or whatever check thing have ever stuck out of my mind. He's this guy on. If there are two Walmarts in Irvine, and it was at the Walmart where I normally don't go. And the only reason why I went there is I think it was like open later than the other one, or they had something that I needed. That's what it was. And the other Walmart didn't, and I just checked online to see. anyway, I got this like shelving or something in my cart, and I was walking out, and right before I was leaving though, I saw that they had these kosher pies, these like little personal pies, and they were like a battle. So I'm like, oh, okay. And a lot of times if something's kosher, it catches my attention, and I'll buy more. And so I'm like, okay, I'll buy like a dozen. They're just like little snack pies. And I put them at the bottom of my cart, and it was like right before the store was going to close. And as I was walking out, um, the guy who's like as I paid for them, he goes something like, I think it had to do with how I was dressed because I was just in my pajamas. And he said something like, "You didn't, you didn't pay for all of those pies." And I'm like, "Yeah, I did. Here's my receipt." And he's like, "Oh, yeah, you did. Okay." And he counts and he's like, "Oh, well, two of them aren't on here." I'm like, "Yeah, there are. There are 12. I counted them. There are 12 on my receipt." And he's like, "Oh, yeah, no, you're right." He let me go. Okay, so like a week or two later, this was really, this was really weird though that he was like pressing me on his pies. This was really weird though. A week or two later, I'm at that same Walmart, which is the one I normally don't go to, and this was so weird, right? So I went and I was buying shelving. I know I was buying shelving, and I went in to buy it, and it was so weird what happened. Okay, so I needed like these big shelving units, and I went and I put them in the cart, and I went to go check out. And when I went to check out, like I went to the self scanner, and I went to, they were really big, and so I needed to use like handheld gun to scan them. And when I used that gun to scan them, the thing did not show up. It like didn't register. And so I asked for help, and the lady or the gentleman, I believe it was a lady, came up and was like, um, "Can I help you?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's not scanning." And she's like, "Oh, okay." And there was like a sticker on a sticker. I still don't really understand the whole situation, but she's like, "All right, well, let me just tear this one sticker off and we'll use the sticker underneath." I'm like, "Okay." So I go to leave. And as I leave, and the weird thing is, I was in a suit and tie, which not many people like to, but I had just had some work from, not even work function, but like something where I dressed up for work, and so I didn't look like a normal person. So I go and leave, and the guy, same guy, who was like all pissed off about the pies like a week or two before, but it could have been like the night before. I really, like the timeline's messed up. But I go and I get I walk out with these things, and as I am about to put it in my car, I feel that it's like I had two of these things, and I felt that one of them was different, like it was heavier than the other one. And I go to look at it, and it turned out that one was like 44 inches long, and the other was 40 inches. So I'm like, shoot, I got the wrong time. I thought they were exactly the same time. They just were just a little off. So I go back. I go to customer service, and they're like, they say, I like give them my receipt. Like, yeah, I have to return this one. I just bought it, and they're like, you just bought it. Went to the parking lot, came back. I said, yeah, I didn't notice that they were different. So I want to go get the one that's 44 inches long, not the one that's 40 inches long. So they're like, okay, that's fine. I go, I get the other one, switch it out. They have to call the lady who originally checked me out because they're like, well, you just put it to me. You just put another sticker on this one and like ripped the old one off. I'm like, no, I did not. This is all on camera. Go ask that lady. She's like, no, I didn't because it wasn't scanning. Anyway, I get the stuff that I need. As I'm going, oh, I know what it was. So it turned out that the thing that normally if like you check my receipt, it would have like the guy would have caught it, but he he this time was like, go ahead. So as I'm leaving, I hear this old man, the guy at the door, say to the other guy, "That's a rabbi." And I was kind of caught off guard, like, that's true, but what is it of your business? Like, why are you telling this other guy? And the other guy just didn't care at all. He was like, okay, fine, the rabbi is shot. And then I put my stuff in my car and whatever. All this being said, I didn't know until just recently that I didn't even have to stop at the door. I could have just fucking told this guy to go pound sand. Anyway, of all the times that I've ever had a any kind of interaction with those people, this one guy sticks out of my mind. I just thought this guy is weird. That he's like, you wouldn't be like, hey, that's an electrical worker, or like you wouldn't normally for a customer say what their occupation is. And this guy did, and I just thought that was really weird. Anyway, with that being said, no, there are four in the city. Perhaps a few more who make. Yeah, it, it, uh, yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess that's, I guess that's how he maybe would have seen it, but I felt like a little judged. Like, what is it of you? Well, that's another question. Would you be more surprised to see a woolly mammoth or a yeti? Oh, I I didn't. I'm in agreement. I didn't finish that story. I mean, it's really kind of the end, but I was offended at this guy because he accused me the night before of stealing. And yeah, it wasn't two, it was the night before. He accused me of stealing. And then the next day pointed out what my employment was. And I even wrote a letter, I'm not kidding, I had it in an email to the CEO of Walmart saying that I wasn't happy with how I was treated. I did not send it to him because I knew that that was going to get this guy in trouble. And I just kind of I vented. But I remember almost sending it to the guy. I remember the CEO of Walmart has not sent it again or something like that because I was going to send it just to be like, look, the night before when I'm in shorts and like a t-shirt or whatever, it was actually during the first day of Hanukkah. I remember that. Um, yeah, it was just a weird. It was just a weird. I didn't send it though, and because I thought. It was a yeah. It could have been like that's basically what it was. And I didn't send the email, but I was very close. I remember writing it and taking some time to just thinking, just sometimes you gotta let bygones be bygones. Anyway, um, do you think Yetis exist? Yes or no? Do you think Yetis exist? So let's talk this out. Yeah. Do you know what the Smithsonian Institute is? Yeah, it's in Washington D.C. And the reason why it was started was to document. Yeah. Well, there are pictures of it. Hold on. Not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Type in giant North America skeleton. No. So giant human skeletons. This is Wikipedia. Giant skeletons reported in the United States until the early 20th century were combinations of ultra scan, fabrication, and misidentifications of extinct mechanisms. Many reported to have been found at Native American burial mounds, examples of 7 feet to 20 feet tall were reported in many parts of the United States. The claim that giant skeletons were debunked by 1934. Hold on. Whenever I hear the word debunked, I never think anything is debunked. Nothing is debunked. That's not how science works. Okay. What evidence is there for giants in North America? Yo, pimp. Doug, I don't know what, but there's a lot of newspaper articles from the 1800s that talk about these giants. I don't know. They're also